After 11 days of heart-pounding action here in Rome, it is time for finals day. And get set, buckle up, because we have a few big days ahead. Finals day today, the internationals on the weekend. And don't forget, the Euros of cricket is starting on Monday morning. Big day coming up here, though, as 4 teams will battle it out for the trophy. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series, Italy, Rome. And it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Buongiorno, welcome to Roma. Great to have your company. It is finals day here, day 12 of this European Cricket Series, and 4 teams all just 2 wins away from the trophy. I think this is so unpredictable. We know that Rome tends to throw up a couple of furphies, a couple of upsets on finals day, and I can't wait to see what's in store today. So we are starting the day with the first semi-final. These are the 2 teams that finished 2nd and 3rd respectively. It's Royal Roma versus Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Ian Ramage has the 2 captains.
Royal Roma, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Roma Bangla, you're the away team, you will call the coin. Tails has been called. It has come down heads, so you've won the toss. Okay, so toss has been won by Royal Roma, who will bowl first.
So the news from the toss is that Royal Roma have won the toss and they've sent in Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Interesting one for me. I don't think it matters too much whether you're chasing or not. Don't think the conditions will change too much, but I just think that Royal Roma obviously want to know how many they're chasing, what they'll need to do. They certainly have a couple of in-form batters in this series, Kwani Lakhanwal and Gaggandeep Singh. They are the only 2 century makers in this series, and they're playing for Royal Roma today. We'll have to wait to see them with the bat, but I do think that Royal Roma, they are a team that consistently make finals. In fact, they've made it 3 years in a row on this ground. They want to make it 4. And of course, they won the series back in 2021. Both these teams, though, they had identical records. They were split just on net run rate in the group stage. Of course, each team had 14 games. These 2 teams had a 9-5 record. But let's talk about Roma Bangla Morning Sun. I think their top 3 is super important as well. Talking about Sharif Raihan at the top, probably to open with Anik Ahmed, and then you throw in Ahmed Mohsin likely in the 3 position. So we know that Roma Bangla Morning Sun had a pretty dramatic campaign as well. They pulled off the highest chase we have ever seen completed on the European Cricket Network. That was 175 earlier in the tournament. So they're a team that can stick them as well. One thing about Roma Bangla, though, their bowling's been a little bit off. And I think if it is a bit off in this game, it could be the end of their trophy aspirations. Should be a really, really good game. Like I said, not too much between these 2 teams at all. Let's talk conditions. Well, a bit of cloud cover this morning. Not too much dew on the ground, but there is some concern that we might have a thunderstorm sweep through. We saw that happen yesterday. We just had a brief interruption, but yeah, hopefully the rain stays away. We'll have to keep you updated about that. Currently, it's about 23 degrees, heading for a maximum temperature of 29 degrees. Well, it's my pleasure now to introduce my commentary partner for the day, and he's back after exploring the sights and sounds of Roma yesterday. Nishay Bhatt will take you further, and also we'll have a look back at what happened yesterday. Let's get ready for finals day. It's going to be big. First semi-final on the way. Royal Roma winning the toss against RBMS and electing to bowl. It's over to you, Nish. Let's get ready for the start of finals day.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. And before we begin today's finals day, let's have a quick recap of some of the action we saw yesterday. Of course, the day would start off with a match between Casalina and Asian Latina. That match had a very brief interruption as Casalina would bat 1 over. 4 overs. Asian Latina ended up beating Casalina by 9 wickets and set themselves up for today quite well. Kent Lanka, well, we know they always they won't go down without a fight, and they put on a really good show against Roma Cricket Club. They fell just 24 runs short, and unfortunately, that defeat took them out of the equation of making it to today's finals. The top scorer was Akash Waduwalage with a brilliant 62 of 28. Roma Cricket Club would then hammer Casalina, winning by 90 runs. Dinudu Morage was among the top run getters, making 46 and continuing to add to his impressive run tally for this series. Casalina, in response, struggled mightily. A difficult day for them and a match they'd rather forget very soon. Kent Lanka would then take on Asian Latina in our fourth match of the day. Of course, Kent Lanka, as we said, they're a good fighting team. And they would pick up a couple of wins at the end of the day, starting off with this one against Asian Latina. Nicolo Fernando was desperately unlucky, falling short of his 100 on 99 undefeated. And that is not the first time that's happened to him. Series has been not out in the 90s a couple of times so far. Then we would, of course, see Kent Lanka beat Casalina as well to round out the day. Another great innings by Rishal Jayawardena, who ends up as the third highest run getter in the group stages of this ECS. Very impressive play by him and Kent Lanka. They improved massively this series, picking up 6 wins, a huge improvement on the sole win they picked up in last year's ECS. But of course, all eyes on this game, 2 against 3. Royal Roma looking to make it to a 3rd consecutive finals against a very strong batting unit in RBMS. Of course, we're just about to see the players take the field. Umpires are on as well. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard. Of course, Royal Roma and RBMS with identical records, both going 9 and 5 during the group stages. And one of the big stories, of course, is those 2 men right at the top of your screen. Lakhanwal against Sharif Rehan. Both of them were the top 2 run getters of this ECS. 80 runs separate the 2 of them. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that shapes over today's games. Of course, I expect both of them to play an influential innings at some point today, because even the loser of this match will still get to play in the bronze final later today. Let's have a look at the bat versus ball wall. And interestingly enough, RBMS fancied as 7-run favorites against Royal Roma. Maybe just because this is a favorable matchup for them, even though RBMS were in 3rd place by virtue of their net run rate. They did pick up both wins against Royal Roma, and there it is. That's all the proof you need to tell you this is going to be a great game. It's a coin flip, according to the win predictor. Anything could happen here. We really can't tell. And I'm sure we're all going to absolutely love the game we've got coming up. There he is, Anik Ahmed. He's been so good, the skipper, for his team. It's very rare you have a player who's among both the top 10 bowlers and top 10 batsmen in the series. And then his opening partner, Rehan, top run getter. So again, you always start with a bang, RBMS. Rashid bowling the first over, first semi-final of today. And it starts with a very wayward delivery. Rashid just gets that all wrong to start off. And a very good morning to everyone joining us in the chat. Hope you're all excited for this big day. It's going to be so influential. And this one's just played away behind point by Rehan, who gets off the mark with a single. Of course, Rehan has made 68 and 21 in his 2 appearances so far against Royal Roma. So he's done pretty well against this side generally. Anik Ahmed with scores of 7 and 8 against Royal Roma. One of the few sides he struggled against. Let's see if he can turn it around in the semi-final. It's a good ball, very nice length there by Rashid. It's just back of a length and comes in with enough pace. Also cramps the batsman for room, so it's going to be hard for him to play. And this one is another great ball close to the body. So nice start here by Rashid. Oh, that one loosener first up, but since then he's got it right. Can RBMS, I have to say, this could easily be a team that could cause a couple of upsets today and take this trophy. This one is just played away, and is it going to go all the way? Let's just wait to see from the umpires. A little bit too much width on offer here. And he just opens the face of the bat, plays it away nicely. And it's been given a 4 in the end by the umpire. It's been signaled a 4. Just fell maybe an inch or two in front of the boundary rope. And they just move a third man a lot squarer in response to that boundary. Oh, this one's really wide again. That's just the pressure of being struck for a boundary. Sees it. Get back to what was working well for him, Rashid. Oh, a fuller delivery. It's right up there. Great length. And you can just see it's caught the toe end of the bat. Ahmed's just examining it, making sure everything's all right. But now Rashid, 1 ball to go. Can he close out this over strong and get his side off to a good start in this first semifinal? Oh, it's gonna take an edge. Really unlucky. There's not much you can do about that as a bowler. Gets this right. Maybe say it's a touch wider than he would have liked ideally. But that edge is going to go away for a boundary. So 11 runs off that first over. As of course, we just take a look at today's schedule. Should be an incredible day. The first semifinal, which we're witnessing right now, is between Royal Roma and Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Right after this, though, we've got Roma Cricket Club against Asian Latina. And the great thing about today is that all 4 teams that have made it to the semifinal have a good shot of winning it all. Even though Roma Cricket Club have been head and shoulders above everyone, going undefeated in the group stages, you'd still think that any of these other 3 teams on their day could knock them off their perch. Oh, it's a quick single here for Rehan. Again, Rehan is someone who is often a bit more cautious when starting his innings. Certainly that's been the trend this second half of the ECS, where we've seen him take his time constructing an innings and then tends to accelerate after ball 15. And they bring mid-on in for Ahmed and send out a fielder at cover. Oh, that's a wide delivery. Yeah, just need to clean it up with some of these wides. That's the 3rd one they've bowled already. Again, that's a half an extra over they've bowled, and we're only 7 balls into the innings. Oh, that was going wide as well. Not a good decision there by Ahmed. He should be leaving that. He really should be leaving that. And he's bailed out Khalil over there. And Khalil took a hat trick, took a very sneaky hat trick earlier this week. Ooh, there we go. It's going to be another wide. So it could very easily have been 3 consecutive wides here if Anik Ahmed hadn't decided to just get his toe end to the previous ball. So Khalil again, he's aiming for that full and wide Yorker, but just not getting it right. And again, the captain's going to go have a word with him. That's Gagandeep Singh, actually not the skipper, Rajwinder Singh. I think Khalil should just back himself and aim at the stumps here. Try to get wickets early in the power play. That's a little bit better. Takes an inside edge. Goes to the fielder at fine leg. It's a single. Again, this is such an interesting chess match today. Just seeing how these sides balance aggression and caution. And whenever they play each other, there usually isn't a good time for the bowlers. Again, in both the two times these two teams have played each other, the team batting second has had to chase 175 and 118. Of course, at the last time these two teams faced each other, RBMS pulled off the historic chase, largest ever chase on the European Cricket Network, getting a target of 175. Of course, you can catch highlights of that chase on the European Cricket Network's official YouTube channel, which, well, we just reached another milestone in terms of our subscribers, getting to 324,000. This one's a low full toss, and it's going to get punished. Just lands to the right of the ice cube, and that's the first Maximo of this innings. As we just take a look at this, goes deep in the crease, and a brilliant bit of wrist work, and batters it away. And yeah, Khalil just struggling a little bit this over. He can't quite get things right. He's usually a pretty expensive bowler, in all honesty, but one thing about him, though, is you can back him to get some wickets. And I think that's just what he needs to go for. Just aim at the stumps, pitch it on a good length, try to get these two guys out. Oh, it's up in the air. Has he produced a wicket over here? And he has. That's a very well taken catch. And the first wicket departs. It's Anik Ahmed gets off to a start once again, but isn't quite able to kick on. That's probably been an issue for him at times this series, and it's the main reason why he doesn't have even more runs. As we see this here, yep, it's not that easy to follow, but he tracks it well, and they get the breakthrough. They really, really need it, as Roma Bangla Morning Sun lose their first wicket, 22 for 1 at the end of the second over. Of course, we'll take a look at the standings and just remind you that both these two teams had identical records during the group stages, 9 and 5, of course. Roma Bangla Morning Sun getting the better of Royal Roma in both their group stage games. And you just wonder what sort of a role that's going to play here. Can they really win 3 times in a row against the same team, especially a quality opposition like this? It's going to be Rashid continuing. His first over went for 11. Was a little bit unlucky that an edge went away for 4 off his last ball. Oh, again, that one's probably a bit too wide. And the fielder tries his best to help him out. That was Umar Shahzad in the deep, but not much he could have done. That one is probably going for wide if he leaves it alone, but Rehan just gets a bat on it and helps it away for a boundary. Now Rashid immediately under pressure. Very difficult start to his over. Oh, and he gets this wrong. He's just overcompensating after bowling one a bit too wide down the offside. Strays onto the pads and does very well over here. Rehan just swivels on the spot. Fine leg in the ring. He just helps it behind. And it's back-to-back boundaries to start this over. Again, this time around, Rehan starts his innings off fast. Takes no time settling in. 11:05 already. Oh, great ball. Great ball by Rashid. That's where he needs to be. Oh, this one is, yeah, he's just a bit disappointed there. You can see what Rehan was trying to do. He isn't quite able to time it as well as he'd like. Probably hits it rather high on the bat as well. But you got to say, good comeback by Rashid after a couple of poor deliveries. Last 2 balls of the power play. These are going to be a couple of very important balls. Lowish full toss. Rehan trying to find the gap, but he finds the fielder instead. Just a single. Again, they're going to send a long on out for Mohsin. And they've just brought third man in as well. Both third man and cover brought back in. And as I said, instead they sent someone out to deep backward square leg. Let's just take another look at this. You can see the batsman was a little bit frustrated by that call. Might have had a case. He might just have had a case over there to be frustrated with that. But in the end, they get away with one. Royal Roma, and it's a dot ball to end the over. 31 for 1 at the end of the power play. Very even power play, in all honesty. I think the one concern for Royal Roma, though, is they bowled a few too many extras that power play. Could have been even better. 4 wides bowled to start off. Here we see Gagandeep Singh coming in to bowl this over. Top performer, very entertaining to watch. A real fan favorite on the European Cricket Network. And again, it's little matchups like this that we really wait for. Seeing 2-star players on both these teams going up against each other. Gagandeep Singh versus Rehan. And he starts off with a full delivery pitch around the leg stump, which is just worked towards mid-off for a single by Rehan. Okay, I just feel like this innings and this entire match is going to be a big tug of war. You're never really going to see one team get ahead of the other. So much quality amongst both these sides. They both understand the stakes of this match. They're all going to bring their A game today. This one is worked away, takes one bounce before going to the fielder. Of course, well, fielder's there because the power play's come to an end, so fielding restrictions have been lifted. The fielding side's allowed to have up to 5 players outside the ring. And of course, they bring square leg in for Rehan, have him out for Mohsin. This is another wide, 5th wide bowled already. A little bit concerning, in all honesty. If you're Royal Roma, that's pretty much an extra over they've bowled so early into their innings. This one is just played away towards third man. Again, this match will probably be decided by very fine margins. Both the games these two teams played against each other were rather exciting matches. So you just feel the opposition a needless extra 5 runs, as well as 5 extra deliveries you have to bowl as a fielding side is not recommended. That's another wide, so 6th wide already. Yeah, this is becoming a bit of an issue for Royal Roma. Just wonder, are they feeling a little bit of anxiety, a little bit of pressure? They've been here before, though. You expect a team like them would be able to cope with this a little bit better. Make that the 7th wide in a row. Oh, and it just kissed the red line along the way. Obviously, the bowler doesn't like that call. It's an extra 7 balls they've bowled already. Just need to tighten things up, find their radar. Oh, he cleans him up. The very next ball. I guess he was just setting him up with all those wides. Finally gets one on the off stump. And his set of stumps have been shattered. Big wicket here. Mohsin departs. Of course, Mohsin was instrumental in that spectacular chase RBMS were involved in. The last time these two sides faced each other, he made 66 in that game. But he's going to depart for just 1 in the big semi-final match. As Mohsin very disappointed with himself. Would have wanted a big score in this game. But Royal Roma get a huge breakthrough over here, and now you just feel they have inched ahead in this game despite those extras and wides. Plenty of dangermen still out there for RBMS, including the player who was just strutting out to the crease, Shoaib Chowdhury. made 41 of just 16 deliveries. The last time these two teams faced each other, clubbed 6 big ones. And he's got the dangerous Rehan, the top run getter of this ECS, at the non-striker's end. Oh, great ball. That's a fantastic length as well. Doesn't really know whether to go forward or go back there, Chowdhury. Should be playing that on the back foot in all honesty, but it's just so hard to judge, especially with the extra bounce that Singh gets. And that's another wide, so the 8th wide they've bowled already. And Marnus loose bus change, pointing out that was not really good batting. It was just a wild swing, no technique whatsoever. I agree with that, Marnus. I think you should have played it with a full face of the bat, nice and straight. Again, they've got very technically gifted batsmen as well, RBMS, so don't really just need to go for wild swings as 4th over comes to an end. RBMS 38 for 2. Now we got a little frog in our commentary box. This is rather interesting. Very well camouflaged frog as well, I must say. Definitely try to get a picture of that for you to show you at some point in the broadcast. Oh, great to see a few amphibian friends in as well. We're returning to the cricket. It's Islamul Haq about to bowl this 5th over. Oh, this one is a wide down the leg side. Make that 9 wides so far this innings for Royal Roma. An extra over and a half they've bowled. Again, if this match is decided by fine margins, they're going to come back and really regret that. This one is played with a full face of the bat. Rehan gets a single again. It's been a very funny start to this game. You just sense that both these teams are rather nervous, and it proves to you that even though Royal Roma have been here before, they're still just feeling some of the butterflies in their stomach. RBMS probably not batting as fluidly as they'd like. And Royal Roma making quite a few errors with their bowling. Oh, a little bit too short, and it's absolutely hammered away. Chowdhury getting off the mark in style. That's a terrific hit. Look at the speed of the bat here. He's absolutely clubbed it. Again, Chowdhury, we've mentioned that he's done very well against this Royal Roma side during the group stages, and then he plays this one very nicely. Quick single here, throw going to the bowler's end. And let's just take a look at this. Yeah, plays it straight to point. And direct hit, he would have been in trouble, Chowdhury, or no, he would have made it just about back in time. Oh, a little bit too straight. Rehan tries to play it away, but finds a fielder out in the deep. A little bit unlucky there, in all honesty. There isn't too much protection on that boundary, so that's not a line you should be bowling. He just happens to pick out the one fielder, Rehan. Not completely in control of that stroke either. Oh, that one stays a bit low. Islamul Haq takes a bit of pace off it, and it's bamboozled the keeper as well. That's going to be buys. Kai Bay saying, maybe it's a poisonous frog, be careful. No, I certainly hope not. Certainly hope not. I don't think there's any swamps nearby or anything like that, but Yeah, wonder where that frog did come from. Don't know if there are too many bodies of water near where we are as well. As we just see that one is signaled wide. One ball to go until the halfway stage of this innings. Oh, that one is really, really wide. It's yet another extra. I'll make that the 10th wide we've seen in the early stages of the innings. Oh, and he just inside edges one onto his pads here, Rehan. And a very cagey start to this innings for RBMS. It's both sides lacking a little bit of fluidity again, as we just welcome you into the Ice Cube, and it's well, it's also a great chance to welcome Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu back into the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you. It's nice to be in for the first time this morning. I've been busy, and you know what I've been busy with is trying to organise our ECN mods and superfan sweep. I've had such an overwhelming response. I put it up last night. It was a bit of an idea we had just for fun, you know, to allocate teams to some of the fans. But then we've had a frog in the commentary box this morning, a fairly dusty looking frog. But I'm excited to have you back, Nish, and also, of course, excited for Finals Friday. Slightly underwhelming start by Rome Bangla, really. Their batting hasn't been clicking lately, and I've been hoping they could just turn it on, I think. But a happy Peacock Friday to everyone, as well as we see a sky ball that should be caught by the keeper.
And is he going to get underneath? Does it take it? He certainly will. Very well taken there by Noor Mahmood. And Chowdhury departs as well. So again, as he said, just looking a bit cagey. They don't quite have their usual fluidity here, RBMS. They're really only in this game courtesy of all those extras.
Yeah, that's a really good point you make there. And Royal Roma elected to field. So far, they've neutralised some threats. Chowdhury, the next man to go, 51 for 3. Raihan's still there, but he hasn't quite been in his best touch. It was good keeping by Noor, who put a name on that one. Disappointment for Chowdhury as he walks back for 7.
So Rajiv Ahmed, the new batsman. And again, I think as long as Raihan is still out there, we know how quickly he could just shift up the gears and speed up his innings. You know, we've usually seen him take as many as 15 balls to settle in. And then once he does, you'll see him get good 30 runs and just 10 deliveries. So see whether he can do that in this semi-final. But right now, you just feel Royal Roma edging ahead.
It feels that way. And it wouldn't count out this Rome Bangla middle order as well. And by that I mean Rajib, who's coming in at 5. Still got the opening there, Raihan. He's going deep.
Oh, a little bit too wide again. The 12th run of extras. And we're only at the start of the 6th over.
All right, so let me explain what I've done. Originally, we had 31 fans, but we filled that up really quickly. I went back to the hotel and I thought of, oh, wait, we need to include this person, this person, this person that I knew would really want to be in it, right? So I started going over 31.
Played away. It's going to land safely beyond the fielder's third man. He just hopes he can get to it, but he's wrong-footed himself, overruns the ball, and he has to reach back, and it goes away for a boundary.
Well, Shahzad, he was the famous golden knee exponent earlier in the tournament, if you remember that. A memorable win over Asian Latina, but this time he's fresh out of luck, and the spin does him there, just overruns it. Valuable runs for Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Yes, I'll come back to that in a second.
Oh, this one is just played away. He kind of yorks himself by advancing down the wicket there, Ahmed, but can only get the 1 run.
Yeah. Yorks himself and then accidentally drops his bat. Doesn't bother going back for it. Yeah, so I put it on my Facebook as well, and I said, look, who wants to be involved? I know we have a few super fans that find it hard to get into the chat for many reasons. So, and then pretty much I've decided to double it so that every team will get 2 fans. And then I had a bit of an issue. We had a few extras, but I just did a few random draws. So I've got the 62 now. And so my plan is with this ECC sweep that during the bronze final this afternoon, I'm going to start drawing them. And I'll go one country at a time. I'll pick some random numbers. The numbers are up there. I've actually posted the blank sweep on my Facebook, and I'll put the link in the chat.
Oh, that's yet another wide. make that wide number 14
Too
already.
many, especially in a big game. And both these teams have had issues at times with extras. Yeah, so the thing with that sweep is you don't get to choose your team, it gets chosen for you. So that's kind of the fun of it. And also I've said if there are any extras now, as we see this knocked out to point for one, then they can also comment on my Facebook. I'll just kind of allocate them one at random after we've done the main draw though. So I kind of had to draw the line somewhere. And yeah, so I won't read out the 62 names right now, but I have posted on my Facebook, and I'll put the link if you want to have a look at that.
Goes for the big swing here, Ahmed. Is there an edge there? Singh absolutely pleading, and he gets the late decision here by the umpire. That's umpire Hassan who makes a late call. He's just taking a feather rest due to the keeper, according to the umpire.
Yeah, well, the bowler and the keeper seemed instantaneous, didn't they? And I got a feeling this is probably the right decision, just based on body language. Rajib, you won't be able to really tell from the replay, but it's very close. I don't think I can see daylight between bat and ball. And just going on the reaction, the keeper was sure, the bowler was sure. Umpire had to think about it. Said, look, yeah, I suspect there's a little edge. And in the end, he was sure enough that he gives Rajib his marching orders. And that's the 4th wicket down now, 60 for 4.
A little bit of trouble now, Royal Bangla Morning Sun. This is not the team we've seen won a couple of games last week against Royal Roma. I think the second week of this ECS has not been as good as the first week for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Again, they started off this tournament with an exceptional 4-game winning streak, but they just seem to have lost their way a tiny bit as the series has progressed. This one is very nicely played there by Janal. Good looking drive for one.
Yeah, Kai Bay, I noticed that he's in the chat. Good morning to everyone. And yeah, I think I like the potential for this to bring us together as a community. Gaggandeep certainly gets it together there despite an occasional extra. He takes 3 for 17 in the semi-final, 61 for 4. And don't forget Royal Roma, they have made the last 3 finals. In fact, the only 3 finals we've ever had here in ECS cricket in 20, 21 and 22. They were the winners in 21, a dramatic come from behind performance after only winning 2 of 8 games. And their only 2 wins were against Kent Lanka, who didn't win a game that year. But then they stunned everyone in the final. 61 for 4 now after 6. There's a chance of a thunderstorm as well, so we're going to keep an eye on the weather. Maybe a bit of an outside chance, but there is a kind of moderate thunderstorm warning for the area. There's a chance it might miss us, though, and we hope it does. Here's Khalil over number 7.
A little bit of width there, and again, Janal playing this nicely towards the cover boundary. A couple of singles for him to start off his innings.
Yeah, that'll do. Raihan, though, he's a match winner, and now he's got less than 4 overs to work with. Let's see if he can hit his straps, because if he does, it's a completely different looking ball game.
Yeah, it's going to be very important for him now to kick on. Again, I think Janal will just try to give him as much strike as possible. And again, well, this one's hit straight to the field. Recover could be a run-out opportunity. This is going to be really tight. I think he's in a bit of trouble, but the umpire sends this back to the 10th.
He's gone by a metre here. I'm just double checking that everything's above board, but I mean, Janal's already walking. He knows it. And Raihan hit it so hard, he would have been in jeopardy, I think, at the bowler's end. He doesn't want to risk himself, so he has to essentially throw his teammate under the bus. Good pick-up, throw, smart throw. Doesn't go for the stumps, goes to the bowler, and it's good night, Charlene, all over, 62 for 5.
Now, this is really unfortunate because Janal, you know, just looking at his first couple of balls, he was timing the ball nicely. He was middling it. He was looking pretty good. Probably the most fluid any RBMS batsman has looked this early in the innings, and it's a real shame he gets dismissed. I think he'll feel very unlucky when he goes back.
One of those things. It was such a good piece of fielding, though, that I feel that even if Raihan had gone straight away, he probably would have been run out, if you know what I'm saying. So, you know, given that, you know, obviously you got to feel for Rifat there because he is devastated in such a big game. Things going off the rails for RBMS, but they still do have Raihan there. 62 for 5.
Oh, this one's really wide. It's another miss for Raihan. And again, if Raihan doesn't go on to play a big innings here, you'd have to say the star performer for RBMS will probably have played a big part in them not reaching a big score. Again, he's chewed up a lot of deliveries, going at just about a run a ball. He's run out a teammate who was looking pretty decent in his first couple of deliveries. So a lot of pressure on him. Look at that projected score, just 93. Oh, it takes an edge, and it's going to go away for a boundary. That's the 16th run that's been made through that region. And that's just extremely unlucky. Not much Royal Roma can do there, but it's maybe just a little bit of luck Rehan needs to kickstart this innings. Oh, this one's played away nicely, and it's going to clear the boundary rope. First 6 of the innings for Sharif Rehan. This one was just timed very beautifully. Doesn't overhit it. And there's also no fielder out in that region. So he'll get a 6. It's a pretty safe 6 in all honesty. But yeah, all the pressure now on Rehan. I think RBMS a little bit more top heavy than Royal Roma. Chandler Bhowmick, who's just walked out to bat, averaging just 4 so far this series. And opens the face of the bat. This is going to be quite a chase for the fielder at third man. He doesn't do well. That's the second mistake Umar Shahzad has made so far this innings. Again, we saw him overrun one earlier. This time he just lets it go underneath him. That's a little bit inexcusable, to be honest with you. That was a fairly regulation bit of fielding that he's not been able to do. Of course, you got just 3 days to go until the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship. Malaga, Spain will come alive with Europe's cricketing elite. And of course, that's a look at the group stages. And, well, for some of our diehards who are tuning in, you've got to be asking yourself, which of these teams will you be lucky enough to get in your draw?
Yeah, that's right. I realize, I can't believe this, but Julian Dawson somehow left him off for this. So I've put him in and I put a random. So now if there's any extras from here, I'm gonna pair you at random with someone. And he's actually been paired with Kroom. So there you go. Kroom, you got a teammate straight away. Got Kroom and Julian Dawson. And number 2 in the sweep. Okay. Give you an updated list. And we'll try and sort that out by the second semi-final. So we can just start drawing. And the third, anyway, this is up in the end. It's just going to be out of the grass. This is Chandra Bhowmick, the keeper who's come out. No Mohammad Naeem in the lineup, I noticed. So Chandra does the keeping for Roma Bangla. He's played the odd game in the initial stage. But Rehan, he's got to turn it around.
Bhowmick, though, his highest score of this series so far is just 4 against Ken Lanka, and his career highest is 17. Gonna have to play the innings of his life. And this one is again played away by Rehan. It's gonna beat the fielder at point. Just a 1 run. Again, one thing though with Rehan is he's not the quickest runner between the wickets, not the most eager either. Might motor on a little bit harder when he's desperate to get on strike. But you feel here, Rehan, he's just gonna have to find ways to consistently clear the boundary. Played away towards long on, just a single here for Bhowmick. And again, I think that's all he has to do from here on out.
All right. Marnus is also, I realize he's not in the sweep, and he should be. Marnus, loose bus change. So I'm going to now give you a random number, and you've got number 10. You're with Rob Thompson. Okay. Wow, this is getting out of hand, but I like it.
Oh, clubbed away. Brilliant horizontal bat shot there by Rehan. Shahzad tries to go short. And we saw him have a few issues in the field when he was a third man. I don't think he can bowl that kind of length with the pace he's bowling at, especially to someone of the quality of Rehan.
Yeah, I agree. And so, yeah, Rehan trying to make something out of this. They're 111 pace at the moment.
Much better ball in response by Shahzad. Gets this one right up there. And again, the length is so important in T10 cricket. Almost Yorker length, just outside the off stump. Oh, again, very nicely played. And it's going to clear the boundary rope with ease. An expensive over, a good one for RBMS, one they desperately needed. 15 of that over. And Rehan, can he give his team a late surge right at the end and set us up for an exciting chase in the second innings?
Yeah, and they're just waiting for Rehan to click. Looks like it's starting to happen, but there's just not that much time left to go. 91 for 5 after 8.
And we're just taking a look at the graph so far this innings. Again, rather slow out of the gate. RBMS, that's been a big issue for them in the second half of this ECS. Week 1, they looked a very different side to what they have for the last 5 days. only made 38 runs in those first 4 overs. They just picked up that run rate ever so slightly. Last 4 overs, their run rate has been about 12.5. Oh, down the leg side, another wide. And if there's anything keeping RBMS in the games, it's those wides. That's the 15th wide. And we're still got a couple more overs to go. Again, we always say it all happens in the 9th. And Islam Ul Haq has the big responsibility of bowling it. And shouts to catch it. And it's going to be taken out in the deep. But more importantly, it's a dot ball. And it's another ball that the dangerous Rayhan has to watch from the non-striker's end. And a fairly regulation catch, really well taken as we'll have another look at that one.
Yeah, poor Rayhan. He's had more partners than the handsome dancer at the square dance, hasn't he, really? And he loses another one here. RBMS in the 9th over, 92 for 6.
Very DiCaprio-esque the way he's going through partners right now. As we, well, the new batsman is going to be Ibrar Salim. Again, at this stage, we're really getting into this RBMS tail. Batsmen who don't have too much experience or too many runs under their belt. And that's not the kind of ball you want to bowl to someone who's just come out and doesn't have too many runs. That's one that he can very easily tuck away behind square leg. And now Rayhan, 4 balls to go for him. You'd think the way he'd approach this would be 3 balls where he'd be looking to hit boundaries and then maybe try to get a single off the very last ball of this over. Oh, down the leg side, you can hear an edge. And he's not running. It's actually going to go away for 4. As Rayhan moves on to 48.
Yeah, gets a bit lucky here. It's outside his leg. I think you're right. This is off the bat, straight off the bat. And he almost gets there, but he can't quite. Nur Mohammed, who took a nasty blow into the finger, I think. And you can see that's bothered him. Plus, then he had the impact of the ground. So, yeah, Nur's a pretty important player for them. He does a good job behind the stumps. They do have some other options there. He hasn't played all the games, Nur Mohammed, but that just looks like it was right off the end of the finger. And you can tell how hard it hit him because it still runs away for 4 off the end of the hand.
Yeah, that you can tell. And of course, Nur Mohammed, very important batsman as well. Again, he can come just lower down the order and make quite a few runs for them as we, of course, welcome you back into the commentary box. Nish Putt here, and alongside me, Mr. Maximo.
And it's Peacock Friday as well. I've got my jacket. It's pretty dusty in here at the moment. I've started taking a few extras. Okay, so I'm quite enjoying the fact that we're getting more people involved. So, I mean, we'll probably have to draw a line under it at some point, but I've started randomly pairing people together. I've got 62 spots in the sweep. And think Vinay is involved, and he's been paired at number 16 with Twilight. I think Marnus is in there at number 10 with Rob Thompson. So it's also bringing our community together, which I think is really nice. Hopefully Noura's okay. I suppose the concern isn't so much there's an over and a half to go here, but the question is they'll play another game today regardless, whether it's the bronze final or, hopefully for all Roma it's the final. And obviously they want him available because he's a very useful wicket keeper.
Oh, he certainly is. And again, this little break in play, you just wonder who would benefit. You'd probably think that it's just going to maybe disrupt Rayhan a little bit when he's starting to find his groove. But we'll wait and see.
Yeah, looks like he's going to get on with it. And Noura's pretty tough. He'll be frustrated that he couldn't get another half a hand over, in which case it might have stuck to the gloves. You'll see it here. He has the right idea. Probably didn't organise himself with a bit of a spring. Throws the glove off straight away. Says, nah, that's hurt me. And, well, probably more importantly, it was a chance to get rid of Rayhan. Instead, it's 4 runs.
Goes away for a boundary as well. So again, you'd think Rayhan now, he's looking at this as a couple more balls to hit a boundary. And maybe looks to get a single off the very last ball. Or maybe he even gives his partner the chance to face the last delivery and tells Ibrar Salim, have a free swing at the end. I think Salim could connect on one. You would back him to clear the boundary. This is a wider delivery, a good ball in response by Islam.
Rayhan, 44, hasn't been his most convincing knock, but it's at this stage they're going to have to try and make a fighting kind of 110 to 120. It will be about whether they can neutralise the weapons of Royal Roma. in the second half.
This one is a slashed above point for a boundary. So again, this is what we said Rehan would do. Just look to try to smack as many boundaries as he can this over. This one sails way over the fielder at point. And in response, they're just going to bring the fielder at cover in. And that fielder who you saw watch your ball sail over his head, he's going to go out to the deep mid-wicket. Brought in as well. Interesting. And this one is going to clear the boundary at mid-wicket. Don't worry about any field positioning there. That one's very comfortably cleared the boundary rope. And a great way to bring up the half century for Rehan. Bashes a big 6. And again, we were just wondering if maybe he'd consider taking a single off the last ball, but there's no way you're not going to latch on to a juicy full toss like that. So again, Rehan helping his team get that late surge as we just take a look at his wagon wheel, just hitting shots all over the ground.
Yeah, it brings up his 50 as well, last ball of the 9th, and yeah, it's been an important innings. He ends up with a strike rate of 200, and that's after playing a bit of catch-up here. Going deep 3 for 17, he'll be important with the bat as well. Centurion in the series and playing for Italy in the ECIs and the ECC coming up. So he's won his way into that squad on the back of some good performances. I think you're right about Rehan though. Would have taken the 1, but if it was there to hit, he hits it, he does. And now Salim has to get him back on strike, 10th over.
Starts off with a wide, and interesting enough, they've opted not to go with Umar Shahzad. He went for 15 runs in his first over. They decide to introduce a new bowler right at the end, as of course we get a chance to look at some of the early morning horse riders.
I'm glad the fires have been put out for now. Saw a bit of controlled burning yesterday. Yeah, nice day to go for a little bit of a ride. Still 6 to come.
And this one, ooh, that's a very tight one. Bowler's not too happy with that.
I think it's the right call. Mohsin's not that impressed with it, but I don't think it's inside the line. I think it actually grabs a bit of the line when it passes the crease, and I think umpire's spot on there.
Yeah, you can just see the outside part of the ball shaving a bit of the red line along the way.
Mohsin's a pretty handy cricketer. He can also do a job behind the stumps. Good fielder. Trying to close out the innings here.
And Salim will just get some bat on that.
Turns out to be a bit of a win, really. Wide, wide, one. That's like a 3's almost a boundary off the first ball, and means Rehan is going to face up. And really, you want him facing every ball from here, if at all possible.
Yeah,
He dragged them up to 120 plus. Average score, by the way, 114. Although there's probably a couple of teams that have been dragging that average down a little bit, to be fair. For me, 120, 125 is par on finals day.
Oh, this one is slightly over pitched and very, very well played by Rehan. Just opens the face of his bat and hammers it to the vacant boundary. There was a big gap over there, and he exploited it.
Yeah, nice shot. It's carved away, really. And bangs into the fence, 4 runs. Has been a good finish. It's the finish that Rome Bangla needed.
Yeah, they decided to introduce Mohsin in the final over. Just took a bit of a gamble because of how much Shahzad struggled in his first over. And so far, it's not proven to be worth it. Rough start to his over. Oh, he takes some pace off that one, and don't know why Salim's halfway down the pitch. There's no way he's getting back on strike for the remainder of this over.
Yeah, exactly right. And they got to read the room. They shouldn't run out of wickets now, so Salim's kind of dispensable here if Rehan wants to try and grab the strike back on a ball to the outfield or something like that. 3 to come, 114 for RBMS.
Oh, this one is really nicely played. Gets down on one knee and helps it over the boundary rope. Big 6 here for Rehan. And this over for Salim is becoming a little bit of a nightmare. Just probably goes a bit too far down the leg side, and Rehan plays it so intelligently. Gets a 6.
Excellent shot selection. Had the length to work with there. It's probably a little bit of premeditation in that one as well. But yeah, fairly consistent scoring through the second half. 2 to come.
Oh, much better ball there in response by Mohsin. That one coming back a fair bit.
Isn't it? It's a weird innings in a way because there's been no magical overs, but there's been fairly consistent scoring, especially from over 5. So the first 4 overs, 11, 11, 9, 7. But since then, 13, 10, 15, 15, 16. Now, 13 off this. Last ball to come. 120 plus this.
Oh, it's another dot ball. So back-to-back dot balls to end the over. And Rehan decides not to even try going for the single. He was ruining the ball he missed out on. And I think that's a little bit unintelligent by him. And again, if this match is decided by a run, they'll look back on little moments like that
Maybe.
and regret them.
Yeah, I mean, he probably wouldn't have made it anyway, to be fair. Rayhan was just frustrated. Maybe couldn't count, maybe lost count. He said, how did I miss those last two? So they do get to 120. I think given how that innings went, Roma Bangla, if you'd offered him 120 at almost any point, they would have said, yeah, look, we'll take the 120, we'll take our chances. But Royal Roma, for me, feels like they're on top, but still, to chase 120s in a final, you're going to have to bat well. Let's see if they do. With a spot in the final on the line, here are the highlights of the first innings of finals day here in Rome.
It was Sharif Rehan and Anik Ahmed who came out to bat for RBMS. Anik Ahmed hit a couple of boundaries before popping one up that would very nicely be taken by the skipper Rajwinder Singh. And then this was Mohsin, a poor bit of shot selection, decided to play all around the ball, and he would be clean bowled. Shoal Chowdhury would hit this 6, but that was just about the only thing that went well from him in his innings. He would pop one up, and this was nicely taken by Nur Mohammed. He would take a bit of a blow later in the innings, however, he had a good day behind the gloves in general. This was Rajib Ahmed, a little bit of an edge through to the keeper, and this was very, very unwise by Rifat Janal. Decided to charge down the wicket. Unfortunately, he would be dismissed for just 2 after in fair timing a couple of balls very nicely early in his innings. And then the pressure would mount on Sharif Rehan to score the bulk of the runs for his side, especially after Chander Bhowmik would depart for just 2 runs. And Rehan would step up to the task, playing very well in the second half of his innings after starting really slowly. He was batting at just about 16 off his first 15 balls, ended up with 64 of 32. And that late surge by RBMS could be crucial. They made 59 runs off their last 4 overs. As we, of course, have a look at the scorecard, Rehan, as we mentioned, top scorer with 64 of 32. His opening partner, Anik Ahmed, got off to a decent start, but again, after that, it looks a bit like a phone number, doesn't it? Just single-digit scores for all of the opposition. Those extras, though, could be very costly. 22 runs off extras. We'll then have a look at the bowling card, and it was a rather mixed performance. Gagandeep Singh, obviously the pick of the bowlers, with figures of 3 for 17. Umar Shahzad wasn't given the final over. Instead, Mohammad Mohsin got to bowl the final over. He gave up 13 runs. And in the end, RBMS end up with 120. So it's going to be a target of 121 for Royal Roma. Should be a challenging target to chase down, especially when you've got that pressure of a semi-final. We'll wait and find out. Of course, it's Nishay Bhatt alongside me, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu in the commentary box. We'll see you back in just a few minutes.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our second innings of this first semi-final. RBMS posted 120 in the first innings. A fairly decent total. You'd say it's about a par score. And especially with the pressure of a semi-final, you think this would be a very interesting chase for Royal Roma. However, well, there was a lot to talk about in that first innings. Really, it was a one-man show for RBMS. The only score of note was Sharif Rehan with 64 of 32. But there were some interesting decisions at the end. A few singles he didn't run for that maybe in hindsight he could have. And this game comes down to the wire. Yeah, you might think about that. But again, the biggest story of that first innings was the fact that Royal Roma bowled 17 wides. That's almost 3 extra overs that they bowled. Just think how different a target this would have been if you take some of those runs away. First ball. And he starts off with a wide here as well, Ahmed, so maybe these sides just feeling a little bit of a jitters of the final, semi-final, I should say. You feel a lot of anxiety. There's a lot on the line here. Again, you've played 14 games. All your hard work comes down to how you play in one knockout match. This is a much better ball by Ahmed. Great length. Leaps off the surface as well. Just moves away from Luckenwall, who, well, he's currently the second highest run getter in the ECS. But after that good first innings by Sharif Rehan, he's now 144 runs behind him. And that's quite a gap between the top two in this race for the top run getter, as we see Ahmed ball another wide. So it seems similar issues are plaguing RBMS to start off their innings as well. Oh, that's another wide. Third wide already, so Anik Ahmed just to sort things out. Maybe start these balls a lot further out at the moment. He's just bowling it at a completely wrong line. Again, he's shaping the ball away beautifully, so if he can pitch this round middle or off stump, he's going to draw edges, and he goes around the wicket now. And this one is missed. I don't really like that move, to be honest with you. Again, Ahmed, when he's bowling that beautifully, you really want him to be a little bit more attacking and bowl over the wicket. As of course, we'll take a look at the win predictor. Royal Roma at the moment, fancied to 63% favorites. You'd have to say that's just about fair. And again, a big swing and a miss. He has managed to bowl a couple of dot balls, changing the angle. Although still, I'm not a big fan of him going around the wicket so early in the innings. Especially considering he's been the 8th highest wicket taker so far this series. So you'd want to see him attack, particularly against this quality Royal Roma lineup. Oh, big swing again, but this is a bit too hot to handle for the keeper, and it's going to go away for buys. 4 runs of buys, and a loose start here as well for RBMS. The keeper should be taking that. He'll be very disappointed with himself. Chunder Bhomik, normally so good behind the stumps. Hardly seen him make any mistakes. And all of a sudden now, 7 runs of extras, and we're really, really early in the innings. Oh, is there an edge there? I can hear something. There is an edge. Umpire Suleiman Saeed raises his finger, and the dangerous Luckenwall, the second highest run getter of this series, departs for a duck in the semi-final. It's a huge wicket. And Anik Ahmed manages to get the breakthrough after a few runs that RBMS needlessly leaked. And Luckenwall disappears for a duck in the biggest game of this series. And you can just see that slight bit of deviation as it goes through to the keeper. You can hear that sound as well. Sort of click in the headset. And he goes off. He's flying off as it looks like Derek is going to waddle out for the first time this finals day. And a real humiliation when you see Derek during one of the biggest matches that you're going to play. And 1 ball to go in this over. Ahmed really turns things around with that big wicket-taking delivery. Here we go. Kamaljeet Singh comes out. And he just isn't quite ready yet. Yeah, this is, I think, what we're going to see for much of this innings. I don't think any side's quite going to be able to get in front. Should be a nice tug of war. Should be an exciting innings between 2 quality teams. And again, this one is probably not the right shot by Singh. I think he should really be looking to play that towards the offside. Hit it with the full face of the bat. As we come to the end of the first over, Royal Roma are 7 for 1. And just a quick reminder, we've had 326 matches since we last had a golden ball. And a theme we keep mentioning during this second week is that the best things come when you wait for them. And is today the day that we see our first ever golden ball final? I've been saying that for 5 or 6 days. and it sure be a thriller if we get that. And of course, joining me in the commentary box is once again Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu.
Yeah, thanks. It's good to be back. And yeah, we'd love to reset that counter before the ECC, wouldn't we? We've got 4 chances today, and I suppose 9 chances over the weekend in the ECIs with Finland and Austria. They'll be arriving in Italy today for the matches tomorrow. Arif faces up for the first time.
Oh, goes for the shorter one, and he gets a little glove through. Again, if you're going to bowl that length, I'm not sure this is the right field setting. Goes away for 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's a risk, isn't it? The short ball almost in Bomik's range. Salim does have good pace. Now, the interesting thing for me is that they've gone for Kamaljeet Singh at number 3. We don't see Gaghandeep Singh at number 3. Maybe that was the plan. They said, look, if it's in the power play, we can send Kamaljeet out there to maybe whack him around, and Gaghandeep come a little bit later.
Oh, this is played away towards cover. Just going to be the 1 run. That's fielded well by Rehan. And yeah, that is quite interesting. No Gaghandeep Singh at number 3. I don't know if they're just trying to bring him in at some point in the middle overs where you can get them out of a spot or bother, but yeah, not a fan of that decision. I think you want your best player to face as many balls as possible.
I guess it's a risk to expose him so early, but this is going to work out nicely as Kamaljeet gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, this goes away for 4. Singh just opens the base of the bat.
Just inside, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, just inside. 4 runs and gets a full toss. Big juicy one. Kamaljeet is away.
Yeah, you could say it's a risk in T10 cricket that you don't want to expose them early, but I think in this format you're always playing big shots regardless of when you play. It's not like the ball's going to hoop around too much.
I suppose what they're thinking is whoever's there is going to be super attacking, knowing that they've got, you know, a very good insurance policy in Gaghandeep to come, and that's why I think we're going to see Kamaljeet playing shots pretty much every ball.
It goes up in the air. It's going to be a tough catch for whoever gets underneath it. No, it's an assist. It's an assisted catch. He just knocks it onto his teammate, and that's really well taken by Rifat Janal. We saw him really disappointed after getting run out prematurely in the first innings, but he's absolutely delighted now, pumped up after taking a catch with the help of his teammate.
Oh, you gotta love the European Cricket Series. It was a top edge, and you could see there Bhuyan on the long march to nowhere, but Rifat, he was there. Just call him Justin, just in case, and he's used, and it is Kamaljeet that's going to have to go. Bit of volleyball style there as Kamaljeet departs at 16 for 2, and now we will see Gaghandeep come to the crease at number 4.
Oh, Bhuyan's going to claim he meant to do that for sure, even though it's quite obvious he didn't. I think he had the old crocodile hands out.
I think what Kamaljeet's saying is, hey, isn't that the second bouncer for the over? But I don't think it was that high. And Suleiman Saeed was saying, yeah, look, it's chest high, it's not a second bouncer. But how about that? That's it's a little bit of luck, no doubt about it. But also, the fielder is in that area. He kind of is trying to lurk, but not get in the guy's way. I mean, it would have been an amazing catch. But yeah, he's there in a position where the ball might bounce off the hands. And you can see Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they are right up and about at the moment. And Gaghandeep, big fish, comes out at number 4.
Danger man, Gaghandeep Singh. Highest run getter for Royal Roma so far. Made a brilliant 100 the last time these two teams placed each other. And that's a great ball first up by Salim. That's really how you got a ball to a danger man when he strides out. Leg stump Yorker immediately. Gaghandeep Singh made 109, just 36 balls. And last time these two teams faced each other, hit 12 sixes and 8 fours. And that's going to be a big, big no ball. Just one that slips out of his hand.
Yeah, and that's dangerous. We know that Gaghandeep doesn't like wearing the helmet, which he's a very, very good player, but the one ball like that could end his season, and this guy is going to be playing for Italy. And the ECC is probably going to have to wear a helmet anyway. He survives it, and now gets a free hit from Salim.
Oh, this one goes for the big hit, just throws the kitchen sink at it. Doesn't go where he intended it, but it still goes away for a 6. That's the power and brutality of Gaghandeep Singh. And, well, absolutely nowhere near where he intended.
That's the power of him. You know, he's late on it, but it doesn't matter. He still gets plenty of bat on it. And so it disappears, and you can see where these two teams finished. Identical records, 9 and 5, although Royal Roma had a superior net run rate. as it is, they are on even footing here. All 4 teams actually that have qualified. Just 2 wins on finals day away from the trophy. And, Royal Roma, like I said, they've made the final in the last 3 series, 2020, 2021 and 2022. They'll be hoping to make it 4 finals in a row and also looking for their second ECS title.
I wouldn't have minded if Anik Ahmed had just bowled himself out early, especially considering he got a wicket. He got 2 danger men here. If he picks up another one, then RBMS would certainly be ahead in this innings. But he opts to go for the bowling change, and it's not a bad change. Bilal Hussain, he's performed really well so far against Royal Roma across both the 2 fixtures these 2 teams had against each other. And this one is just played into the pitch. It's a dot ball to start off.
Tight contest, isn't it? Really tight contest here. There's 2 early wickets. Guggendeep, I think, a lot of pressure on him. They started 63% favourites. Royal Roma dropped a little bit to 58%, but still favourites on paper. You don't win games on paper, you win them out there in the middle. Arif, can he get a good innings?
Oh, this one is another big wide. And again, both sides just struggling a little bit with wides to start off. That's the 4th wide already for Bangla Morning Sun. And yeah, Bilal Hussain, I mean, both the first 2 contests between these 2 sides were dominated by the bat. And he was one of the few bowlers who was actually able to do well across both the fixtures. Can he replicate it for a 3rd time in a row? This one is struck straight towards Raihan. It's a bit of a low throw, and I think the keeper's done quite well to get his pads down.
Yeah, Chandra didn't have a great game with the glove last time we saw him, but he's been very good here. He's very experienced. Just does the necessary to stop that going for extra runs. Run out wasn't really on there.
It reminds you a bit of an ice hockey goalkeeper when he's
yeah,
trying to stop that, or even a field hockey goalkeeper.
Vinay saying that catch reminded him of the yearly appraisal system. You work the whole year and another employee gets the raise and the credits.
This one's a big swing. To be fair, though, I think he did put the catch down, so...
That is true. That is true. Hussain continues the attack. And have gone to the pace attack here. Rome Bangla, they've been a bit leaky at times, haven't they, with the ball. They're going to have to perform when it matters. So far, hanging in there.
That's going to have to go back to them as mark again. Bilal Hussain, of course. Guggendeep Singh, just to tell you how well he's done so far this series, 364 runs in the 11 innings he's batted. And he's at a strike rate of just under 240. He's such a lethal weapon, and that's yet another wide. So both these teams have been plagued by those sort of issues. You just feel these bowlers are a little bit extra tense on finals day.
Yeah, perhaps extras isn't something you want to run into trouble with. We probably saw extras just boosting the Bangla total up to that 120 in the first half. Guggendeep though, big man, big game, faces up.
Oh, this is a much better ball. Pitches it up. Guggendeep, though, we know he's a power hitter, so likes to bash everything towards cow corner. But again, when he's rehearsing that shot, you can see he's just thinking he should have played that towards the offside with a full face to bat. Nice straight bat stroke here by Guggendeep Singh. Wouldn't be a bad idea. And oh, this one's really, really close.
I mean, it's just okay. You can see Chandra Bhowmick kind of framing the pitch. But for me, as this passes the popping crease, it's just all right. Ends up wide of the line, but yeah, the critical moment is when it passes that crease that the batter's standing at. Guggendeep just struggling with this little bit of away movement here. He's lucky he hasn't nicked one yet, to be honest. Well, Raihan was a little bit off in the first half of his innings as well, wasn't he? These 2 are key players for Royal Roma.
That's yet another wide. Wide's really racking up here. I mean, you take away the wides from this over, Royal Roma would have only had 1 run. But even if there is an edge at this stage, despite deep third man being a little finer than usual, you just feel it would go away for a boundary. So this is still a rather dangerous line in length, you would feel. And again, goes for the big swing there, Gagandeep Singh. Maybe could have just cut that one, especially with no protection around the point region, as you can see from that camera angle. In the end, 4 runs up that over, 3 of them coming off wides. And it's a good way to end the power play for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. We'll be very pleased with that power play. They give up just 27 runs, pick up a couple of wickets. But again, similar issues for them. A few too many extras. 11 runs of extras in the first 3 overs. So, again, both these sides are making it a little bit challenging for themselves. Well, it's great to see Ramesh Satishan in the chat from Romania. Very nice to hear from you, Ramesh. And obviously, it was wonderful having the great privilege of covering that Continental Cup in Romania. It was a very entertaining weekend, that best-of-5 series between Malta and Romania, which came down to a dramatic finish. Was such a pleasure to watch and call, of course, as this one is played away towards cover. It's going to be a boundary. And it's very nicely played by Arif, who's now got a huge amount of responsibility on his shoulders. You can just see both these sides a little bit slow out of the gates. RBMS were 32 for 1 at this stage, but of course, Bangla Morning Sun accelerated in that last phase of the game, and Royal Roma certainly have that ability as well. Yeah, this one's popped up in the air. Is it going to beat the fielder? It certainly will. He just has to bat it back, and he doesn't do that. Well, he'll be very disappointed with himself there. Rajib Ahmed should have at least prevented the 4.
Gets done by the spin slightly, doesn't he, again? It's a little prod. You see Rajib needed to turn, or needed to zig when he zagged, didn't he? Arif will get 4 runs there. Good game, this. Arif and Gagandeep trying to keep Royal Roma at that rate. Trying to keep it about the 12s. Just a fraction behind at the moment.
Goes for that big heave across Arif. You know, we've seen him play a few straight bat shots. I mean, he should have done the same there.
Lakanwal, he must be kicking himself. I mean, he nicked the first one pretty much. Meanwhile, these two, they've swung and missed it a fair bit and not got an edge. Lakanwal's a big loss, but Royal Roma, he did want to chase, remember? They know exactly what they got to do. Still pretty even contest.
Oh, that's another wide. The wide's racking up for both these teams. 7th wide already, so they bowled an extra over needlessly here. RBMS. Yeah, coming back to Arif, averaging about 19.5 so far this series. His top score was a 66 undefeated against Casalina. Strike rate's been 181. This one is very nicely played, but it goes straight to the fielder, as a matter of fact. That's why they put him there at short 3rd man. It's a catch that's been put down. Ooh, is this going to come back to hurt? He's on 14, Arif, when this was put down. Just make a note of that.
It's a bit of a sitter, wasn't it, really? Yeah. Arif survives.
And he's produced a chance here. Mohsin, not rewarded for it. Again, it just goes back to what you were saying. These two have gotten away with a few edges, and when they finally find a fielder, catch gets put down. How costly a drop is that going to prove to be? And I think going to push for a 2nd run here. 2nd run is certainly on. It's a good throw by Chowdhury, but they come back for a couple of runs. One ball to come in this 4th over. This is exactly the kind of game you feel this is going to be. You know, no side's probably going to be able to get firmly on top at any stage until right at the end, when the outcome is determined. It's going to be a big tug of war. Oh, this one's gone up in the air. This is the second chance he's given. Is this going to be taken? It's not going to be easy, but it is taken. The captain does the trick. He takes a terrific catch, and he knows how much that means. The danger man only able to get a couple of runs after being dropped at fly slip. Well done there by Anik Ahmed. That was not easy. He had to cover a lot of ground running in from a very wide long on position, and he holds on to it well. And the third wicket falls for Royal Roma.
Well, you want your big players to step up in the big moments, and Anik does exactly that right there. Arif goes to the skies, and the Nick couldn't have judged that any better, really. So, seen some miss, but that one's taken, and Arif, he won't be the man here in the first semi-final. He's the third wicket to fall, into 4 overs as well, 38 for 3.
And if there's one interesting stat that probably reflects that Royal Roma are a little bit off color, it's the fact that they haven't made a single run through square leg, mid-wicket, or long on. I mean, that's usually the region where you see their power hitters just bashing sixes. A typical Royal Roma innings would see them score about 70% of their runs through that region, as this is a fantastic ball. First up by Bilal Hussain. I mean, that is a near perfect delivery. Just shapes away a tiny bit. Singh very lucky that he hasn't nicked that one.
Yeah, Guggendeep now feel like it's even more important. Someone has to step up and play the big knock. So far the top score 16 from Arif. Guggendeep Singh 6 off 8 and facing.
Oh, huge heave over there. Another huge heave, and Singh, well, it's very rare that he's faced 9 deliveries in an innings, and he's only on 6. He's rather lucky he hasn't nicked a single one of these.
It's probably a different style to Raihan, but got a similar outcome to Raihan at the start of the Rome Bangla innings. He's a key player for them. Raihan found a way to get out of a tight corner, ended up with a half century, set up this 120. Can Guggendeep do something similar?
Oh, this one's again, it's a come off the toe end, and it goes straight to the fielder. It's another big catch. Every wicket means so much in this semi-final. That's why they're so elated after every one of them. And could they make it 3 wins in a row against Royal Roma and knock them out of these semi-finals?
Roma Bangla trying to make their first ever final in the European Cricket Series, and this is an end of the bat kind of job from Guggendeep. Again, he opened himself up to that possibility, and Chowdhury, he was off. It was like he was running the 800 metres. It was a questionable route that he took because he went pretty close to Guggendeep. If he was going to middle one, it might have been Chowdhury on the end of it, but disappointment for Royal Roma, and Guggendeep, just one of those innings for him. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't, and he didn't there, and that's the top 4 back in the shed with the score at 38.
And it's Noor Mahmood coming on. Of course, we saw him cop a blow in the first innings, one that seemed rather painful. Now he's going to step up and play really big innings. Hasn't made too many runs so far this series, just 7 runs. The top score is 3, so again, he's going to have to play one of the most special innings he's ever played. We don't see him feature too much with the bat.
Yeah, Noor, he had a bit of an issue, didn't he? Took one on the end of the finger keeping. Can he be the hero? He's also a very good hitter, but he's uber aggressive. He'll play his natural game here and kind of needs to. I mean, the rate's gone above 15 and over, so there's no second chances essentially here on finals day. It's going to be all or nothing. Noor, can he be the man?
This is another great delivery again. You know, we were talking about this 2 days ago when we saw Bangla Morning Sun just struggle a little bit against a few teams in the lower half of the table, and we said that their bowling and their fielding is a little bit of an Achilles heel, and they just need to improve that on finals day. They certainly have. This is one of the best they've bowled or fielded at any point in this series.
Yeah, they haven't been perfect in the field, but I think they've just won some big moments, haven't they? 2 to come in the 5th. Bilal Hussain been very tight here as well.
Oh, another terrific delivery by Hussain. Loves play against Royal Roma. Great record against this side.
Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Feels like they've got a squad of about 120 they bring to the games. That's the thing. They are absolutely fizzing right now. Need a rearguard action and need it to happen really quickly, Royal Roma. Both these teams, remember, they won 9 of their 14 games in the group stage, finishing 2nd and 3rd, but tied on points. Mohammed, 3rd time lucky? Negative, and that's the end of the 5th over. Royal Roma with a giant mountain to climb after 5. They're 38 for 4.
And they're well ahead halfway through the innings. And of course, we take a look at the squads for the ECI that'll be taking place over this weekend. And, well, quite a few familiar names of Italy teams, some players we've enjoyed watching over the last couple of weeks. Of course, Guggadeep Singh all the way down there. Certainly look forward to seeing him donning the iconic Italian colors.
Yeah, that's right. But I hope he sticks them a little bit better tomorrow, because it just didn't go too well for him in this semi-final. Sujith Rilagagi as well from this area. Who else? Got Maragi in there. First time in Italian shirt for quite a while. So I think they're the players from the Roma region that we will see. And of course, the ECIs, they start tomorrow. Finland and Austria will be arriving in Italy today, and they'll be super excited, I'm sure, as well.
We just come back to live action again. Royal Roma probably in dire straits right now. Very difficult situation for them. Oh, great ball first up. Amazing. And you got to say, Salim bowled some good Yorkers early in his bowling quotas. Of course, Colin asking if there have been any hat-tricks in Rome so far. Probably had a number of hat-tricks, some brilliant hat-tricks so far in Rome. This one is just going to come off the leading edge. It's going to go away for a single. Again, just reminding you some of the hat-tricks we've had this calendar year.
We have, I'm going to say we've got 3 hat-tricks, top of my mind. Yep. Bilal Khan, Onkar Singh, and Nouman Khalil, the 3 hat-trick takers. And we haven't had a hat-trick for 4 days, so I feel like we're due here on finals day. Khalil took one across 2 overs, remember? It was on Monday.
Very sneaky hat-trick.
Also conceded 36, which isn't ideal, but I suppose if you are going to concede 36, if you take 4 wickets including a hat-trick, you feel like you've made a few memories. Slipping away from Royal Roma here, isn't it?
Oh, fantastic. Leg stump Yorker, chance for a run out, but he's missed a really easy opportunity. Salim does the difficult bit, which is to jam a leg stump Yorker in, but then all he has to do is just passes on the stumps, and he's missed that by quite a bit.
The thing is, you can see that Nur Mohammed wants a run. He wants it to be a run, but just wasn't there. He's in a tough place now, 0-4.
Another brilliant ball right in the block hole. And this is a clinic on how to bowl in T10 cricket so far by Ibrar Salim this over.
It's been really good, and it's full and straight. I like the way that Salim has changed his length depending on the situation here. Nur Mohammed, you'd never pick a guy like that to be 0-5, but he is.
Oh, it's another great one. Just varies his line a little bit, but it's right up there again, and Mohammed is absolutely stunned, doesn't know what he should do.
Yeah, he's got to keep swinging, but I mean, this spiraled out of control badly. This is a fantastic over from Salim in the 6th, and now you can say, oh, the batting or whatever. And he's had a maiden from Bilal Hussain the last over. We just had a leg bye off this over. There hasn't been a run off the bat for what seems like an eternity. Last ball of the 6th.
A lowish full toss, and it's just going to be 1 run, so a terrific over by Salim. Just a couple runs off it, and Royal Roma, they're in huge trouble. They need a minor miracle to take it from here. They're going to have to go at just under 20 and over, and Mohammed playing out all those dot balls. You just think maybe he should have made an adjustment, probably go deeper in his crease, try to play it a bit like Joss Butler and then use his wrists. But he just stayed there and took Yorker after Yorker. Again, you wouldn't typically expect a bowler at this level to bowl 5 straight Yorkers at you, but full credit to Salim for doing that. As we take a look at the scorecard again, only 1 real score of note so far for Royal Roma. That was Arif's 16 of 10.
We need a magical over if you ever needed one now. Mohsin to bowl.
It goes high up in the sky. It's hanging up there for an age. Should be taken. Oh, and he spilt it. He's also helped it over the boundary rope for a 6. So Rifat Janal, who took a catch earlier today, puts one down, and then also helps it over the boundary rope for a 6. So it's a double whammy. Yeah,
you can see it just bounces over the line. Janal took the rebound. This time, he's the one creating a rebound, but it's uncatchable. First thing goes the way of Royal Roma in in ages as the rate comes back from plus 20. Still a lot to do. They're hoping this turns into a massive over, basically.
Only 2 runs, the overs preceding this one. And again, he just throws everything at it, Mahmood. It's hanging up for an age. This is going to be taken.
Oh, 6.
He just goes over the boundary rope. And that's probably a 6. He just slides over the rope as he's taking that, I think, his back foot.
He didn't mean to step back that far, but I'm sure he's still touching the ball when he steps. Look, see, this foot here, still holding the ball, hasn't released it yet. Yeah, so, and even the other foot slipped into the rope. So, well, that's such a lucky break that there's 2 6s in 2 balls. Now, you got to feel for Chowdhury there. I didn't intend, I think, to slip back that far, but oh, Roma, if they pull this one out, this will be an all-time comeback. They get a couple of slices of luck there. Poor Mosen, he's gone for 12 on the first 2. Didn't deserve to.
And just a little variation there by Mosen. Mahmood just wildly swinging at that one. Fails to connect.
Yeah, I suppose Nur hasn't had a lot of batting in this series, but I do remember him from previous series. You know, when he gets going, he's very, very hard to stop. You can see he's kind of exclusively trying leg side these attempts.
Oh, this is a rather tame shot. Just going to drop outside the ring, and it's only a single for Royal Roma. Now, Danger Man Mosen, who's, again, we've seen him play some nice late innings cameos for Royal Roma throughout this series, but now he's going to have to play a real big one.
Not impossible, but highly improbable here for Royal.
And again, just gets down on one knee, trying to whack it over cow corner. Again, he can just hit this on the offside as well. Third man inside the ring,
Yeah,
no
agreed.
protection at point. Help it over there, he'll get a 4.
Most has been pretty good also just bowling one side of the wicket here. You know, he's had a couple of bad outcomes, but yeah, this is the battle of the Mosens actually. Ahmed Mosen bowling to Mohamed Mosen. He's trying to whack him out of the ground.
It's up in the air. Is Ahmed Mosen going to win this battle? Yes, he will. Gets the opposite Mosen. And Mohamed Mosen departs for a duck. Not really able to make an impact in this innings. And RBMS inching closer and closer to securing their place in the final.
Yeah, it's a big achievement for their club as well. Roma Bangla Morning Sun have played some good cricket in the ECS, but have never made it to the big dance. Mosen, Ahmed Mosen that is, collects that catch. Unfortunately, Mohamed Mosen, he can't impact on the scoreboard. 4-ball duck for him. As he departs, it's the end of the 7th over. It's 53 for 5.
Now we just take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our next semi-final. It's the undefeated Roma Cricket Club against Asian Latina. Of course, Roma CC will be massive favorites heading into that game, but Asian Latina certainly a side capable of causing an upset.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say massive favourites. I don't know, there wasn't too much between them. If you look at just their records, yes. But let's say if you just looked at the last 8 games they played, well, Roma have won 8 and Asian Latina have won 7. So there's not a lot between those two teams, I'll tell you that much. That'll be coming up. Second semi-final. Hard to believe, it's only about 25 minutes away, and Asian Latina winning the toss and batting in that one.
This one is, again, just hanging up in the air. It's going to land right between 2 fielders. And it's only going to be a single now. Nur Mohammed, all the pressure on him. Try to batter this ball as much as he can. Islam ul Haq, again, he's more than capable of clearing the boundary. You've seen him hit a couple of big 6s in a few important innings down the stretch. Just the one against Kent Lanka. That one's been given a wide, and well, RBMS absolutely stunned by that decision. And let's just take another look at that one. As you can just see at this stage, RBMS were 20 runs ahead. And that's a good decision by the umpire.
Excellent. The umpires have been spot on here. And Islam, back one.
It's played away behind square leg again. Mahmood is going to have to start bringing out the big shots, but I don't think he can avoid singles either, because Islam is capable of clearing the boundary. Just one of those quick bowlers where if he gets a hold of the ball, it stays hit. And quite a few 6s in the brief stints he's batted so far. This is another one that's hanging up in the air for age, and it's really, really well taken. It was quite difficult. It came down quite low, and another wicket falls. That's a Noor Mahmood. In this game, you just feel now it's beginning to slip away from Royal Roma.
Yeah, well, I think it's actually a ghost. I think it's gone. And Royal Roma, it's a shame for them. They've been hot and cold, I suppose, at times. I mean, not they've been really hot, but Rome Bangla, who have been a little bit off, actually, late in the group stage. They've turned on a very, very good performance here in the first semi-final. And seems assured that they'll secure the first place in the decider as Royal Roma fall to 56 for 6.
And now the captain, Rajwinder Singh, coming out to bat again. Gotta love how RBMS have saved their best bowling and fielding performance for the most important day in this series. That's another just a wild swing by Rajwinder Singh. Again, everyone just looking to batter it towards mid-wicket, but so far they've only had 10 runs on the leg side, despite pretty much attempting every other shot in that region. Again, played away. It's going to be a single. And now you just feel that this from a Bangla Morning Sun club are try to cherish these last few moments again.
Yeah, they're thinking of the next big challenge though, and no matter who they play in the final, Roma CC or Asian Latina, that's going to be a really tough obstacle in the way of their first ever ECN trophy.
That one's another wide. And it's funny because RBMS have struggled quite a bit with wides as well. That's the 9th wide they've bowled. Both these teams have bowled quite a few extras, but despite all that help, Royal Roma still haven't been able to post a good total on the board. This one is played away towards square leg for a single.
Yeah, I just think, even though we've seen the odd chance slip through the fingers of RBMS, I think the big moments they have been able to win. And even the one when they dropped a riff, they got another chance a couple of balls later, as luck would have it. And they took a very good catch down the ground. And then Chowdhury holding on to that chance that Gagandeep gives. And unfortunately, it can happen. That's the nature of the game. Short form cricket, in particular 10 over cricket. Royal Roma are going to miss the final for the first time here in an ECS at the Roma Cricket Ground. And it's a tough couple of overs for them. Having said that, they can still get in the medals if they win the bronze final later on, so we'll have that to play for, and they'll certainly want to finish on a high as it is right now. Like I said, it's always difficult in this situation. You know that the result is pretty much a foregone conclusion. There's Anik Ahmed to come back as well, took 1 for 3 in his first. He's going to give himself a tune-up here in the 9th.
There he is, back of the delivery. Good ball there by Ahmed. Bowled a terrific first over. And he really set the tone for his team, the captain. And his teammates have delivered really well, haven't they? We're just wondering whether Ahmed should have come back and bowled himself out in the 3rd over, but he didn't. And it didn't really matter because I have to say, whoever's come in for Bangla Morning Sun, they've just done a good job.
Had confidence in his teammates and his bowling unit, and they've stepped up.
Up in the air, this is a catching chance. It should be taken by Ahmed, and he takes it well. Islam ul Haq, we've seen him batter some important 6s late in the innings, particularly when they faced Kent Lanka, but he's not able to do that here, as it looks like Royal Roma are about to fly down without a whimper. And yeah, really well taken there. Very good catch.
Yeah, it's always a tough one. This is where you would be calling the mercy rule in, I think, if you're a Royal Roma, because they know that, like I said, they won't be playing for the gold. They'll be playing for the bronze here. 59 for 7, 10 balls remaining. Yeah, looking at that early who will win. This could adjust slightly, but for the second semi-final, Roma CC was 70% favourite, 70-30. So don't count out Asian Latina at all. That horrendous start to their campaign. But their matches against Roma CC were actually pretty competitive. If you think back to match 5 and match 10 when they played each other, there was just 1 run in at Roma CC, 123 to 122 in match 5, and then Asian Latina only making 96 in match 10. Roma CC chasing it down in the 9th.
Yeah, this one is just going to take a top edge and go over the keeper's head. Won't hurt RBMS too much, but it's a welcome boundary for Shahzad, who can at least add to his own personal runs tally.
Yeah, could have used a few of these earlier. A lot of swing and misses in this innings, weren't there, in that first half, and it just set up such a pressurised situation that when the wickets fell, the task was a little bit too steep for the batters coming in.
Yeah, this is just play towards mid-on. It's only going to be a single. Now I think we can already start talking a little bit about the final, and which of these of the two teams do you think RBMS would rather play in the final? Of course, the easy answer would be Asian Latina, but how do you think they would stylistically match up against, say, a Roma Cricket Club?
They just always have really good games. They played a gold ball before, actually, Roma CC and Asian Latina, back in 2021. It was high scoring. It was 157, 157. For me, the matchup that I'm most interested in seeing is how Asian Latina handle the dual pace attack of Charles Fernando and Christian Kalugumage, who's been bowling pace. And I think if they can win that battle, they'll get off to a really good start. They are batting first in the match. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting one. Fitting rematch of that match 5 earlier in the tournament. As Ahmed finishes his spell, 2 for 9. Big game player, Anik, and he stepped up here, 9 overs down, 65 for 7.
Absolutely, and one thing with Charles Fernando, though, is because of his bowling style, he can always go for quite a few runs. I mean, if you get a healthy top edge on one of his big bouncers, you could easily see that one sail over the boundary for 6. So, yeah, there's no way that Asian Latino are out of that game. It should be very interesting when we get to that next semi-final, which should be coming up in about, I believe, 20 minutes' time. This final over is pretty much a formality for RBMS. Again, we really didn't expect this. I think coming in here, we thought this game was going to be a nail-biter. We kept saying
you never know. That's the thing. You really never know in finals. Could go one way or another. And yeah, all credit to Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Here's the 10th over. Bouillon. We'll get it.
Yeah, this one is a very good-looking shot right at the end. A chance for Singh to have a bit of fun. The captain, of course, maybe he can bat himself into some form for the bronze final. Again, that is uncharted territory for Royal Roma. They're used to being in the final. Last couple of finals have been between Roma Cricket Club and Royal Roma. 2 of them splitting those 2 finals. Yeah, if you're Royal Roma.
So we'll have a different matchup, it means, doesn't it? We'll have a different matchup this year.
Oh, inside edge, straight to the fielder at fine leg. But yeah, just still looking at where it's all gone wrong for Royal Roma. Again, you definitely have to say it's mainly the batting. Just none of their key players able to click today. Luckenwall going for a duck. Gagandeep Singh 6 of 10. I think they got it all wrong as well in the first inning. Just the tone was wrong, bowling all those extra. I think it just felt a little bit nervous, a little bit tight. And you can see that translate into the second innings as we have a look at this. He's gone. He's probably gone over there. He's just well outside. And he's going to be stumped over here. Comes back really late, and Rajwinder Singh gets his marching orders. He's going to walk back to the dugout. So he hits a 6 and then has to depart. That one that was very clearly a stumping. I don't even think Singh probably was right over there. As the 8th wicket falls for Royal Roma. And at least they'll want to avoid the humiliation of getting bowled out in a semi-final. He's looking to come forward to slap that one. Bowler very smartly bowling it wide, and then a good bit of glove work by Chandra Bhomik. Gets the stumping.
He's had a better game behind there, Chandra. He's a talented player. Khalil will come out to bat at number 10.
One's up in the air. It could be a catching opportunity, and it's taken. Oh, it's been taken. That is a terrific catch. I think it's a bit of a delayed reaction. It took the rest of us a while to get whether he takes it. Oh, that is an outstanding catch. And A little bit more joy for RBMS right at the end. Khalil, well, he doesn't send that in the intended direction, but how well was that taken by Rajib Ahmed?
Just everything's gone for Roma Bangla Morning Sun as Khalil departs for a golden derrick, and that pretty much sums it up for all Roma. They haven't really been able to compete. Roma Bangla Morning Sun have turned up the heat. It's at 71 for 9 as they're down to their last man at the crease.
Puyan on a hat trick now. Are we going to have our 4th hat trick hero of this series? We've seen it 3 times previously. This is a big ball. Hat trick ball coming up. Oh, that was just a little bit too high. You have to say it was a good delivery for the hat trick ball. Nice length. And again, this is a wicket with quite a bit of bounce. It just hits him in a really painful area there, Usman Rashid. Cops a rather painful blow alongside humiliation of watching his side take an enormous defeat. And this is the last ball. It's just worked away. Fine leg. Is it going to go away to the boundary? It certainly will, but that's not going to matter too much as RBMS take a huge step, a historic moment for their club, reaching their first ever ECS final. And they'll be delighted with themselves, but you can bet they'll celebrate this victory for a few minutes, but then they'll be locked in and focused, trying to claim their first ever ECS Rome title. And we just see some handshakes between both teams, plenty of respect between them. Roma Bangla Morning Sun just had the better of Royal Roma throughout this series. They make it 3 wins in 3 against them. As we, of course, take a look at today's schedule, we've got Roma Cricket Club against Asian Latina coming up in just about 15 minutes. That's going to be a huge game. The undefeated Roma Cricket Club against a very dangerous dark horse in Asian Latina, who've had a late surge in this series, had an incredible 7-game winning streak as, well, look at how delighted they are as, well, they're just teasing one of their teammates a little bit. And he's going to be carried off the field, giving Rehan a hero's exit for his brilliant 66. We'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. It just kind of all went wrong for Royal Roma. It was Luckenwalt and Muhammad Arif who came out to bat for them. We're just still having a look at some of the handshakes between both teams. This was a bit too hot to handle for the keeper. One issue, though, you have to say for RBMS was they bowled plenty of extras as well. Gave up 15 runs of extras. Not as bad as Royal Roma, who were closer to 30. It was the first wicket of the innings. Anik Ahmed getting Luckenwald's wicket. And there was that terrific assisted catch. That one just batted onto Rifat Janal, who took that. And once that second wicket fell, you just felt RBMS were inching ahead in this game. They'd keep taking wickets. That was actually the biggest partnership of the innings, just 22 runs for Royal Roma, which was broken when Muhammad Arif's catch was taken by Anik Ahmed. And again, this is a bit of a low light reel if you're a Royal Roma fan. That was a rather hilarious moment. We saw back-to-back sixes in that over by Ahmed Mohsin, which he really didn't deserve to get hit for. 2 catches dropped with the fielders just going behind the rope.
I think it was just a case that Raihan in the first half, he was in a tight spot and found a way out of it, whereas I think it says it all that the top score in the second innings of this game was 16 by Arif and then 15 by Nur Mohammed. So in the end, it was all academic, wasn't it? But Rome Bangla, they found a way, didn't they? I still think they could probably afford to bowl a few less wides. They bowled 9 wides and no ball in there. But there were just these moments that they won. And that's one at the end for Raji. But before that, you know, the rebound catch, you had Anik Ahmed then taking a very good catch. You had Chowdhury taking the big catch of Gagandeep. Well, be careful with Raihan. You'll need him a little bit later. So now, yeah, big moment for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They are in the final, and they'll play the winner of Roma CC versus Asian Latina. Royal Roma, we will see them feature in the bronze final a bit later on in the 3rd match of the day, and they will play the team that doesn't win semi-final number 2, which, to be honest, is anyone's game. Roma CC listed as 71% favourites. They're undefeated. And remember, 14-0 this series, but their ECS streak is up to 17, which is actually 3 off the all-time record in ECS cricket. They will be chasing. I do think Roma CC wanted to chase in that one to Asian Latina with the bat. Let's see if they can put a big score on the board against the defending champions. 16, like I said, the top score. And that's concerning for Royal Roma, who we'll see a little bit later on, but it wasn't to be for them after that 9-5 campaign. They go down to Roma Bangla Morning Sun. And in the end, it was a bit of a tame finish, wasn't it, with 75 for 9, the final score. 3 for 16, Booyah. He cleaned up at the end, didn't he? But got to say, Bilal Hussein, I think he was super important, including a maiden. He took 1 for 4. Ibrahim Salim, he stepped up as well after that maiden. Just that was that middle over. They just choked the life out of their opponents. And so we have one piece of the puzzle that has been completed now. We'll see who will meet the Banglas in the final. It'll be Roma CC or Asian Latina. Join us for semi-final 2 in just a few minutes. Actually, not too far away. You're watching Finals Day here in Rome, and you're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Rome here on Finals Day in this European Cricket Series. It is day 12, culmination of what will be a 60-match series. So already we know one finalist. Time to find out who the other one will be, and this should be a really, really good game. These two had some very, very interesting clashes earlier in the tournament. It's Roma CC who finished top undefeated, now 17-match streak in ECS cricket. They're taking on Asian Latina who finished in 4th place. Let's see what happens at the all-important coin toss. Ian Ramage has the two captains.
Roma CC, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Asian Latina, you're the away team, so you will call the coin. Tails has been called. Oh, it's come down tails, so you've won the toss. Bat first. So toss has been won by Asian Latina, who will bat first.
So it is Asian Latina. Their captain Amandeep Singh wins the toss and elects to bat first. I don't mind that at all. I think that if Asian Latina are going to win this, they're going to have to bat well, and so they'll get the opportunity to face the Roma CC bowling first up. I don't think that Roma CC will mind too much. I feel like they like chasing in big games. They have done it before on this ground, and they are the defending champions. They won all 3 of their sudden death finals in the Super Series last year, just like they won all 3 of their Rome Series finals last year as well. So they have a very good record in kind of cutthroat matches on this ground. Asian Latina, though, let's not forget that they lost their first 6 matches of this tournament. Had a horror first couple of days, including losing twice to Roma CC, I should say. But then they built a winning streak of 7. They did drop a match yesterday, but they come in all square 7-7. I just think they're happy to have a shot. Asian Latina was 7-1 2 years ago, but then they lost the semi-final. They're hoping to go the other way today and kind of sneak up on the defending champions. I think that you can throw a blanket over these two teams, really. A lot of good players on both sides. I think Dinadu Maragi having a very good series for Roma CC, holds the key with the bat for me. And I think also it'll be interesting to see how Asian Latina's top order handle the heat, because I do think Charles Fernando, he's going to be coming in, he's going to be banging the ball in on this bouncy pitch. Should be a very, very tight contest. Spot the final on the line. Nisho Butt will take you to the first ball here in the second semi-final. I can tell you, Asian Latina, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. So over to you. Let's get ready for the second match of the day.
Well, thank you very much for that lovely introduction, as we witnessed our first semi-final conclude just 10 minutes ago. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun booked their ticket to the final. Of course, it's just a case of who will join them now. It'll be one of these two teams, Roma CC or Asian Latina. Of course, Dinadu Maragi leading the way for Roma CC. He's a terrific batsman, but he's also been really good with the ball in hand. Let's look at his career statistics for his team. Just under 1,200 runs for his ECN career. He's taken 56 wickets. Of course, the win predictor has Roma CC as 71% favorites for this match. But again, 29% for Asian Latina. I think they can maybe deserve a little bit more. Their record doesn't necessarily suggest how strong a team they are. 7-7 on paper. You'd think Roma CC would be heavy favorites. But again, we've seen the Roma CC have a few scares, but a few times they've come close to losing during this 14-game winning streak. 17 if you include the previous ECS they were involved in. Seen Kent Lunka give them a scare, of course. Asian Latina back in match 5 were ever so close to beating Roma CC. When Roma CC 18 runs to win off the last over. And we had a very tense and dramatic final over with tempers flaring up, where Roma CC just about took it on the last ball of the innings. It's rather interesting, though, the Asian Latina have chosen to bat first. I mean, typically in T10 cricket, you'd say that you'd like to chase when you've won the toss. And a very good morning to everyone joining us, and a big hello to Dave joining us in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Glad you've come just in time for the second semi-final. I think this could be one of our games of the day. Very explosive, power-hitting teams. And these first few overs are going to be very interesting. Just seeing how They will negotiate Fernando. Again, Fernando, he's bowled superbly throughout this series, but I think his bowling side just means that he can always go for a few runs, as the very first ball is just pushed away towards the fielder. That's well stopped, and it's going to be a dot ball to start off. Both Sukhbir and Amandeep, terrific players for Asian Latina, of course. Amandeep Singh, the star performer for his team. As a captain, he's at the non-strikers end. Takes some pace off that ball, Fernando. And it's a swing and a miss. Loves bowling it short as well. Bowls some very sharp bouncers. Sometimes, though, you just feel he overdoes it with the short stuff. Asian Latina will be hoping that's the case. Again, as we said, Fernando can just sometimes go for a few runs because of his bowling style. You see the odd top edge just to fly away for 6. And this is very well played. Beautifully controlled shot, but it's only going to be a single for Singh because he picks out the lone fielder, protecting that boundary. Again, either side of him, and you feel that goes away for a 4. Here's the captain, Amandeep. 714 ECN runs to his name at a strike rate of 210. Terrific this series as well, averaging 30 with a strike rate of 197. Top scored against Casalina with an undefeated 69. This one is just a push towards cover, and it's going to be another single. Good bowling early by Fernando, you have to say. He's managed to get things spot on right from the get-go. We saw both the teams earlier today in our first semi-final, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, as well as Royal Roma, just struggled bowling a lot of extras. It just felt that some of the bowlers were rather nervous. And oh, this one is played away towards third man. Good batting there by Singh, you have to say. Again, he knows Fernando has a lot of pace, just uses the pace to the bowler's detriment and works it down towards third man for a 4. That's another shorter one. And it's been given a wide by the umpire. Let's just see what this is like. And yeah, that one is, that's a wide by. Yeah, that is one thing with Fernando. Just because he loves the short ball so much, he does overdo it at times. And that's where maybe Asian Latino will just get a window of opportunity against him. One ball to come in the over. And it's a good one by Fernando. Struck straight to the fielder. Dot ball. Just 7 runs off the first. As a Royal Roma get the start they would have wanted. And of course, we'll just take a look at today's schedule. Of course, we're currently witnessing the second semi-final between Roma Cricket Club and Asian Latina. And the loser of this final will play Royal Roma in our bronze final, which will take place in, well, about 2 hours from now. Looking for in 3 hours. And the final will be between Roma Bangla Morning Sun and the winner of this final. We'll see a new final for the first time in the ECSs we've had here in Rome. The previous 2 ECS finals were both between Roma CC and Royal Roma. Those 2 sides splitting, both of them, of course, Roma Cricket Club, the defending champions, have gone undefeated in this tournament, winning all 14 of their games. Oh, again, just a little too short. That's a very easy call for the umpire. Yeah, this one is short by quite a bit again. Amandeep Singh, a very tall man, so it's Really have to bang it in extremely short to get it that far above his head. Oh, this is a much better ball. Just having a look at the square leg umpire. He doesn't say anything, so it's only the one for the over so far. Now then, is he going to pitch one up? He's bowled too short. Is he now going to bring the Yorker in the way? Is he going to jam this into the block hole? Yeah, that's what he tries to do. Just misses a length slightly, but it's, more importantly, it's completely missed by the keeper. That's going to be one run off buys. But again, a couple of short ones. You were just expecting a fuller ball. Very next delivery. Yeah, that's a good ball, well directed into Singh. Just trying to whack that towards the leg side. Kalagamage, he's had a very good series so far. He's bowled exceptionally and very economical. Taken quite a wickets too for his team. Again, Roma CC, they usually just set the tone for their innings early. Where the Kalagamage and Fernando just charging in, getting rid of the top order. This one is slightly mistimed. Doesn't quite get hold of the ball the way he would have wanted. And quiet start so far for Asian Latina. This is very unlike them. But you have to credit Roma CC here. They've been right on the money to start off. No nerves whatsoever from them. You just expect that the undefeated team, they'd be feeling a little bit of extra pressure heading into the semi-final, but you don't see any of that so far. They look exceptional. And of course, the over comes to an end. So a good couple of overs here for Rome CC to start off. Just 9 runs off these first couple of overs as we, of course, take a look at the standings. Roma CC had the perfect tournament so far, undefeated in all their first game. Dave saying that, of course, he was up watching the Japan F1 practices. Yeah, that was quite interesting. It was on at our hotel, of course, being in Rome. I mean, Sky F1 over here is a complete homer coverage for Ferrari. They don't even try to hide it. It's like you're watching Ferrari TV. This one is played away towards third man. It's just a single, and again, just a one boundary as we're coming into the final over the power play. Of course, joining me in the commentary box is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu for this second semi-final.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying watching the first couple of overs as they came back to the cube. And my question was, how will Asian Latina handle the heat? I know that Fernando's really been getting the ball through, and Kalagamage as well. So far they've handled it, but they haven't really been able to score too much. Just a kind of edged boundary, although this might help because that looks high to me, and it's going to be whacked away. This seems like a no ball. I'll probably check it, and yeah, I think you got to call that. So I think this will be a no ball plus either 4 or 6. Don't see, I know he's crouching slightly, but it's not really coming down. I'll wait on the call here. So yeah, it'll be a no ball, and then has that gone for 6? I'm losing the ball here. There's too much dust on the screen. Oh yeah, it's gone over the fence. That's probably a good sign. It's gone for 6. That's why I lost it. So it's a 7 up. Sukbir will get the free hit from Charles. And he backs away, makes himself into a corner actually, and so next ball's just a single. But yeah, what an interesting clash this is, a rematch of both our first Monday and Tuesday night fixtures. It was a last ball thriller in match 5. Roma CC got 18 off the last over, and the winning run off the last ball, 123, 122 in that one. The next night, Asian Latina 96 was their It was kind of their low point. It was their 6th consecutive loss then. They made 96 and Roma CC chased it down with no balls to spare. But since then, they went 1-7 in a row. This is up in the air. Is this catchable? It's Rahat going back with a flight. Can't quite get there. And almost fumbles it over the line. In the end, it's going to be 2 to Amandeep Singh.
He's done quite well in the end to just get down and at least prevent the boundary. Again, Amandeep Singh is going to have to take a lot more risks. Haven't really been able to capitalize on this power play whatsoever, Asian Latina. Charles Fernando, of course, an exceptional series for him so far. 14 wickets. More importantly, an economy rate of just 8 in the games he's played so far.
Oh, edged away, and that's going to be 4. So it's going to bang right in front of our camera. So Charles, yeah, because of false shot, they kind of got to slip in there for that kind of thing, but he had to be about 20 metres further back, Maragi, and 4 to the total.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about right at the start of this broadcast, that the length Fernando balls just always makes him prone to these edges flying away towards the boundary. That's the first time it's happened in this spell.
They do have 2 fielders in that quarter, but one's more of a backward point. They needed a finer fielder there. And this one is in the air and is going towards that man right now. Catching opportunity and taken. Well, right on cue. It flew in that direction as Akash Wadua-Walagi that takes the catch running in, as it's going to be a 4 and out for Amandeep Singh. Big wicket to lose for Asian Latina. They lose their first at 24 for 1.
And there's the 15th wicket of the series for Fernando. This is not a simple catch. He goes up in the air and it's judged incredibly well by Wadua-Walagi. As the first wicket falls for Asian Latina. You know, this is a very off-color partnership for these two. The two Singhs usually get their team off to a flyer of a start. They've chewed up a whole lot of deliveries. And then the danger man, Amandeep Singh, was when the top scorer for his team departs.
That's the thing, though. I mean, it's not bowling machine stuff they're getting. They're getting some pretty spicy stuff, aren't they, in this power play. Yeah, these two have Golden Ball history as well. Don't forget, in Golden Ball 15th of March 2021, there was a 157 tie between these two. Pitches up this time, Charles, and gets worked away for 1. As Charanjit Singh gets off the mark and retains the strike. End of 3. Score is 25 for 1.
Great power play for Roma CC. We were just wondering if any of that pressure they have from being the massive favorites would affect them whatsoever. Completely unbothered so far. They're bowling perfect lines and lengths. And Asian Latina, this is not what they would have wanted. Just 25 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. That over was a little bit expensive because of that 7-up. Otherwise, they're going along very nicely here, Roma CC.
Yeah, I was wondering whether they'd go back to Krishan or whether they'd make a change. And they're going to Apahami here now. Apahami is quite a good swing bowler. Had a few troubles with quite a new ball. And so he's going to get it a little bit older here in the 4th. Yeah, he's a young player. We haven't seen him before this series. And he's going to come in an important phase of the game. 5 outfielders in place now. You can protect the boundaries a little bit better. But Asian Latina looking for a turning point. Let's see if it comes through. Charanjit Singh facing up, batting in the number 3 position.
Apahami had a difficult time the last time these two teams faced each other. Gave up 30 runs over his 2 overs.
It's a good start though. It's a good area, pushed away. Just a single. Roma CC, interesting that they were forced to field first. I got a feeling they probably would have bowled first anyway if they'd won the toss. They seem to have a good record chasing in big matches. And of course, they were able to win 6 sudden death finals in a row. Last time they lost a final was 2021. They had to win 3 to get through the Super Series last year, finishing outside the top 2. They did that. And then in the Super Series, they finished outside the top 2. They had to win 3 in a row. They did that. So they have a good record in these sudden death matches on this ground.
Very clutch team, Roma CC. And absolutely, this is something we were mentioning when you were out of the commentary box. I was a little bit surprised that Asian Latina chose to bat first, winning the toss. You typically would like to chase in this format.
There is something to scoreboard pressure, though. I think it's pretty significant as well. So I can kind of see where they're going with that. The other thing is their kind of final streak, if you like, if you include the ECL, which they qualified as a result of winning Italy last year. They batted first in the final, and it just didn't happen for them under lights. They were only able to go to 76 against Sporting Alphas, who chased it down. So Roma CC pretty happy chasing, but I can see where Asian Latina are coming from.
Yeah, this is a shorter one. It's we'll just having a look at the square leg umpire. He seems to think it's okay.
Yeah, well, I suppose when it passes him, although it's meant to be at the crease, but it has to be the one for the over at least. Interesting that Sukbir is getting so far down the track. There was one that was shortish earlier in the over, but obviously it wasn't quite above the shoulder. Apahami uses it there. Now Sukbir goes back into his crease, so he's just trying to disrupt the length of the youngster here. Now he cracks it away behind point. This is going to be 4. So it's actually pretty clever batting because he was probably 2 metres out of his crease. Next ball he goes back in his crease and he's looking for something to hit sideways basically. And he gets it. So Apahami gets the treatment there. I had no chance. Asian Latina trying to turn this around, but still it's been a good over from the youngster. Only 5 off 5 balls. Let's see if he can finish off the over. It does. So I think all things considered, that's a win. Now I think we're going to see some spin for the next few overs from Roma CC. 4 overs in, Asian Latina 30 for 1. But I suppose the question is, if the pace is working, do you stick with the pace? I just know how much Roma CC like to go to spin in the middle overs.
Oh, at some point we'll definitely see Marage bowl. I mean, he's taken 14 wickets as well for this Roma CC side. As we have a look at the economy rate, of course, completely going Roma CC's way so far. Asian Latina just not quite able to get out of second gear. They've been sort of stuck in the mud, not quite able to accelerate they would have wanted. Too many swings and misses as well, so those dot balls are racking up. I'd say about roughly 40% of the deliveries so far have been dot balls. But again, Asian Latina have never really been fans of running between the wickets.
Yeah, well, they've got 4 spinners in their side. They've got 3 left-arm spinners in Wadua Walagi, who's going to bowl here. They've also got Maragi. They've got Prithivi Samaragi as well. You've got right-hand off spinner in Rahat Ahmed. So that's one thing they've got. They've got options, don't they? Yeah, you've got Kalagamaga, who could bowl spin, but I think he's bowling wheels. He'll stick to that in this final series as we get ready for over number 5. First one just worked away now. Watch Akash, his arm angle changes sometimes. So that's the kind of over-the-top, regular, orthodox delivery. But he's also got a kind of round arm one that he's been working on just to kind of mix things up a little bit. So just keep an eye on how tall or how sideways he is in his action. There's the round armour, and it might do the trick. Hanging a long time, it's dropped. And it's going to be Denham that is going to miss it. And then it's missed a second time by Rahat. It's going to be 4 runs, but that was a definite opportunity. Denham, he probably is not going to win a prize at the carnival for the backwards race, is he? As he got 2 hands to it, but couldn't hold on. And Asian Latina get a slice of luck.
Yeah, while he's backpedaling, he just helps the ball along, but then Rahat Ahmed not quite able to backheel it. Won't see him getting any calls from Lazio anytime soon.
Don't think so. Wadua Walagi with the comeback. That was the round armour. Does he try it again? He goes more over the top. Now this is an edge that'll run away for 4. So just game of fine margins, isn't it? And a little bit of mini momentum heading the way of Asian Latina.
I'm very unlucky here, Wadua Walagi. He could easily have had a wicket the previous ball. That's a rub some more salt into his wounds. He's given up back-to-back boundaries, really through no fault of his own.
Yeah, you can see the thick edge flying past the keeper. Pretty well located delivery, this one. Wadua Walagi also is not afraid to slow things down and make the batter make the pace. Sukbir though, he's kind of weathered the storm, hasn't he? He's made it to 25. Let's see if he can turn it into something more. Charanjit wants his approach to the left armour. This one bites a bit off the pitch and well knocked down by Dinidu. He's going to be an important player, isn't he? You mentioned him with the ball, but I think his batting has been really on. Also, someone we'll see back in an Italian shirt, I think possibly for the first time in 8 years. Dinidu Maragi, former first-class cricketer in Sri Lanka. And yeah, I'm curious to see how he goes this weekend. Of course, the ECI is involving Italy, the host, as well as Finland and Austria. Finland and Austria in the same group in the ECC. And then ECC starting on Monday. Not long to go now. Oh, well, it doesn't hit the stumps first. Hits Sujith, bounces off his gloves, but I think the batter was safely home. Yeah. Sometimes they're funny. You might get...
Never even lifted his foot there.
Yeah, you might get a little bit of kind of air on the foot accidentally as we get to the end of the 5th over. The score 41 for 1. Want to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Peacock Friday, Finals Friday as well. Nish looking fantastic as well. Peacocky colours there. I like the clash of the red and the blue. Welcome to Finals Day. And so far, the big story, Royal Roma out of the running. Rome Bangla Morning Sun winning semi-final number 1. Their first ever ECS final.
Yeah, it's a historic moment for them. Of course, big congratulations to Roma Bangla Morning Sun. We're going to see a new final for the first time in the ECS.
That's right, actually. Royal Roma have made the final on the first 3 occasions here at the Roma Cricket Ground. Also, if you haven't already, put your name in the ring for the ECC sweep, an idea we had yesterday. I think I'm up over 70 entrants now. A bit of fun. Draw a team at random in the Euros of Cricket. Anyway, another little edge this time. It's going to be 4 runs. Dinadu does come into the attack. Doesn't look thrilled about it as this pretty much goes straight through first slip for 4.
Rough start there for Dinadu Morage. Not much you can do about that, of course.
Yeah, we plan to do that sweep in the bronze final and allocate teams for you to cheer for in the ECC. Just see what fate puts on your side. Also, it means, say if you are watching from Italy, you get drawn, I don't know, Luxembourg or something, gives you a second team to go for. And we'll see, maybe depending on what happens, maybe I can organise a little token prize or something like that. Just to see so many people wanting to get involved. Anyway, Dinadu, not too put off by getting edge for 4 the first time. Comes in, trying to shut things down in the 6th. He tosses this one up and batter takes it on and wins. Sukbir goes large. Maximo as the 50 comes up for Asian Latina.
Oh, it's always a huge risk to toss one up, particularly in a T10 game against a power-hitting side like Asian Latina. He gets punished for that one, Dinadu Morage. And we're just seeing some boundaries flow these last couple of overs after Asian Latina were starved of them for so long.
And so next one, just a single. Yeah, that 6, you could see how he set himself. They just had to wait a little bit longer, but he waited the right amount of time, didn't he? End up getting it up and out of the ground. Charanjit, he'll get a turn now on strike. And he goes as well, times it up and out of the ground. Couple of Maximos as Asian Latina gets swinging. End of the 6th over. The score is 59 for 1.
First big over for Asian Latina, 18 of this one, the biggest one they've had since Charles Fernando's 3rd over. And again, Morage just taking a few risks over there. You feel like he maybe want to be a little bit more economical, just bowl flat and try to get through the over, while Asian Latina are under quite a bit of pressure. But Charanjit Singh hitting an almost identical shot to Sukbir Singh. And those 2 big 6s have just improved the position Asian Latina are in.
Yeah, they're going to go back to Wadua Walagi. So sticking with the left arm spin. I suppose there's no 2 bowls are exactly the same. I would have been maybe tempted to go back to pace just for an over to disrupt the kind of rhythm. Although, like I said, Wadua Walagi, he was pretty effective in his first over and he's been giving a second one straight away. There's the side armour, but it does a bit too much. Down the leg side. Good take by Rilla. He maybe had 1 or 2 off games with the gloves, but you can see he's a very accomplished wicket keeper. With 1 foot in the air, but the other one was safely down in the crease.
Now with that Morage first over going for 18, it's going to be a bit of a mini dilemma here for Roma CC. We'll talk about that after this ball. It's played away very nicely. Too much width on offer there. Wadua, you just feel he's now got some of the pressure as well after that last over. It's funny how things can work like that. Wadua bowled fairly decently in his first over, but now he watches his teammate get battered for a few runs. The batsmen feel a lot more confident, and all of a sudden, he's not bowling the way he was previously.
Goes after this, it gets enough. Maximo! They've got the wickets in hand, they've got the big players still there, and the spin has proven to be a little bit of an expensive tactic from Roma CC here in semi-final number 2.
Very odd. Usually spinners can just help slow the run rate down in T10 games, but not the case so far in this innings.
Nice looking shot. He's punched past the infielder and the outfielder as Samaragi can't get there. So Charanjit to 29 off only 10 balls.
Just too short, too wide. He can't find the right liner length so far this over. Whenever he's trying to correct that liner length, he's just overcompensating badly. And he's been punished for it. And again, now the captain's going to have a big dilemma. He might have to introduce a sixth bowler into the attack. Marage going for 18. The spinners look like they're struggling. Does he turn away from an experienced campaigner like Marage?
You're still hoping that you can just get a mishit here and solve the problem. Just these guys haven't mishit one in a while. And it's been an expensive period for Roma CC. Still two to come though for Akash. Pitches up, gets whipped away. And they should just get one, even though they turn for two alike. That's good running. Opportunistic. But Charanjit's moved to 30 in next to no time at all.
Look at how much that projected score has ballooned up. It was around 80 just a couple of overs ago.
He puts a bit of pace on this, and Sukbi is ready for it. He puts him out of the ground. Maximo! As the seventh goes magical. 23 off that over. Means the last two combined have gone for 41. Asian Latina out of the box. It's 82 for one after 7. Yeah, talking of the ECIs tomorrow, Finland and Austria, they will arrive today. Javid Zadran, a question about him in the Austrian squad. Don't believe he has an injury. I think there's perhaps some work issues have kept him out. But Finland, super excited to see Jordan O'Brien in their lineup. Now that he's qualified, he'll probably do the keeping with no Skamans available for them. Nick Salonen as well, player we saw in Switzerland, but he qualifies for Finland. Watch out for the Finnish Wild Thing, Judge Share as well. Austria, Shikawal's class act. Aki Bikbal as well. It's a super important all-rounder. Karambir Singh is a player that hit 2 centuries in a day in the ECS in Austria earlier in the year. And Umed Tariq, he's a player in the ECIs earlier in the year that took 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings. Only time we've ever seen a bowler do that. They were the first 2 hat-tricks of the year. Also we've got the Arif brothers in there. Some good pace options like Sahil Zadran and Itiban Dida. And the wily left armour, Abdul Akbarjan. So plenty of players to watch there, but right now, let's turn our attention back to the last 3 overs of this. As they do go back to pace, Krishan to bowl some thunderbolts in over number 8.
He's just brought Christian back, sort of trying to stem this flow of runs. And that's where maybe we're just going to start to wonder whether who's going to bowl the penultimate or the final over. I mean, is he going to turn back to Marage or maybe introduce a 6th bowler? It's going to be a little bit of a dilemma now for the captain, Sujith Riladogada, who things have really gone just perfect for him until halfway through the innings. But now Asian Latina, because of that power hitting ability they have, they can just turn the game around so quickly.
So, I mean, too many misses. But I can understand why you stick with the left arm spin. It's kind of what you've built your whole game plan around. But I suppose the benefit of Roma CC, if it doesn't really work, they do have other options. And Krishan bowling pace has been a bit of a game changer for them in this series.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind bowling Senavaratne. He's done really well in his limited bowling appearances. He came really close to taking a 5-fer as well. I think he keeps it simple, just bowls everything at the stumps. Doesn't give you too much pace either. So I wouldn't mind if they gave the penultimate over to him over here.
They needed this surge, but it's got him back to pretty much an average run rate at the moment. Well, that's the pace working against Krishan as he's going to get top edge out of the ground. Maximo time, backwards Maximo, top edge, and Asian Latina catch a break.
Getting a bit of good fortune here. Fortune favors the brave. Asian Latina throwing everything at it. And now it's just the whole momentum in this game has swung. I mean, in those first few overs, it just didn't seem like anything was going Asian Latina's way, but now even the edges are carrying for 6.
Yeah, surprising. Similar kind of length. This time miss hit. Should be caught by Charles, and he will. Disappears into the buckets. And so Sukbi is going to go for 48. But he leaves his team in a lot better shape than they were looking just a few overs ago. Asian Latina, 89 for 2.
Terrific 65-run partnership of just 30 deliveries between these two. This one goes shorter. It's a hard length. And the bat just turns in his hand a little bit. It pops up. And, of course, Charles Fernando, very safe pair of hands. He's never going to drop one. But you feel he's done the job here. He's put his side in an excellent position. Sukhbir Singh missed it on the half century by just 5 runs. This is a good position for Asian Latina to be in now. 13 balls left in the innings. We can maybe get another 30, 40 runs from here on out. We could be in for a very, very interesting second innings.
For sure. No ball for back foot. Watch this one. Yeah, we've seen Krishan at times struggle with that return crease, and I'm going to say the umpire has got that spot on. So now it's a free hit, and Gurmukh, who can swing it, he gets a bit of a gift first up. Can't touch that side line. This time it will be in the air. Doesn't matter if it's caught or not. It won't be caught. It'll just be a single. And so Gurmukh is off the mark, and he'll retain the strike at the end of 8 overs. A score 91 for 2. So, okay, yes, they've got the momentum here, Asian Latina, but because kind of Roma CC had it early, right now it's a very kind of average-looking run rate. In fact, 11.4 is the average across the first 56 matches, and it's pretty much exactly what Asian Latina are tracking at right now.
So it looks like it's going to be Apu Hami bowling this penultimate over. It's a pretty decent decision considering he gave up just 5 runs in his first over, but that does mean that the big question mark here will be who will bowl the final over. I think this probably confirms that Marage won't get a second over. It's hard to see him bowling the final one. And, well, if I had to go for it, I wouldn't mind giving Senavaratne the final over. But Apu Hami, big job to do over here. These 2 overs could be absolutely crucial in deciding the fate of this game.
All right, it all happens in the 9th, and Apu Hami gets it, and then he gets it in another way because it's too short. Gets hooked into the car park. Maximal 6 to Gurmukh Singh.
Gives up more runs in 1 ball than he did in the whole of his previous over. And that is just pure power. I mean, it's coming back in. He's trying to cramp the batsman for room, but such a tall man. Gets his long levers on it and elevates it all the way for 6.
Yes. Good shot, but just too short, and it's angled in towards the body. Better ball. Much better from Apu Hami. Good comeback.
Great length. Again, the length is so crucial in T10 cricket. Dot ball right after the 6.
Yeah, good game already. You can feel the twos and fro's of it. Roma CC desperate to have the opportunity to defend their title on home turf. Doesn't really get hold of this. And so just a single. And Charanjit, he's been explosive, hasn't he? An important contributor. Handled the spin really well. Now has to deal with Apu Hami. He's 31 of 12.
Saying 31 of 12, looking really dangerous. He's got 3 balls left in this over. I think he's going to try to face all of them.
Oh, shot. Really good shot. Ready and waiting for that. And just carves it over. Cover point for 6. Maximal. Charanjit. Big man. Big situation. Big shot. 6 runs.
Stand and deliver. Watches that ball so closely and smacks it right over the fielder's head. Clears him by some distance. Got protection out there at deep point.
Just at this stage, you're just trying to hit it hard, hit it well. Choose the correct shot. Absolutely slammed that one. Now goes up, and I think this has got the legs. As Christian goes right back, and he can't bring it back. Maximal 6 more to Charanjit as he moves into the 40s.
Back-to-back big blows. Christian with a great effort there. Hope he doesn't hurt himself because he's so important to this Roma CC side. And you can see just up in the air enough. Had enough power on that one to clear the boundary rope. And 1 ball to go. As we said, he tried to face the remainder of the deliveries. He's hit back-to-back 6, and Apu Hami getting taken to the cleaners after a really good first over.
Last ball then for him. It won't be, because that's wide. And yeah, I mean, we're looking, I think, 120, similar kind of chase to before. Royal Roma, when their feet were put to the fire, couldn't quite deliver. Roma CC is pretty similar to the kind of chases they pulled off in finals before. But yeah, looking forward to seeing second half of this game. Nice pull the over, takes it on and wins. Maximo! Apahami goes for 31 in the end. Had some good moments, had some not so good moments. 9 overs down, Asian Latina motoring 117 for 2.
3 consecutive sixes for Charanjit Singh and 4 sixes in that over. An incredible amount of runs scored. 26 runs of the 9th over. We say it all happens in the 9th, and that 9th surely went magical. Of course, here's the big dilemma for the captain. Does he bring Morage back? I'm not sure he will. It'll be a huge risk if he does.
Probably, yeah, well, I think he is. I'd be considering going to Prathuvi Samaragi. He hasn't bowled in the innings. Okay, I know he hasn't been bowling really well, but I think that's worth a try. Gurmukh hasn't really faced a lot of the spin so far. There's that as well, so it's a slightly different matchup. Just looking at some of the chases we've seen Roma CC pull off. They chased 104 to win the Super Series final last year against Jinnah. Wow, this one angles in a little bit too far, and that's going to disappear for 6 as well. So essentially that's 4 on the spin for Asian Latina as they climb over 120 now.
What a massive hit. I mean, this is unbelievable how we're seeing Asian Latina just turn it on in the second half of this innings.
Goes again, but this time should be caught. Kalagamage takes the catch, safe as houses. Still a pretty good trade-off for Asian Latina. As it's 6 and out for Gurmukh, 123 for 3.
Oh, I was going for it again. He might as well. And it's popped up. Very well taken catch there by Kalagamage. But again, I wouldn't have minded seeing Sinavarantne bowl this final over. I mean, I know he's not quite frequently used by Roma CC, and we'll crack a few jokes about it, but whenever he's bowled very tight. He's a left-arm bowler as well. Just gets that ball back into the right-hander a little bit. And he bowls a lot of Yorkers as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Much pace.
Yeah, I mean, it would have thrown him out a little bit if Denham bowled, for sure. Could have backfired spectacularly as well, though, I suppose. One thing they do have is a lot of wickets in hand, and what that means, you've still got recognised bats to come in at this stage. So you've got Dinze there, who he needs no invitation. Comes out with 4 balls remaining. Asian Latina 123. Dinza is going to add 6 to that as he gets a bit of length from Maragi. Maximo as Rome Bangla. A bit more than spectators then because they were in the action. 6 more.
He just leaves it a little bit too short there, Marage. That one goes away for 6 as well. Dinza gets a nice, lovely ball to start off his innings.
Got to pitch it up. Short again, but Dinza misses out. Charanjit at the other end is stranded on 49. Probably isn't too bothered about it at the moment. Yeah, like maybe an outside chance for stumping if he gloved that. Now it's another ball which he gets, and he gets over the fence. Maximo! Charanjit is stranded on 49, but he won't mind as long as the balls keep disappearing. Dinza gets a second for the over.
Oh, they're exclusively hitting 6s here, Asian Latina. No point even having the fielders in the game. You might as well have them as spectators like the rest of us.
Well, Roma CC got the work cut out for them here as this is launched even further. Dinza goes 1, 2, 3 as he finishes the innings in style. Asian Latina 1-4-1 here in semi-final number 2.
8 6s in the last 2 overs. That is absolutely mind-boggling. And Asian Latina pull off a remarkable comeback in these last 5 overs. So 41 for 1 halfway through the innings. They're going to end up on 141. And you talk about scoreboard pressure for Roma Cricket Club. The undefeated side might be in for a few issues here as we, of course, take a look at the highlights of this inning.
If you just saw the first 2 days, you might think Asian Latina, you know, they're gone, they're sunk. But I think I know this team too well. They're former All-Italian champions, and the worms turn for them. Having said that, you know, I do think the win predictor is showing 50-50, and Roma CC, of course, they've got the batting to do this, but they're under immense pressure, aren't they, not to mess up. But I got to say, early on, Asian Latina, they were struggling to get up with an acceptable run rate. I think the Pacers did a very good job. Apuhami had some good moments, had some not so good moments. But yeah, the second half, things really warmed up. And even when they went back to spin, there was no stopping the assault from Asian Latina.
There absolutely wasn't, as we're just taking a look at some of these highlights. This was a very well taken catch by Christian Golungamage. Just For a second, you thought maybe Roma CC could stop the bleeding right at the end, but they certainly couldn't as Hushma Dinsa came out and absolutely walloped these bowlers. He had 3 sixes in that final over of just 4 deliveries. And as we mentioned, 8 sixes in those last 2 overs. Asian Latina making almost 90 runs in the second half of the innings, as we of course take a look at the scorecard. Sukhbir Singh making 45 of 29. Charanjit Singh was left stranded on 49, but he didn't mind because he had the best seat in the house to watch Dinsa club those 3 big sixes in the final over. We'll then have a look.
I was just going to say it was an interesting innings in that first half 41, second half 100. So to go at that kind of magical pace is pretty remarkable, isn't it? So Kalagamagay didn't go for too many at all. 1 for 10 off his 2 overs. Fernando 1 for 23, but you can see it was bowlers 3, 4, 5. Interesting that they stuck with just the 5 bowlers, considering they've got other options like Rahat Ahmed, like Samaragi that didn't bowl, even like Senaratna, considering the game maybe was calling for something different. Anyway, line ball game, according to our information anyway. 1-4-2 Roma CC for their title holders to stay alive in this series. We'll take a quick break. Back soon here on Finals Day. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Butt. And we'll see you after the break for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. Great to have your company. We've got a cracker of a game here between Roma CC, the defending champions, and Asian Latina, former All Italy champions. And right now, if we go to the who will win, I don't think it gets much closer than this. Supercomputer can't split these two teams. And Dinzar's going to get us going. And yep, confirming that after one innings, Roma CC have been given a 50-50 shot. They've come down from 70-30 start of the game. That's probably on the back of their performances in this competition. And this is a brilliant start as Miragi's out there. Gets a bit of a half tracker from Dinzar and it disappears for four. Brilliant shot from Dinadu. And will play in the Azuri shirt this afternoon, this weekend. Right now he's in the red and gold of Roma CC. He's out there with Akash Waduwalagi. Yeah, interesting. And Supercomputer couldn't split these teams. That's despite the target being 142. If Roma CC's batting clicks, and they've got a really long, strong batting lineup. And they've listed Nurahat Ahmed at 9, and he's a guy that's cracked a half century in the series. So, I mean, they do bat all the way down. But a lot's on the start, isn't it? You're wanting a power play in the 40s. If you don't quite get that, then you're facing an uphill battle. As this is just going to clear the field up. Maximo Dinadu just clips this away. And he will get the result. So 14 and over the required rate. There's 10 of them already. We're only halfway through this first over. It's called wide, probably just gets a little bit of the line. This is pulled away despite not being that short, but there's a bit of protection out there. Dinzar certainly could fight back and turn this over into a bit of a draw, if you want to call 14 a draw in this game. Just like that, actually, with the start, Roma CC jumped from 50% to 60%. It's only a start. You see that Khan Salim, he's just holding his shoulder there. Thought he might be an option to open the bowling here. What are you guys thinking in the chats? Pretty delicately poised. Akash to face up for the first time. Gets a big filthy full toss. Gets a bit of it, not a lot of it, but it's just enough to get it to the boundary. Not a good ball from Dinzar, really. Not timed, but it went into a gap, and that was the key as it ran all the way for 4. Think about Roma finals days, they always throw up a surprise somewhere. And, a team going 14-0 losing the semi-final, even though it's against very worthy opponents. It's going to be a bit of a surprise, but this is going to be 4-leg bye, so they catch a break, and the first goes magical. Won't go to Waduwalagi, but he won't care because it goes to his team, who've made a rocketing start. 20 without loss after 1. As we welcome Nishay Bhatt back into the commentary box. Well, before this innings, the supercomputer is calling 50-50. That means we have to be a chance of a golden ball. You know, these teams have had a 157 golden ball before, so who's to say they can't tie at 141? All set up. And of course, if they do get one, it'll reset the golden ball counter.
It certainly will. And again, it felt like today was going to be the day that we were finally going to see this counter get reset. The G word's been floated around a fair bit in the chat as well. Rather interesting that Roma CC decided to open the batting with Waduwalagi. The last time these two teams faced each other it was Korupu who was opening the batting. But Roma CC do play around with their order a little bit. They've got plenty of talented batsmen, of course. Wodewalage averaging 9 runs more than Korupu so far this series, and also a strike rate that is quite a bit higher.
Oh, he gets tied up here. It goes kind of glove to helmet and almost drops onto the stumps. Have a look at this one. Hits the grill, goes over the stumps in the end. Just feel like this game will be won and lost in the big moments. Okay, so far, Roma CC, they've made a brilliant start, but it's just a start, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be about taking wickets and opportune moments, making sure any partnership doesn't balloon into anything too large.
Now doesn't catch up with this one. Charanjit was brilliant with the bat, wasn't he? 49 not out. Talk about being stranded on 49. He didn't mind at all as Jinza made the most of the 10th over.
The interesting thing for me is going to be, when are we going to see Amandeep Singh? Is he going to come back for the last over of the power play or the first over after the power play? He's been the leading wicket taker for Asian Latina.
A little bit short, hooked away as the journey. Nice shot by Maragi, who's been having such a good series. He'll be wanting to put on a big score, and he gets 6 here.
Goes a little bit too short. He gets underneath it well, Maragi. Gets a nice angle of elevation and hammers it over a square leg. And this is what it's going to be. It's going to be a big cat and mouse between the batsmen and the bowlers.
Oh, a bit of jump here from Charanjit. Good comeback. Let's have a look at how this just takes off. He actually, probably in the end, goes as one for the over. Didn't seem that short, though. He was kind of crouching playing it. This pitch, I haven't talked about it much lately, but I love it. It's probably the bounciest pitch in the whole of Europe. Nice to watch guys running in. Okay, goes inside out here, and this is going to go all the way as well. Maximo! Dinadu is 23 in the blink of an eye, and Roma CC off to a brilliant start.
Oh, this is what the pace of Charanjit Singh does. He just opens the face of his bat as he's going through the drive. Maragi, that's why it travels away for 6, and Maragi, the 4th highest run getter so far this series, is off to a flyer of a start.
Well, gets this wrong, and this really should be out. And he's gone. Big moment in the final, Dinza. We just mentioned him. He was great with the bat. Now takes the important catch to dismiss Dinadu Maragi as Charanjit gets his man in the end. It's also the end of the second over. 32 for 1.
Huge, huge wicket, because if Maragi hangs around for another 10 or 15 balls, you think he puts Roma CC in front. There's a lot of pressure on this catch, even though it looks fairly simple. So he's done well there, Hashmuddin, to hang on. Huge contribution he's played for his side. Had an expensive first over, but those 6s he hit in the final over and this catch he's taken here are going to be absolutely crucial for his team. Of course, we take a look at the standings. Asian Latina had a really, really rough start to their series. They went on an enormous losing streak and then followed it up with 7 wins on the bounce.
Yeah, they did. And they did drop their last game, but they're just happy to be here, I think, Asian Latina, after that horror start. Of course, these two played each other during that horror period on day 1 and day 2. And yeah, it's a start, but it's only a start for Roma CC. Maragi 23 off 10. I remember Corey said something during the ECL. He said with Nabi, so you can't expect him to get 50 every time he bats. So I mean, you'd certainly take 23 off 10 as a start, but now he has to turn it over as Fernando comes to the crease at 3, but he won't be facing, because it's the start of a new over. It's going to be Khan Salim to bowl the 3rd.
There's plenty of depth as well, though, in this Roma CC lineup, one of the deepest batting lineups, so they're just going to have to keep plugging away Asian Latina.
Left-hander to left-hander then. First one surprises Wodewalage, who came into the side for the first time yesterday, has been playing club cricket in the UK. It's the height on this one, probably just okay as it goes past the lefty. But it can't be that easy to just come to a series so late, to come in on day 11 and to find the pace of it. He's a very good player, though. He's been trusted to open the batting here in this sudden death matchup. And now he's just going to ease this one over mid-off, and he gets the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Not an easy ball to drive, because it wasn't actually that full, but you just see his shape here. And there's just a nice free swing of the bat, 4 runs.
Pleasant on the up very nicely. It beats Sukhbir Singh. And again, Waduwalage has to open the batting for Roma CC. Gets a promotion over Kurupu. So he's got to repay the faith here. Now in response, mid-off has been moved back. And he's now at long off.
Oh, gets really innovative here and puts it up and over the fence. Maximo takes the risk and wins. Waduwalage with 6.
Very, very nice shot over here. And look at that ramp. Just premeditates it, waits for the ball, and then just a flick of the wrist, and it travels all the way. Shot of the day so far.
I think with Roma CC, I suppose, over the last couple of years, they've been put under pressure so many times. So they're kind of experienced in these pressure cooker situations. Waduwalage, quite a brave shot to play. Now he gets it wrong and he should be gone. Keeper's called for it. Keeper wants it. Keeper takes it. Akash goes now. That's 2 wickets down. Salim with the right of reply. It's 42 for 2.
But this is how Roma CC will probably approach this innings. The big thing they have, though, is that they've got plenty of batting depth. So I just expect whoever's going to come out there is just going to take as many swings as the ball as they can this time around. He gets an edge. He pops it up. The catch is taken.
A bit of premeditation in that shot, I think, from Waduwalage there. But I've got to say, Rishpal Singh, he's a really handy inclusion for Asian Latina behind the stumps. He certainly felt he could reach that comfortably. Could get 2 hands to it. Made the keeper's ball. And Salim, he could have reached it as well, the bowler. But in the end, keeper did the job. 42 for 2. And so Prithuvi Samaragi is going to come out at number 4. Now, he's got all the talent in the world as a batter. But this hasn't really been his series. He's struggled for timing at times. Comes out in the power play. We talked about a 40-something power play, putting in the frame. Looks like that's what they're going to get. But 2 batters that haven't faced a ball yet. And Samaragi plays down the wrong line of the first one. This has turned out to be a really useful over from Salim.
His best series, Samaragi, was all the way back in 2021 when he was averaging 30. Hasn't quite been able to replicate that form these last couple of years. His strike rate as well probably needs to work on that. But the big thing, though, is that Charles Fernando has been a spectator at the other end for loads of balls, and we know what he's capable of.
This time Prithuvi gets more of it. In fact, he gets a lot more of it, and he pumps it well over cover for 6. Maximo, as this game is toing and froing. One team's coming, one team's going, and it's the end of 3, 48 for 2.
You just feel like this is going to be the theme of this innings, isn't it? You're going to see a few dot balls and a 6 right after that. And it's going to follow a similar pattern to what we observed in the first innings. As, of course, we're just going to have a look at the comparison between where these two sides were. Of course, RCC are well ahead of what Asian Latina were at this stage. They have a pretty decent power play considering they managed to get 16 and over off these first 3. Thing, though, with Asian Latina was it's just how they accelerated in that second half of the innings. 100 runs off the last 5 overs, but more importantly, they hit 8 sixes in the last 2 of them. And here is the dangerous Charles Fernando, who's been in red-hot form throughout this series, averaging a strike rate of 220. This has been given a no ball. And we're just going to take another look at this, and you can see
just,
well, it's the front foot, I believe.
It's front foot, and so something's got to be behind line. Obviously, it wasn't.
Just going back to how good his series Fernando has had, strike rate of 237.5. And there's an example of why he has that incredible strike rate. Takes him just his second ball to settle in, and that ball's gone so far away we've lost track of it. Probably ended up somewhere in Florence. What a huge hit.
Yeah, and that's the free hit cashed in. But he opened the Pandora's box, didn't he, Sukhbir Singh, by overstepping the first ball. So the first one essentially goes for 7. And Charles, it's a perfect way for him to clean his pipes out as he gets off the mark in style. But now pressure's on because he could be dismissed off this delivery. Sukhbir with a comeback ball. And it's on the stump, so he gets whipped away. There's 4 more. So Roma CC losing a couple of wickets, but also piling on the runs up to 59.
Just straying onto the leg side a bit there. Bit too straight by the bowler. And Fernando whacks that away. already off to 10 of 3. And it's 333 runs now, if you include those 10 that he's made in such a short time in this series. Averaging 46 because he's not been dismissed that often. He's been undefeated plenty of times, so he could have had even more runs. But it's just the fact that he doesn't usually open the batting for this RCC side. And this is a much better ball, but it's, well, when it rains, it pours if you're the bowler. When he finally gets one right, it goes away for a boundary as well.
Yeah, it's a bit lucky, but you make your own luck, as they say in the classics. And now Roma CC have it down to kind of that, what I'd call it, a par run rate on finals day at least of about 12. Remember, it started up at 14.2 required. Oh, well, this one is timed down to the ground, and Charles is one that's out of the box now. He's made a magical start. He's 20 off just 5 faced.
You're going to need steel umbrellas now because it's raining cricket balls when Charles Fernando is at his best. This one is flying way over the fence. Another incredible hit by Fernando. 20 of just 5 deliveries.
Absolutely smashed away. And so you're needing a turnaround pretty quickly, aren't they, Asian Latina? Slow ball, clever bowling. They put a fielder back here as well now, so it's just going to be a single.
No, but this is what they want. They want Charles Fernando to face the bulk of the deliveries. Again, could have easily had even more runs if he was batting higher up the order. But Samarage, no slouch with the bat, even though he's had a rather mixed series. 6 of 2, a great start for him as well. And we were just talking about whether Roma CC would be feeling any pressure heading into this. We're not even at the end of the 4th over. They're almost halfway there. And this one is, well, it's pretty sweetly timed, but he actually finds a fielder. So it's going to be a dot ball to end another expensive over. What a start here for Roma CC.
Yeah, what a start it is. And so it's, again, tilted, I think, towards Roma CC at the moment, but runs on the board in finals. I remember my coach used to say to me in big games, you know, runs on the board, nobody can take them away from you. The other team's got to get them. And so Asian Latina, they've still got half the runs to play with, about 70 runs to play with. They'll feel if they can just put together a couple of good overs, they might be able to put the pressure back on Roma CC. Now, I think this is a big moment in the game because Amandeep's going to come on to bowl. And you've got kind of the twin spin attack, the twin off spinners of Amandeep and Onkar Singh, who've had a lot of success in this series. They've kind of built their winning streak on some very good performances from those two, and I think they're going to get the next 4 overs.
Yeah, these two are both among the top 10 wicket takers this series. I just think he should have maybe come in an over earlier. Should have bowled the 4th over. Goes a little bit too short here, and Charles Fernando whacks a 6, falling away, and a miserable start to Amandeep Singh's over.
Yeah, really, it's a terrible start, isn't it? Just a fraction too short. I would have had high hopes for Amandeep's over, but already Fernando's got the jump on it. And so next one slides past, change of angle and change of luck. Can he fight back? Gets it slightly wrong, gets it on the pads, and it's adios pelota maximo. Fernando doing Fernando things. That one's into the trucks. And just like that, Charles in the 30s.
I'd be really careful parking my car there. There's some really nice looking cars in that parking lot. You might just have a cricket ball coming through your windshield, so maybe park your car another 5 kilometers away the way Charles Fernando is batting.
Now he's going to get one through the infield, and that's going to be 4 more. And a runaway freight train at the moment as another boundary crashes into the boards.
Oh, this one was probably going wide, but Charles Fernando gets some bat on it and hammers it away. And just look at that required. It's fallen to 10.5.
He's got a long reach, doesn't he, there? Good footwork. Now he's going to hit down the ground, and he's going to be gone. Well, there you go. They needed something to happen. Fernando didn't really get the elevation on that, but made good contact. So Amandeep does pull something out of the fire. Fernando departs for 37 as this game takes another twist. It's 86 for 3.
Big break here for Asian Latina. Charles Fernando was playing absolutely perfectly until then. He's managed to get a hold of that, but he's picked out a fielder in the deep. And again, maybe just somewhere where you wonder whether he should look to time his innings a bit better, try to pace himself. But he doesn't, looks to bash everything, and he departs.
Christian Kalagamage to come out, and they roared into the lead, haven't they, Roma CC, and they do have that really long batting lineup, and the fact that Christian comes out at 5 shows you the wealth of riches they've got, but man, those runs aren't going to make themselves. They just needed to get Fernando, didn't they? Good catch, really good catch from Charanjit down there. Charles hits it well, but yeah, like I said, he just didn't quite get under it or get over it. He was in the middle. That ball was really travelling. Kalagamage then faces up. He'll drive in the same kind of direction. That's actually really well fielded by Charanjit. Took a tough bounce. 5 overs in. Remy CC in the driver's seat, but Asian Latina tapping on their shoulder. It's 87 for 3 after 5. Have a look at some of the events coming up on ECN to round out the season.
Absolutely, and we start off with the ECIs over this weekend. Should be a lot of fun. Of course, we've showed you the squads of Finland, Italy, and Austria. It's going to be a whole lot of fun bringing those excellent games to you over the weekend. Then, of course, it's the Euros of Cricket starting on Monday next week, the biggest event in European cricket. We then follow it up with trips to Croatia, go back to Malta for some second helpings before we return to Spain, this time Barcelona for our last ECS of this calendar year. And then we round out this season with a historic ECCW.
Can't wait for that as well. Yeah, we'll have 5 sides competing in the first ever ECCW. But first things first, the Euros of Cricket for men will start on Monday, including 31 nations, including 3 you'll see this weekend. Got to be pretty handy to have an ECI so close to the ECC to tune your game up. And Austria and Finland, they're actually drawn in the same group. We'll see them featuring from tomorrow. Anyway, back to the action here. And here's Charanjit, who's having a really good game for Asian Latina. He stepped up with the bat. And now, there's a wicket and a catch. Over 6. It's hacked away. The fielder should get there and does. And they can take it on a 2. It's a bit of a risky one, but the throw wasn't a particularly good one. Kalagamage rolls the dice and gets back for a couple.
It's interesting they go for Charanjit Singh. Was just wondering whether Onkar Singh would come in to bowl this 6th over, just to have a bit of spin dominating this middle overs phase. But again, Onkar Singh is someone who's shown himself to be more than capable of bowling the death overs. Again, provided some heroics in the final over earlier this series. I think one small concern, though, for Asian Latina would be that they've been a tad bit slow between the overs, particularly the previous one. They just need to keep an eye on the clock. They're okay for now, but if they continue to be a little bit slow, penalty runs could potentially be an issue.
Cut away. This is going to be for Kalagamage. Good shot selection, good execution. As Roma CC move into the 90s.
Bit too much width on offer there. And this one is played away very nicely. Good introduction for Kalagamage. I mean, how good a side must you be when you can bring in someone who's averaging 37 at a strike rate of 200 at number 5. And that's the strength and depth Roma CC have. They're spoiled for choice with all the great players they have. Still got some terrific hitters in their lineup, just looking down the list.
They just might be trying to track down that ball, or a replacement ball. They seem to go, I don't know, can't be that because the umpire's holding the ball. So just a slight interrupting the flow of the game, but gives us a chance to remind everyone, if you haven't already, get involved in the ECN sweep that we're going to do in the bronze final today, which will get allocated a country at random that you can go for in the ECC. We've got over 70 people involved now, so it was meant to be 30. Just keeps kind of going up and up, but yeah, hopefully everyone is geared up for that. And of course, someone's going to draw Italy, someone's going to draw Austria and Finland, and so you get to have a quick look at them if you draw them, of course, on the weekend. As we welcome you into the commentary box, we'll just wait for play to resume
Pretty interesting stuff at the moment. We've got, I think, 53 off 29 required, 11 and over. It does seem like Roma CC have the game in the back pocket, but I've just seen too many things happen in finals. 1 or 2 good overs from Asian Latina could change everything.
It certainly could. And again, we saw that in the first innings where Asian Latina were really poor in the first half of their innings. Then they turned it around in the second half. They could do the same with the ball in hand this time around.
Yeah, I think so. It looks like Charanjit is almost ready to go. And game hanging by a thread for Asian Latina. This is hit really hard to where Charanjit's normally fielding. That's more than April replacement down there at the moment, and Dinza keeps it to 1.
There have been a few comments about how windy it is out here right now. It's certainly, the wind has picked up. It's the windiest since I've been over here. Just to emphasize how windy it is, I can lean back on our tent and it'll keep me up without me even doing anything.
That's right. Yeah, it hasn't been too windy most of the time. Of course, there is a kind of thunderstorm warning. It may hit us, it may not. At the moment, it's wind but no rain, so we'll settle for that. As Samarage has only faced 3 balls. It feels like he's been there for ages. Faces up now, and he gets a thick inside edge. They both run on contact, and so they'll get in fairly comfortably for the single. And that's the ball. I mean, if it's anywhere else, probably runs away for 4. Just fortunately for Asian Latina, it was straight at the fielder.
Couple more balls to come in this over. It's been a good response by Charanjit Singh after a couple of expensive overs for his side.
Absolutely blasted from Krishan. And that was in the clouds. It might bring the rain. Maximo! That came uncomfortably close to our cube, but what a shot. Krishan is built for power, and he's certainly got plenty of this one.
Enormous hit. That's straight down the ground as well, straight to the safest part of the field.
All right, Charanjit last ball of his semi-final, whipped away. Bit of work for the fielder to do. And Krishan's so quick between the wickets. He turns a 1 into a 2. The hundreds come up during the over as well. Roma CC in the box seat still after 6. It's 103 for 3.
I think it's little things like that that separate Roma CC from Asian Latina. Asian Latina, you have to say one of their Achilles' heel is that they're not particularly keen running between the wickets, but Roma CC do the fundamentals so well. You just see that when they're in the field as well and backing each other up so well. Really professional side as we, of course, take a look at the scorecard. A number of starts here for Roma CC, but they've always just managed to get a wicket at the right time, Asian Latina, to keep themselves in the game. Of course, you would still say Roma CC are ahead right now because that required has dipped under 10, but Asian Latina, they just need to keep plugging away and getting wickets. I think we're going to see Onkar Singh probably bowl the second last over and maybe the final over as well.
Running out of time here,
third
aren't they?
last, beg your pardon.
Yeah, third last. Fourth last here now for Amandeep. First ball is a single now. Anytime it's a single here, that's a win for Asian Latina. To score about 10 and over, normally a boundary in the over will get you close to. There's not a whole bunch of dots. That's still a fair bit of tension in this game, no doubt about that. Left-hand, right-hand combination, pretty useful for Roma CC at the moment, forcing the bowlers to constantly readjust their lines. Kalakamake looks on. National representative. And lifts this up, leg side, but straight to the fielder. And now Kalu is going to have to go. Amandeep Singh found the Midas touch as the game takes another twist. Well held out there by Sukhbir. It's 104 for 4.
Even though the captain's gone for an uncharacteristic amount of runs this innings, he's just found ways to get wickets at the right time. That's probably a little too short, but he picks out a fielder in the deep. And Roma CC, I have to say, maybe they're just reaching a stage now with all the wickets they've lost that they need to consider pacing their innings a bit. They don't need to blast every ball for 6. Again, one boundary and some good running between the wickets should do the trick for them. But again, whoever stepped up for them is just looking to hit every ball for 6, and they've had so many catches at the boundary rope.
Well held though. They've had to hold their nerve at times to hang in this. Rahat comes in. He has a half century in the series, so plenty of batting still to come. But pressure situation. This one gets through the infield. It's going to be 4. So Rahat, he picks out the fielder there, but he couldn't deal. And a perfect start for him.
Yeah, this is a really, really good shot. The fielder should do a little bit better there. Again, every error matters double when you're playing this important a game. Both these teams fighting for their tournament lives.
This time, fielder does make the stop, just a single. And 140 chase in the final. Even though they're a high-scoring team, there's no such thing as an easy 140 chase. You have a bit of an off-over or two and make it really tough. Amandeep, though, has been brilliant here. Had to fight back from a bit of adversity. He's got 2 for 23. Samarage, again, starved of the strike, but an important player, good striker of a cricket ball. 2 to come in the 7th. And he goes up and over the offside, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! And when Prithuvi's batting well, he can hit 6s over the offside, gets a fraction of length from Amandeep, and works with it, 6 runs.
Really, really sweet connection. Just hammers right into the Italian Cricket Association logo. And again, Roma CC, the bulk of their runs coming on the leg side, 72 of them. But Prithuvi is one of those classy players who can hit it through cover.
Looking for the same kind of shot, but he opens the face, and this could run for 4 as well, and it does. And it looks like Gurmukh has done himself a bit of an injury on the way through. Really wanted to give everything, but he couldn't win the race as Roma CC pull ahead in the chase once more. 7 overs down, 119 for 4. That makes it 23 required of the last 3. Of course, we can't fill this in just yet, but the winner of this game will face Roma Bangla Morning Sun in the final later on today. Whoever doesn't win this game, we'll see them in the very next match after a bit of a gap. It's about an hour and 40 until we'll start the bronze final. Royal Roma waiting for their opponent in match 59. Still, Roma CC ahead, but not in an insurmountable position here in semi-final number 2.
I'm absolutely baffled Okar Singh has not received an over, and he's not going to bowl here either. I was expecting he was going to come in to bowl this over, and I was going to make the point that they probably left him a bit too late in the innings. Again, in a wicket-taking sort of situation, he's exactly the kind of bowler I'd turn to, so I'm a little bit baffled by some of the decision-making.
Also, you've got Samaragi left-hander, which in theory is a good matchup, but maybe because Amandeep didn't go so well, they're not really wanting to go to Onkar. But yeah, I think when you've got a guy that's taken so many wickets, okay, he's a younger player for sure, but I think he's deserved his opportunity to try and turn things around. Instead, Dinza gets a second. He went for 16 in his first over. Tough decisions to be made here. 23 required for the last 3, and really Asian Latina running out of time to try and pull Roma CC back. Rahat faces up in the 8th. Doesn't really get a lot of it. Yeah, just gets a single. So over to Prithuvi Samarage.
Yeah, there's one criticism I will give a couple of teams in this ECS. I think there's a bit of a lack of faith in youth. You know, I think we saw for Ken Lanka as well. Saw young Fernando bowl quite well on his debut, but they just never got an over after that for the remainder of the series.
Yeah. Well, some things are just unexplainable. Samarage, though, seems to be hitting reasonably well. Doesn't really get a lot of this, but he will get 1 run down to Charanjit. He's trying his heart out for Asian Latina. I mean, whoever wins this game, whoever loses this game, you certainly can't criticise the effort. These players have worked hard to be here. 14 matches through the group stage. Only 1 winner in this semi-final. As this is a full toss, Rahat steps down, and you see the depth. This is a guy who was listed right down the bottom of the order, around number 9. This is more than a number 9 shot. Steps, gets on the full, nails into the sight screen, 6 runs.
Yeah, that step just helps him make it a low full toss. It's not easy to play those, and he does terrifically well.
Now, just chops down on this and gets a single, so 20 is down below 20 now, so now we're talking 14 off 14 balls. Should cruise to victory with time to spare, but they're not there yet.
I have to say, though, it's really hard to see Roma CC losing it from here.
Prithuvi again frustrated, a couple in a row. He hasn't hit in the middle of the bat, but he does get out of the way. But to think about this Roma CC batting lineup, we haven't even seen Shamira Karupu yet, who could easily open the batting. Likewise, Samarakun. Senavaratne is a good striker of the ball as well. They're still in the hutch. As this is driven, gets through the infielder. They'll just get one though. At the moment, that's all they need. End of the 8th over. Asian Latina need to pull something out here in the 9th to keep this game alive. It's 130 for 4 after 8.
I mean, we thought we'd have a last ball finish probably on the hands. I mean, we could still have one. But in all honesty, it looks like Roma CC might go on to win this with plenty of time to spare. And it just shows you the strength of this team. They've rather effortlessly managed to stroke away just 130 runs in 8 overs. And it doesn't look like we'll see Onkar Singh at any point. It's going to be Salim bowling this penultimate over after he went for 16 in his first. So no real faith in Onkar Singh. I find that a bit baffling.
Yeah, agree. Going to go back to Khan Salim. And remember Onkar, he's the one that pulled something out of nothing against Roma Bangla Morning Sun in that earlier game when Roma Bangla Morning Sun hadn't lost a wicket in the first 9 overs, needed 12 off the last, and Onkar took 3 for 1. So maybe there's something wrong with him that we don't know. And I would have thought this situation is set up to at least take a gamble on it. Salim in the 9th. Sneaks the dot in first ball. I think that just got inside. Umpires have been really good on the wides, I think. They've had a lot of calls to make. I think the umpiring's been outstanding, and I agree with that call as well. One ball at a time. The only ball that matters is the next ball. One of my favourite quotes in cricket. So you're just trying to win the little battles here.
Our umpiring crew has been terrific. Umpire Nirmal Hassan, Suleiman Said, of course, led by match referee Ian Ravage. He's done a terrific job throughout these couple of weeks.
He pitches outside leg stump. Apart from that, looked pretty close. But they will get the run. It makes 11 off 10. This ball bounces. Yeah, just outside, probably climbing a bit as well. But run's a run for Roma CC as they creep towards the target.
At this stage, if you're inside the ring, you might as well come up because singles will do the trick for Roma CC. I don't see any point with just sticking with your conventional field.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying for sure. I suppose if they're further back, they're more likely to cut off a boundary. Well, there's a dot. So, I mean, if we get to the last over, you can throw the rule book out the window. I mean, we won't know what is going to happen. Samaragi, I think he's got the right approach here. Just try and play good shots. Try and hit correct shots. Okay, that time he found the bowler. Salim's keeping his team in the game, 1 ball at a time.
The last few runs always the hardest to score in a pressure game.
In the air. Now this is a chance for Amandeep Singh. He has to find it, and he's going to drop it. Oh, he had most of that as well, didn't he, Amandeep? If you wanted to put a fielder under it, there wouldn't be too many better choices. This is going to cost them a run, and it cost them a chance to get rid of Prathuvi Samarage.
Oh, it goes for a reverse cup rather than taking it the conventional way. You just thought he might be able to get the ball on the second attempt. It slips past him, and the fact that it's the skipper that might just have put down his side's chances of making it to the final is going to hurt so much.
Blowing around, so it's not as easy as it looks. I can tell you that much. We would have loved to have held on to it. Sliding doors, though, it means Rahat gets the strike back. 10 off 8. I think that is a wide, you know, and they're going to take on an extra one. Prathuvi almost gets run out. It did seem to hit the tram line. And yeah, even though you see the batter tries to get across to it, but he doesn't really move early, even though he ends up over there. So I think that's a very good call. Good heads up play as well. Samaragi, although I did think he almost ran into Rahat, and I think a direct hit would have caught him short. 8 off 8. Are we going to a last over thriller here? Well bowled, but also well played by Prathuvi. He'll get 1. 7 off 7. So it does seem like we're heading for the last. Everyone, cover your fingernails, otherwise you might not have any left by the end of this game. Such a big prize on the line. Roma CC trying to make it to the big dance again in Rome. Want to defend their title. Asian Latina trying to make their first ever final in the ECS. They topped the table back in 2021 before crashing out to Royal Roma in the semis. So biggest ball of the match so far. Salim has done a good job in this over. Hasn't conceded a boundary. Last over, last ball of the 9th. In the air. not carrying. Do they want 2 here? I don't think it's really on. They're going to take it. Good throw, should be gone. And he airmails the keeper. Well, again, it cost him another run. Really, Rahat was a dead duck there, and he might have done his back, trying to get back for the second. And that'll be the end of the 9th over. Ones versus twos, big difference at this stage in the game. 137 for 4. It means 4 to tie, 5 to win off the last over.
Sukhbir Singh overcooking that throw. It sails way over the keeper's head. And this is a couple of huge mistakes at the end. And, you know, if this game is pretty tight in this final over, and get a few dot balls to start off, I really wonder about some of the confidence of these key bowlers.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Even if you bounce it in, I think you probably get the run out there. And it's not so much about the wicket at this stage, but it's about saving the run. Now the other question is Rahat fit to keep batting? You do have other options. You could retire hurt here, and you can bring him back in an emergency, because you do want someone that can run and potentially push for 2s, because every extra run makes a big difference. And you can see medical staff out there pretty quickly to look after Rahat. And, well, one thing that we have had in the past between these 2 teams, I got to say it, these 2 have played a golden ball before. They played one back in March 2021. It was 157, 157, so a pretty high scoring one. This will be 141, 141. Could we have a chance to reset the counter? It'll have to be an amazing last over. We'll see who they go with the ball. Again, Onkar still hasn't bowled. Sukhbir's over went for 22. So is this the sort of situation you try and pull the youngster in? That was the last golden ball, and it was won by the fielding team as United scrambling back for a second run. Didn't touch their bat correctly. It was actually a crazy, absolutely crazy finish. But yeah, Nish, we expected action on finals day, and so far Rome's delivered.
It certainly has. These first couple of games have been very exciting. I think it's probably going to be Sukhbir Singh bowling this final over. Again, very surprised that we haven't seen Onkar Singh appear whatsoever this innings, especially since he's done Heroics 1. I mean, maybe lightning could strike twice for...
Maybe. Look, I can understand why you want to go to Sukhbir. He's an experienced player. He's got more experience, but he's gone for 22 in his only over so far. And we saw him bowling the 4th. Okay, well, here we go. 4 to tie, 5 to win. Last over. Boundary kind of kills it, and he's knocked over. No ball call. No way. And this is really, really costly, because, again, it's the front foot. Sukhbir and it's a good call from the umpire. And there's no way Samaragi heard the call. He gets knocked over, bowled off a no ball. And now, not only is that costly because it cost him a wicket, it costs him a chance to get a wicket this ball, because now Boundary wins the game for Roma CC.
But on a side note, what sort of shot selection was that by Samaragi? You need 4 runs to win on the final over, and he's trying to win it in style with a wrap. Just play a normal shot. See your side through.
Yes, a few interested spectators, as you'd imagine. Yeah, he kind of went for glory, put all his eggs in that basket. There was no fine leg. Now he could try it again, and he's got no chance of being out. So I think he probably will. 4 to win for Roma CC. Free hit to come. Oh, Sukhbir, game of inches. He's over by maybe 1-2 centimetres, but it makes all the difference. What a different game it would have been if it was 5 off 5 with a new batter coming to the crease. Instead, the hosts can win it with a boundary here. And he's late on it, so it's not going to go for 4. Keeps the game alive, and that's literally what you're trying to do at the moment. Trying to keep the game alive. I think maybe it's worth bringing a couple of people in, like you said, now to save that single, because you do need to burgle a couple of dots along the line here if you're going to push this to either a win or a golden ball result.
I have to say, Roma CC have held their nerve better at the end. If they took some of those catches and made a good throw, hadn't bowled a no ball, we could have had a much tighter finish. Again, I've just been looking at the skipper. He's right in front of us, Asian Latina's captain Amandeep Singh, and he could just tell he's still thinking about that dropped catch.
Hit and run. Rahat can be a hero. No ball again. And now run out. Well, this has had everything. Oh, Sukhbir's overstepped again at a critical time. Yeah, you can see it there. 3 times, I think, in this semi-final, he's overstepped. Yeah, so I suppose my only other question here is, well, you know what? I actually think, we'll have a look at this on the replay. I actually think that it's going to be Rahat that's out. See, look. think that when the ball first hits the stumps, see, here it comes now. I actually think there that they've given the wrong guy out. Could this matter or not? I mean, they've still got time to fix it, but you can see there that Rahat, his foot is still in the picture. So I wonder if they'll fix this, because, I mean, it may matter, it may not.
And we're just continuing to look at that. Exactly as you said, it should be Rahat Ahmed who's run out here, and looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. So great work by, of course, Mr. Maxim Vinny Sunday. Of course, you just ran out over there and Robert directing.
So Rahat's out. It means Samaragi gets back to the non-striker's end. So yeah. Yes, I mean, will it matter? Maybe not, but it's the correct decision. And I suppose that's all you want at this stage. So Rahat actually bats really well. The other thing is, if you had to choose one, maybe you'd rather Rahat out because he was struggling with that injury. But that's a great work from our crew at Spring Productions. Wow, all right. But it does mean they still have the new batter at the end the run out happened. So Samarakun is going to come out and Prithuvi is going to basically go back to the non-strikers end. So I've got to say well done to the officials. Good coordination between everyone. Samarakun probably just as nervous regardless. But again, remember, this is going to be a free hit. It was a no ball, right? So Samarakun, he can end it. So it will be a run, don't forget. Oh, this has had everything.
This has been such an odd finish, especially considering the way we started off with some nice clean hitting, probably more conventional T10 cricket, and now it's been completely error-strewn, and it's just going to be a case of who's going to make less mistakes.
2 to win. You can even hit it straight up. Got to hit it. Does. Gets 1. 2 will be the victory. They've got to go for it, or do they? No, they don't. The game is tied, and Samaragi, who's been resurrected after thinking he was run out, he's going to come back, and he's got 4 chances to win the game for Roma CC. What a match.
4 consecutive dot balls for the golden ball. Rather unlikely, but could be on the cards. Every fielder in the ring except deep backward point, Onkar Singh.
Foot behind the line, Sukhbir. Scores time, and that'll do it. And would you believe it? It is the victory as Samaragi will bring it up. Maybe 1, it may be 4. They won't care because that is Roma CC staying alive in the tournament. They were pushed all the way by Asian Latina, and you've got to tip your hat to them. I mean, a team that lost their first 6 matches, fought back, but they can't break the bogey against Roma CC. 3rd time they've gone down to the hosts in this tournament. A thrilling match, and I think just a few moments as well Asian Latina would like back with those overstepping no balls. They were extremely costly in the end, but we have our final. It's Roma CC through to meet Roma Bangla Morning Sun. That means Royal Roma will take on Asian Latina in the bronze final, which is just an hour and 20 minutes away. What a game of cricket, Nish. Game of fine margins. In the end, those margins went against Asian Latina.
Roma CC just held their nerve better, and that's why they took it. Asian Latina could have made it a closer game. I think there's some decisions, tactical decisions, we're going to look back at and question whether they could have gone the other way. Those catches they dropped at the end were really costly as well. A missed run out, all the no balls. So much happened in those final overs. But of course, the game started off with some great power hitting by Roma CC, who were off to the perfect start. And this would be the wicket of Diru Marage. He would play a brilliant opening cameo, 23 of 10. And then we saw this, a beautiful, innovative shot, ramp shot. That was smashed over fine leg. This was a wicket well taken by the wicketkeeper over there. And, you know, even though Roma CC were powering along at a great rate, Asian Latina would always chip in, get wickets at regular intervals. Charles Fernando, he would come in, he bashed him for 37 of 11. Typical Charles Fernando performance, going at a strike rate of 336. Eventually, he'd find the fielder at long off, Charanjit Singh, and he just thought maybe a window of opportunity had opened up for Asian Latina, especially when that catch was taken as well by Sukhbir Singh. But unfortunately, they just couldn't hold their nerve. Asian Latina, as we said, a costly drop. They missed a clear run-out opportunity, and Roma CC would come out on top in the end.
When games get so close, you start looking at little things, don't you? And yeah, a couple of drop catches. This one that got airmailed over the keeper. Rahat was going down with a back there, and you know, Roma CC really had to had to pull together a collective effort, didn't they, from their batting lineup to make this happen. But yeah, and this was an interesting one as well. Everyone thought Samaragi was out, but I bet he thought there was no chance of him hitting the winning run as he sat on the bench taking his pads off. But yeah, I've got to say the umpires and the officials got that spot on. Would have made a difference or not, we don't know. In a way, it kind of helped Roma CC because if Samaragi wasn't struggling with an injury, in the end, he would drag them across the line. 142, they chased it with 3 balls to spare. But as you can see, all top 6 had to come into the action. Samarakun made a brief appearance at the end. But yeah, for me, there's only 3 no balls in there, but the 3 balls made such a big difference. It created 3 free hits. And look, they only win with 3 balls to spare. Amdeep Singh with 2 wickets, Charanjit and Khan Salim with 1 each. But again, you've got to ask yourself, Onkar Singh had such a good series. I think you have to trust the youngster, at least with an over there. He'd done it before, but he will never know how he would have gone in that situation. And a game of fine margins. Asian Latina, again, they'll fight for 3rd place when we return in around about an hour and 15 minutes. The toss will be coming pretty shortly. Also, you can look out for that on our website, europeancricket.com, and the live chat will share the toss information with you when we can. We'll take a break then, back in just over an hour and 15 minutes or so for that bronze final. Also, it'll be ECC sweep time during that bronze final. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Bhatt, and once again, finals day, bringing it here in Rome. We'll see you after this break for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Rome in Italy. It's great to have your company here on finals day. We're halfway through the action at the moment, and coming up is match number 59. It's the bronze final. Obviously these two teams, things haven't quite gone to plan for them so far, but I'm sure they'll want to finish with a win and of course secure the bronze medal. It's going to be Royal Roma taking on Asian Latina in this one in Ramage. It's with the two teams. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Royal Roma, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Asian Latina, you're the away team, so you will call. There you go. Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
Okay. I am batting.
Batting first. So toss has been won by Royal Roma, who are going to bat first.
So Royal Roma win the toss and they've elected to bat first. Chance for them to see how they go, and we've really enjoyed watching their batting unit, haven't we? Kwani Lakhanwal and Gagandeep Singh couldn't quite fire the way that we know they can in that semi-final. That's why Royal Roma are in this position, but still, they're a team that are very proud. They have been finalists in the last 3 series here in Rome. They haven't quite made the big dance this time, but like I said, they all want to finish with a strong performance. For Asian Latina, well, they kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit. In fact, it was the overstepping that really cost them, I think, in a tight one against Roma CC as they blew a 140 first innings, but still, they're a team. Don't forget, they started with 6 consecutive losses, so to medal, I think, would be a very, very good result for them. And let's see if Amardeep Singh, I think he could finish with a big one. Charanjit also batted really well in that semi-final, scoring 49 not out. Also pretty excited because during this game we are going to start the ECN sweep for all of our super fans and some of our YouTube chatters. So that should be fun along the way as well. Match 59 is on the way. Let's get ready for the first ball. Royal Roma winning the toss and batting as we head over to Nishay Bhatt.
Thank you very much for that lovely intro. It's certainly looking forward to that sweep we'll have coming for you throughout this match. Of course, it's the bronze final. It's Royal Roma against Asian Latina, and let's look at the fantasy dashboard. Of course, Royal Roma went 9-5 in the group stages, picking up that 6th loss in the semi-final. Asian Latina went 7-7. Their 8th loss, of course, was also in the semi-final. The leading points getter for Royal Roma is Gagandeep Singh with 1,122 points. Amandeep for Asian Latina, the skipper, with 1,087. Royal Roma put on a pretty dismal performance this morning. They'll be very disappointed with themselves. Asian Latina now fancied as 4-run favorites. I mean, what a turnaround for a side who started off with 6 straight losses. Royal Roma, of course, were second, so getting knocked off by the 3rd place team can be considered a bit of an upset. At the moment, though, the win predictor says Royal Roma are 62% favorite, so that's rather interesting. The win predictor, Intelligent Cricket, disagrees with the bat versus ball wall, which has Asian Latina as the favorites. Well, which simulator do you agree with? On the chat, would love to hear all of your opinion on it. And there he is, new batsman coming in. 2 openers for Royal Roma. Yeah, I just wonder how they must be feeling. Today was a rather shocking performance for them against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Of course, Bangla Morning Sun were terrific in the field, took every catch they had, but it was very tame by Royal Roma, who are normally such an explosive side, averaging just about 130 to 140 runs for much of this series, and we've seen them just consistently go into big games and smash their way out of tough spots, but that was not the case this morning. They were very, very off color, one of their worst batting performances, and it came at a really inopportune moment. And they're going to miss out on the final for the first time in an ECS in Rome. Asian Latina, on the other hand, I think they'll be rather glad in hindsight that they even managed to make it to a bronze final, considering how they started off the series, but they came a lot closer than Royal Roma to potentially having a place in the final. They had a fairly nervy match against Roma CC. Roma CC were cruising for a fairly decent period of that 2nd innings, but then right at the end, Asian Latina made it pretty tense, and in all honesty, the game could have gone even deeper if they hadn't bowled 3 no balls in the final over, dropped a catch, missed a simple run out. either way, it's the bronze final. And I'm not going to say first ball, as Dave has reminded us a number of times in the chat. Yeah, it's very windy. It's just knocked the bails off. Wonder if we're just going to get the heavy bails out. I mean, the ice cube feels a little bit like you're on an old school sailing ship. Got a huge breeze just going from the offside to the leg side, so yeah, maybe you can just get some nice shape into the right-hander. Yeah, you could just see over there. That's how windy it is right now. Just fluttering along. Yeah, sort of as a bowler, you like a nice gentle breeze, not gusts of wind like what we're seeing right now. Either way, we're ready to have the first ball. Oh, terrific ball first up. Great start for Salim. That's exactly where he needs to be bowling. On a good length, just moved away ever so slightly. And again, I think with a ball like that, if one just straightens, that's where we'll get a wicket. Again, Salim has been having a lot of shoulder issues throughout this series. You kind of always see him rather hunched down, clutching that shoulder, and well, they've just brought Long on in response to that previous ball. I think they've just sent out someone to a deep cover. So I wonder what they saw in that ball that convinced them to do that. Maybe it was just that fact he was getting it to go across nicely, as this will go for 6. So Arif will batter him away behind square leg for the first maximum of this innings. This time he goes a bit too short. I think he had the length spot on the previous delivery, but not the case here. Goes a bit too short, allows Arif to get underneath it and whack it away. Now then, can he find that line and length he had for the first delivery again? You can just see the signs at the top of your screen when the bowler is running in. Just emphasizes how windy it is right now. Very dusty as well, which is quite bothersome. Goes for the fuller delivery. It's going to be a dot ball. A new face hit for this game. Kayani playing this match, didn't feature in the semi-final earlier. Might see him involved later this innings. Oh, this one is a slightly over pitch. It's hanging up in the air for a while, and it's going to be a comfortable catch. Really well taken by Charanjit Singh. He's had a pretty good morning so far. Was fairly decent with the ball, and also scored some valuable runs in the semi-final. First wicket falls here for Royal Roma. As you can see, it just hangs up in the air for an age, and really, really well taken. Yeah, once again, Royal Roma just off to a rough start with the bat in hand. Very similar to that first game they had this morning. Gagandeep Singh coming out to bat. He was bitterly disappointed with his performance. Just 6 runs of 9 deliveries for him. And Lakhanwal, what a miserable day for him. He gets a pair on finals day. A man who's been scoring runs for fun for much of this series, the second highest run getter of this ECS, and he gets a pair on one of the most important days of this series. You know, there's an old thing about that: to really become an elite player, you have to perform when it matters the most. And I think just something like that might count against Luckenwall, and he'll probably be thinking about that for a long time, probably until the next ECS that takes place here in Rome. And it's going to be very important to see how he psychologically comes back from that. Anyway, last ball of the over. And just a touch too straight and a touch too full. And Gagandeep Singh will get off the mark with a single. He keeps strike for the second over. And a good start here for Salim. Just 8 runs off this first over, and he gets a wicket. Of course, he got just 3 days to go until the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship, the biggest festival in European cricket. 31 nations will battle it out for the title of European champion. All starts on Monday next week, of course. We'll have the sweep for that coming for you throughout this broadcast. Any particular country some of our ECN faithful would like to draw, do put that into the chat, and let's see if you're lucky enough to actually get your wishes to come true. Yeah, this one is played away towards Onkar Singh, another single. A couple singles for Gagandeep Singh to start his over. Of course, these two teams were involved in a couple of great matches on the first Tuesday of this ECS, and one shouldn't look too deeply into those games because Asian Latina have improved a lot as a side since week 1, especially those first 3 days. But yeah, we'll continue to talk about those fixtures. The second one in particular was very, very entertaining. Again, just a touch too straight, works it away very nicely. Arif goes away for 6, absolutely bashes that, hits it across the line. And again, just a beautiful shot, good use of the wrists, and it goes over the fence. 6 more runs. Oh, this is good. Really good ball. It's a back of a length, and it just gets a very sharp amount of bounce. Ooh, that's it. Painful for Arif. Yeah, catches him right in the middle of the torso. That's going to hurt. But again, he's a tough guy. Not much of a reaction. He's ready to get on with it. This is going to be a good battle to watch. Singh versus Arif. And he plays this one away towards mid-on. He's going to get a single there. For a moment, you thought if he could collect it cleanly there, Dinsa, there could have been half a chance for a run out. But it wasn't on. Yeah, so the second match between these two teams came down to the Paris of margins. Just 1 run separating the two teams. Probably the closest we've come to a golden ball as well throughout this series. It was really exciting. We'll talk more about that right after this ball. That one, I think it just might have touched the tram line along the way. Yeah, you can see that one. That's a little wide. Good decision there by umpire Hassan, who's joined by Ian Ramage, who's currently at square leg. But yeah, that was a great match. 11 runs were needed off the last over for Asian Latina to win. Shahzad bowling that final over. This one takes an edge, and it goes away for 4. Not really much Charanjit Singh can do about that. That's just unlucky. Puts out a good line and length, and, well, only there was a slip fielder in place. It's not a bad idea to have one, at least for the power play, in my opinion. You know, we've seen quite a few edges go through there, so maybe just keep a slip, a fly slip. You never know, especially in a game like this where I guess there's a lot less pressure in a bronze final than there is a semi-final or a final, so take some risks, play some attacking cricket. And that one's going to go away for 4 as well. Just getting a little bit lucky here, isn't he, Gagandeep Singh? He's not looked as fluid today as he normally is, but he's managed to strike a couple of boundaries out of, I would say, sheer luck. As we, of course, take a look at today's schedule. Roma Bangla Morning Sun pulled off a I would say, a mini upset by beating Royal Roma in the first semi-final, even though both teams had an identical record. I think Royal Roma have just looked a little bit better, and then Roma CC pulled off a wonderful chase against Asian Latina. It was a pretty nervy finish, but Roma Cricket Club held their nerve a lot better than Asian Latina. We're currently witnessing the bronze final, and then right after this we'll have the big final of this ECS in Italy. Roma Bangla Morning Sun in their first ever final against the defending champions. Roma CC just straying onto the pads here, Salim. Rare mistake by him early in his spell. He's not made too many mistakes so far today. And again, just nicely played away for a 4. Beautiful looking shot by Arif. Been wanting to talk about the matches these two teams played against each other in the group stages. Of course, the first one was an absolute hammering. Royal Roma posting the highest score of this ECS, making 205. And then restricted Asian Latina to just 906. Beg your pardon, 96, not 906. That would have taken shocking what kind of bowling to even get to there. And yeah, that was a 109-run victory for Royal Roma. And the first match these two teams played against each other all the way on Tuesday last week. And then, well, they faced each other a couple of games later. And oh, inside edge onto his pads. And of course, they would face each other a couple of games later on Tuesday. Asian Latina only needed 11 runs to win off the last over, bowled by Shahzad. Hit a 6 early in the over, and then only managed to get 2 runs of the last 4 deliveries in the over. One of them coming from a wide, and they also lost 2 wickets. And in the end, they fell short by just 1 run in a game that was firmly within their grasp at one stage. So yeah, maybe we're hoping for something just as entertaining as that second match rather than the first game. This is going to be a very tight contest, I would say. Asian Latina, definitely a better side than the one we saw in week 1. And I would say, if anything, heading into this match with a slightly better form than Royal Roma. Of course, both of them are obviously coming off losses to even be playing in this game, but I think Asian Latina have played really, really good cricket since the middle of last week. They went on an incredible winning streak, whereas I think Royal Roma, some cracks have been exposed, a few issues with their team. I think their shot selection, a little bit too obsessed with trying to batter every ball towards cow corner, maybe not playing good cricketing shots all the time. And goes for a big heave, Gagandeep Singh, and there's no fielder there. Just going to be 1 run. And I think that's kind of what RBMS exposed this morning. You know, they would just bowl a pretty wide line, and each time you just see Royal Roma batsmen just trying to whack balls that were a good few feet outside the off stump towards mid-wicket. Eventually, they just couldn't connect on most of these. That's a great ball by Salim, but it's been given out by umpire Ian Ramage. So let's have a look at this. This is going to be a tight call. Is it pitching outside leg? No, it isn't. Great decision by the umpire. And that one's probably going on to crash onto the leg stump. Great bowling there by Salim. And an equally good decision by the umpire. Let's have one more look at it. Yeah, that's it. Pitching on leg stump, and it's probably going on to crash onto leg stump as well, just because it straightens a little bit. That's a good end to the power play for Asian Latina. Pretty even start so far. I think that 1 wicket maybe even just tilts it slightly in favor of Asian Latina. But they're 10 and over and a 31 for 2. Of course, it's a great chance to welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu into the commentary box.
Nice to be back. Wow, been busy. And this is very ECN, how this sweep has gotten out of control. We've gone from just saying, okay, we need 31 viewers. And then it's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. Now it's pretty much like 100 people in it. And I had a question in the chat I spotted from Dave, because there are some doubles. Obviously, we had to start doubling up because we want it to be inclusive. We want more people to be involved. So it was done using this random number generator that I'll actually be using now to allocate teams. Okay, and we'll start doing that after 5 overs. But I need to just gather my breath because it just keeps getting under control. And even the last, to give you an idea, the last name I put on there, as Charanjit comes in, and he might get a wicket. He doesn't. Gazonka puts the symbols on it, unfortunately. It's a big loss, isn't it, when you don't get Guggendeep? He gets dropped on 11. Yeah, but I've now put the Empanada Shop with a number because I know that they're going to feature pretty heavily during the draw or during the ECC. So yeah, it's all been done randomly. It will continue to be done randomly, and I'll explain how that's going to work in a moment. But now I'm just going, I think everyone's had an opportunity now to say they want to get involved. Obviously, you are super fans if you're watching now. I know a lot of people will probably start maybe discover ECN on Monday, but this is really a way to reward people that are obviously taking an interest in ECS day to day. Put out my social media and I've tried to include everyone.
Great ball there. Nice fourth stump, line and length there by Charanjit Singh.
So Dave, to explain, he said, number 1 is alone, whereas the numbers 2 and 3 have a double. What happened is, just literally it was like, someone wants to be involved, I pull a number out, that's who I added them to, and they wouldn't repeat. So some have doubles, some don't, and they're completely random. But anyway, it's kind of nice if you have a double, because I mean everyone's got a double anyway, because every team will be 2 numbers because there's 62 numbers. So every team will have 2 numbers drawn out when we talk about that team, and that will be your kind of little mini team for the ECC. So everyone will have at least one person that they're paired with. Anyway, can't wait till that gets underway pretty shortly. This gets swung and missed at. So Charanjit had a really good semi-final, didn't he? It wasn't his fault they went down. He batted really well. Kind of got them to 140, which will probably win you more games than you lose with 140. But I just think Asian Latina had some key moments. We talked about the big moments. Well, they just shot themselves in the foot, I think, down the stretch with those front foot no balls, maybe some of the bowling selections.
Get a huge swing there, and this is very similar to how Royal Roma were batting against the RBMS. He could easily play a good off drive to that, but once again, just trying to bash it towards mid wicket and doesn't get anything there, as Singh faced 4 consecutive dot balls to start off his innings, and well, has the wind blown off the bails again?
Yeah, it might be time to take him off if it keeps happening. But yeah, I mean, there was some thought that we might have a thunderstorm. There's like a severe weather warning between now and 2 p.m. tomorrow. Hopefully it doesn't turn up while we're trying to play cricket. There is rain listed for overnight. Of course, Finland and Austria, they'll be arriving today for the ECIs tomorrow.
This one struck down the ground. So, that's a poor bit of fielding by Amandeep Singh. Thought he was just going to take care of that and ensure it would just be a single, but he just lets one slip by. Again, Amandeep Singh had a very mixed day in the field. He dropped that crucial catch in the penultimate over in the final match, and then makes an error over there as well. That kind of bails out Royal Roma after just making 1 run off the first 5 deliveries. Singh gets really lucky, I think, if he was on a 1 of 5 keeping strike heading into the next over. That would have been really good for Asian Latina. So again, big break there for Royal Roma, who are 36 for 2 at the end of 4.
All right. I just realised, for some reason, Keanu wasn't on the list. I've added him, I think, and he's drawn 13. So I think that's got to be it. So everyone's had an opportunity. So yeah, Keanu, a big supporter of European cricket. And so end of this over, I'm going to start drawing, and we'll see how far we get. Might take more than 1 game, but anyway. Right here, 36 for 2. Something for everyone in the power play as Dinza gets ready to bowl over number 5.
Ball start there for Dinza. Gonna go back to the mark again. Yeah, projected right now 90. Touch too low, really, if you're Royal Roma. And again, this has just been an odd day for them. They don't look like the same power hitting side we saw early in this series. As that one takes an edge and it goes away for a 4. So a little bit of luck here for Royal Roma. Obviously the misfield at the end of the final over, and then that top edge.
All right. I think I'm actually done now. Oh yeah, we've got about 100 people now involved. So guys, I'm quite excited. So let me just explain. So we're going to start with Group A. So Group A And we're going to draw the teams in order that they're listed on the graphic. So it'll go Spain, Isle of Man, France, Czechia, Greece. That's what I'm going to do first after this over.
Oh, goes for the big swing. It's all the way up in the air. It's going to go away for 6, so it's another lucky edge. Of course, he uses a tree trunk for a bat, doesn't he, Singh? And if he just throws his bat at it, you'd probably know it's going to go all the way for 6.
I was taught play straight growing up, but maybe the real value is straight behind. And that's what happens when you bowl a short ball. It can happen, and you can see these guys, they know each other really, really well. And he's saying, yeah, well, shouldn't have bowled short. So it disappeared. Right, Stevens in. Okay, I think we're out. Kai saying, what's the first prize? Maybe €1,000. No, easy. Let's just remember this is something we've chosen to do on our own, and we haven't cleared it with anyone. Well, I did include Dan Weston's parents in it, Ken and Lisa, because I know that they'll be big supporters. All right, so now we're 3 balls away. All right, and we are done. We're all ready to go.
Oh, this one is, again, it's played off the pads. Not the best delivery there by Dinsa and Singh. He got lucky with a 4 earlier due to a misfield. This one, no luck this time. Plays it in very awkward fashion. He sort of hops while he's playing it. Not at all in control of that shot. Again, the captain just promoting himself up the order to have a little bit of fun. And this one is just knocked away towards point. It's going to be a dot ball.
All right, so 50's up for Royal Roma. Must ball the over coming up. Ooh. Feel a bit of tension here.
Yeah, this is, ooh, this one struck the umpire at square leg. And it's hit him on the foot. Well, ooh, I think he's taking a blow to his shin.
Well, even the umpires are foot fielding now. Oh, that's a proper shin boner. He tried to get it out of the way. It was probably saved 3 runs. 8. We could probably use an interruption there. End of the over. And the score is 52 for 2. All right, guys, it's time. Drum roll. Should we do a drum roll? Okay, so here's how it's going to work. I've got my random number generator, and you'll be able to hear it or see it. What's going to happen is everyone has a number 1 to 62, and we're going to draw out 2 numbers at a time in order of Group A. So Spain is first. So if you're drawn in the first 2 numbers, you have Spain as your team. Remember, it is a random draw. Next 2 we'll get Isle of Man. Next 2 France. Next 2 Czechia. Next 2 Greece. Okay, I'm just starting. You ready? Here we go. This is number 1, and it is
20.
20 and
39.
20 and 39. So Jeff Maguire and JJ Nowdy, they're 20. And 39 is Ian Lockwood and Danny Hudacek. I added him as well. All right, so 20 and 39, they are Spain. All right, here comes Isle of Man. Are you ready?
35.
35
16.
and 16. All right, 35 and 16, Isle of Man. Here comes France.
45.
45
52.
and 52. Don't worry, these are all listed. Next is Czechia. As we get back to the action, and it's going to start with a wicket. And Onkar Singh, where have you been all my life? He comes on and he takes a wicket very first ball.
Oh, we were stunned that he didn't bowl in the second semi-final. But he comes on here, very first ball. He gets a wicket. Let's just take another look at this. Yeah, just plays all around that one, across the line. He never looked particularly comfortable, Rajwinder Singh. And he has to depart having made a run of ball 9. A lot of those runs a little bit lucky as well.
All right. So we got 52. It was 45 and 52 for France. Here comes Czechia.
51.
51
40.
and 40. Okay, last one of Group A. It's Greece. And the 2 numbers for Greece are
50.
50
19.
and 19. Okay, for Greece. I'm going to note those down. And we can talk about that over the next over as, well, shows you technology. There's nothing it can't do. So we're 1/6 of the way there, essentially.
Yeah, for those of you, of course, who have been listening along at home and have received your team, did you get the team you wanted, or did you miss out on the team in Group A that you really wanted for the draw? Of course, if you get Spain, Isle of Man, or France, or a lot of the teams in that group, again, it's a very strong group. You know, you've probably got a terrific chance of going on to win it all. So
20 and 39 are Spain. Just repeating those numbers again. I feel like I'm doing the lottery now. And then we've got Isle of Man, 35 and 16. Right. Then we had France. That time my phone's blowing up now, of course.
He's continuing with a live play. That one is pitched up, fuller delivery, and it's going to be played away. Mohsin, another player who didn't really cover himself with glory with his performance this morning.
45 and 52 France. 51 and 40 was Czechia. My brain hurts, but we're getting there. And 50 and 19 was Greece.
Oh, this one is tossed up, fuller delivery, struck down towards long on. It's going to be a single.
Yeah, it's been an interesting game, but yeah, these conditions I think probably having a bit of an effect on the ball striking, but there's no problem with this one as Mohsin launched it out of the ground. Maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, he just pulled his length a little too short there, Okar Singh. It gives Mohsin the time to just rock back and wallop that one.
All right, planning to draw Group B at the end of the over. There's a big swing and a miss. I won't do them all on camera. You get the idea, and I know the voice is a bit annoying, but now you understand how it works, right? This, you can be my witness. I'm doing everything properly. Last ball for Onkar. Hard to believe he didn't get a bowl in that semi-final. His over goes for 8, and the score is 60 for 3 after 6. Okay, Group B. So we're doing Jersey, Guernsey, Belgium, Croatia, and Bulgaria in that order, okay? So here's Jersey. I'll do it one at a time. Jersey is 38 and 10, all right? So Jersey, 38 and 10. So Pravin F getting Jersey, and also number 10 is Rob Thompson and Marnus getting Jersey in Group B. I'll do Guernsey while I'm at it. Just often together. Guernsey, 57 and 15. Okay. 57 and 15. So it's Gregor and Sohail, 57, getting Guernsey. And on 15, you've got Wazza and Mike Buckland getting Guernsey in Group B.
It's up in the air. Is this going to clear the boundary rope? No, it isn't. It's found a field, and he spilled the catch. Well, you'd expect him to do a bit better than that. Asian Latina, again, they've dropped a few important catches today, made some crucial misfields.
Yeah, I mean, that was high, and I think they have dispensed with the bails now, haven't they, because of that wind, but the wind playing havoc with the fielder there as well.
Drilled away towards the fielder at long on.
All right, Belgium ball. I'm drawing Belgium. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 23 and 41 for Belgium. So KG1, Ken gets Belgium. 23 and 41, which is Robert McCulloch.
And it struck away towards long off again. Goes to the same fielder, but Dinsa takes it on the second attempt. Wasn't completely convincing over there as well. He gets a bit lucky. And the second time's the charm for him, or maybe even third time if you want to consider the 2 attempts that he took over there.
There's a bit of catch or be hit about this, wasn't there? So, yeah, it just pops up a little bit, and Dinsa does the rest.
And no big innings, unfortunately, for the much-hyped Gagandeep Singh on this finals day. For the second time today, he gets out by popping up a catch to the fielder at long off.
He'll be hoping for the big innings or 2 on the weekend as he's played his way into the national squad, but yeah, just his timing eluded him, didn't it, late in this tournament. All right, next one's Croatia. So we're going back to the draw. Croatia, 56 and 37. So Michael Pim gets Croatia, and 37 is Abdul Khan gets Croatia. All right, we've got 1 to go in Bulgaria in Group B.
And it's another one. This one's going to clear the boundary rope with some ease as a Singh. Well, very good introduction here to Kamaljeet Singh. batting a lot lower down the order than he did in the first innings, where he got pushed up, and they were hoping he'd provide a little bit of acceleration.
It's thrown in a bit as a bit of pinch hitter, I think, earlier on. That was a nice, easy swing for 6.
Good ball in response by Mungat. Another one who was not bowled at all in the second semi-final. Very economic bowler usually, Mungat, but we didn't see him in the semi-final either. And maybe, just maybe, we're seeing Asian Latina rectify some of the errors from that semi-final. And this one's also going to go the distance. It's another huge hit as Mohsin finds the middle of the bat at last, and a strong end to the over. Mungat's over is just spoilt in that final ball. 15 runs off the over, an expensive one, although he does get the wicket.
Takes some, maybe slightly over pitch there as it disappears. 75 for 4. Got one team to finish up Group B, and that's Bulgaria. Bulgaria is number 33 and 17. So Chris Schinkel and Iggy Mitchell are 33, and 17 is Josh Sayers in America, getting Bulgaria. Here's Onkar coming back for the 8th.
Onkar just flighting one up, and it's going to go away to the boundary rope. Well played here again by Kamaljit Singh. Probably wishes he did more of this in the semi-final. Takes a few steps down the wicket, meets it on the half volley, and plays it very, very sweetly.
All right, so we've done Group B. I think we can try and do Group C, and then we're halfway essentially. And then maybe we'll leave the rest for the second innings. Okay, so these next two are big because these are Italy. Oh, I get a little overthrow here, bit cheeky. So if you get Italy here, you can have a good look at them over the weekend. Of course, they'll be playing Group C at the start of week 2. So the Italian numbers in the sweep will come up with after this ball from Onkar, which is launched. Well, Nish, this one is going to be caught, and I think it's a legal catch. It is. He might have collided with his fielder, but it was unintentional, and I thought it was going to disappear. I suppose it did, into the hands of the fielder. Dramatic catch.
And it's perfectly legal as well, at least on the initial look.
Can't Salim. I mean, there's no evidence that he jumps from the rope either. Let's just have a look. Yeah, it takes off inside. Wow, it's a dramatic catch. Robs him of 6 and comes up with a wicket. And so, I don't think anyone was expecting that. Kamaljit's going to have to go for 13. It's 81 for 5. What a catch.
Kamaljit would be considering himself really unlucky over there. He was batting very nicely early in his innings, and then he's dismissed by a near wonder catch.
All right, here we go. I'm going to do Group C now. This is Italy. Numbers are 36 and 49. Okay, Somnath Som is 36, and 49 is Saif Ansari and Nat D. There, that's Italy done. Okay, while I'm here, and while we get a dot ball, I'm going to do Denmark. We're in Group C as well. 55 and 4. All right.
Oh, big swing there by Saif as well. And he was just contemplating whether it's a run off the bye, but obviously no run over there.
Decided against it. Quite easy now with no bails. Just stick the stumps back up and play on. Now every time the ball strikes the stumps, it's considered breaking the wicket, whether or not it's been hit on that delivery previously or not. This will just be a single. So we had Denver Thurston getting Denmark, as well as the Empanada Shop, and Tripp and Selvakumar Murugasamy also getting Denmark as number 4. Sweden are next. As we get to the end of the 8th over, the score 82 for 5. Maybe we can finish off Group C here. So this is Sweden, and we've got number 61 and 62. All right. So Louis Bruce is 61, and Sam Bright is 62. Coincidentally, that's how random numbers work. Sometimes that can't be random, they're next to each other, but sometimes that happens. And now Serbia on debut and Estonia on debut. They're the next 2. That'll finish Group C. So we'll do Serbia first. Serbia is 13 and 43. As we get ready for the 9th, it all happens in the 9th. Here's Sukbir.
Digs this one in a lot shorter, and has he found the boundary? Looks like he has. Sukbir Singh, the first ball going for 6 again. Saf has played that one really well considering he's taken a few steps out of his wicket. He just gets enough bat on it to elevate it over the boundary rope.
Yeah, Saif, he puts everything behind that. Went the charging cut. Don't see that often. And it went the journey. The wind's really playing havoc, I think, with the players at the moment. Yeah, so 13 was John Gray and Keanu Nolan. They've drawn Serbia. 43, Margaret McClelland and Oktay Galami. I'll tell you what's interesting about that is that, as we see one called a wide for height, is Oktay Galami is from Sweden, but he's drawn Serbia, who are against Sweden in their group. Good call by the officials, by the way. I think the umpire's been outstanding here on finals day. Not just finals day, but obviously umpires put under a lot of pressure. Okay, I've just got Estonia to finish off Group C, and then we might give it a break for now. Okay, as we get to the end of this innings. So we're going to miss. All right, here's Estonia, 34 and 42. All right. So we've got Max O'Dowd as well as Christina and Honza as 34. They get Estonia. Shrug and Lee Tuck, they also have Estonia, number 42. Sukbir.
Oh, inside edge went onto his pads.
All right, I know I said I'd leave it, but I reckon we can do one more group and then we can do a big build-up to the second innings, because then that means England will be first on the rack. Okay, so we're going to go into Group D. It's Ireland 11, Austria, Hungary, Finland and Turkey. I also like the fact that we'll get to Austria and Finland before the break, because they'll be here on the weekend, and they'll be here later on today, I think. In Italy, there's wait for this ball from Sukbir before we get stuck into Group D.
This one is elevated well over long off. That is an enormous hit by Mohsin. Big six, Singh going a little bit too short again. And a good afternoon to you as well, John. I think you came just in time to listen to the team you drew, just taking a peek at some of the names. Where have we got these numbers?
Yeah, John, who did he get? He just got Serbia, that's right. So John, you've drawn Serbia in the sweep. And we're going to do one more group before the break.
Oh, is that one taking an edge? Yup, it just takes an edge through to the keeper. Good ball there by Singh. Second time he's bowled at this over, the old leg cutter.
Yeah, it's basically a fast leggy, isn't it? And you can tell Mohsin, he got done by that one. About an easy. The keeper catches 11, hope for. And so Royal Roma loses 6 wicket. It's 96 for 6. All right, so we do one more group and then we'll bench it and we'll come back in the second innings with groups E and F. And of course, whoever's left, they'll get the Netherlands 11, the defending champions. All right, so this is for Ireland 11, the next two numbers. And don't worry, they will be posted at the end. Cream will give you the link. But right now, we're going to go 54 and 47. So this is Ireland 11. And that's Glenn Linarden, who messaged me on social media. 54.
Oh, another inside edge that's going to go away for 4. Just trickles over the boundary rope as Saeed gets a very lucky start to his innings.
Yeah. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. That'll do. 4 runs as we reach the 100 mark at the end of the ninth over, 100 for 6. Liam Zammit was 47. Watching from Australia, who also responded to my social media post, and they've drawn Ireland 11, Glenn and Liam. All right, so next we have Austria. Austria are on tomorrow. You ready? Austria numbers are 11 and 12. Okay, drawn together as well. And that's Colin in the chat and Mandrate in the chat have drawn Austria. It's interesting, another pair of numbers drawn together.
2 very great sporting numbers as well, yeah. 11 and 12.
11 and 12, of course. 12 often, they say, is the crowd in a lot of sports. 11 aside sports. Okay, so I'm getting too fast. I'll get straight into it. Next one is Hungary. All right, with the deploys in the squad. Hungary could be a force in Group D, and those numbers are 46 and 22. And that's Hornchurch Cricket Club as a collective.
This one is belted away. Is it going to find its way to the boundary rope? Good chase here by Onkar Singh. Used a little bit of foot fielding, but a couple of runs for Royal Roma.
All's well that ends well. Makes the stop. So yeah, and 22 also getting Hungary is Nick and Maya Patel. Okay.
Oh, again, inside edge, another one onto his pads here, Saeed.
So we just got Finland and Turkey, and then we'll call it for the first innings. This is Finland, who will be here on the weekend. You get to have a good look at them. And that is 48 and 6. All right. So this is Finland. 48 is Aftab and Little M as well, who was in the chat a little while ago. And then number 6 is James Stewart. So, yeah, almost like a neighbour. James Stewart living in Estonia gets Finland. Two northern countries. And then we'll wrap it up with the first innings here with Turkey, and aren't they an exciting side? 14 and 59. All right, so they will get Turkey. Oh,
takes some pace off the ball again. Good couple of slower balls here by Dinsa.
And that's Chris Smith as well as Tom Weston for number 14 and Gail Williams for 59. So, okay, I'll send that to Kroom and he can put that up, the progress report, okay? That's where we'll be at the innings break. I don't know what's gone on here. He's saying, hey, they hit the stumps. To wait a long time to get this decision. In fact, yeah, he's gone. He's saying, yeah, hit the stumps. Let's see what happens here. So, slow ball. Oh, yeah, it's bowled him. Yeah, so, yeah. I think you could, yeah, I think you got to give that. And, yeah, the right decisions are made. Now, that probably would have knocked off the bails, but that's kind of irrelevant when the stumps are being used without bails, any touch on the stumps. So, yeah, I think that's a very good decision. Not often a bowled is a tough call to make, but I think the umpires get it spot on there.
Yeah, you could just see a slight deviation in the off stump as the ball's going past. So, good decision there by the umpire, Saeed. Got a little bit lucky at times, but his innings comes to an end. And of course, yeah, give us your thoughts on the chat. If you've already drawn a team, what do you think about your team? How do you feel about their chances of going all the way? If you still haven't drawn a number, is there a potential team that you're looking at that you really want to get? As another slower ball here by Tinsa as the innings comes to an end in rather anticlimactic fashion. Tinsa giving up just 3 runs off the final over, and Royal Roma will end up with just 103. A rather underwhelming day for them with the bat. And well, they seem to be very happy for a team that ended up second in the group stages and are looking like they won't even end up with the bronze medal.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. In the second half, we'll determine who gets the bronze. But, yeah, great over from Dinsa. But still runs on the board in a final as we go back and look at their first 10 overs of this bronze final. Both these teams obviously not really wishing to be playing this game. It's always the case, but I'd love to finish with a win. Tranjit had a good finals day, took a good catch there. I think this was an excellent decision by Ian Ramage. It wasn't plump, that it was LBW. He got that spot on. Umpires making good decisions, but sometimes under attack as well.
Great fielding there by the umpire as well. This was a good ball by Onkar Singh. We were rather surprised he didn't bowl during the semi-final. And he came on here, took a couple of wickets. Tinsa would drop one, but then a couple balls later he would take that catch on the second attempt. Of course, Royal Roma, they've always got the ability to clear the boundary, but they just couldn't do enough of that throughout this innings, and also played out a few too many dot balls. It was just a very odd performance of Royal Roma, sort of similar to the one we saw them have against RBMS. This was a terrific catch by Salim. We thought that was destined to go for 6, and incredibly unfortunate for Kamaljeet Singh, the way he was taken. That was probably the most difficult bold decision you'll ever see. Hashmat Dinsa cleaned up Saeed, but it really took the third umpire's review to just see that it brushed the outside of the off stump. Slight deviation on the off stump as the ball was going through. We'll, of course, take a look at the highlights. Making part of the scorecard of this first innings, Mohamed Arif making 19 runs of 9 deliveries. A Luckenwall, a pair for him today on finals day. That's going to be a big story. Highest run getter for Royal Roma, not turning up on the most important day of this series. Gagandeep Singh made 24 of 14. I think he survived a few as well, just like in the first match. And the other big scores, of course, Mohsin with 20 of 8. Very good bowling performance by Asian Latina. Fairly impressive performance by all their bowlers. A couple of bowlers who were a little bit expensive, but outside of that, they were pretty good. Onkar Singh with figures of 2 for 15. And again, we're just wondering why he didn't bowl in that first semi-final.
Yeah, it's a question that I'll be asking when my head hits the pillow tonight. But right now, Royal Roma, they do have a ton plus on the board. Will it be enough? Find out when we return. Also, we'll do the final two groups of the sweep. And with England, Scotland, and Netherlands 11 still in play, that should be pretty interesting as well. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN with Nishay Butt. We'll see you around the corner for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings of our bronze final. Royal Roma posted 103 runs on the board in the first innings. They've just been a little bit off with the bat on this crucial finals day. They could be in danger of finishing in fourth place, despite being second in the group stages. Of course, Asian Latina, full credit to them. They bowled well, they fielded well in that first innings, and they've not got the chance to knock off a side who finished second. Of course, the big story in that first innings was our sweep. We've still got a couple more groups to go, and of course the coveted Netherlands 11 in this inning. Should be a lot of fun drawing some numbers. Just looking at some of the response in our chat, of course, John Gray getting Serbia. The Balkan Bombers, they'll be a very interesting side, and dark horses potentially. I love Helix's optimism. I'm sure he knows that if his number isn't drawn, he's going to end up with the Netherlands 11, and well, who wouldn't want the defending champs? Julian Dawson saying that he finds the sweep more dramatic than even the game itself, and certainly it's, well, I'm on the edge of my seat and just taking a peek every now and then to just see which names are associated with which teams. As we see a big team cheer there by Royal Roma. They're going to need a big performance in the second innings. And, well, Asian Latina, of course, both the batsmen come out for them. I think they'll be very pleased if they can get third place in this tournament, especially considering the huge losing streak they started off with. Of course, they weren't too far away from the final. Batted superbly in the first innings of the semi-final, and well, they'd maybe taken some catches, avoided a no ball, a few no balls, I should say, then could even have upset Roma CC. Tim Reedman commenting on how good this draw is. Certainly, it has been very interesting just to see who ends up with which team. And of course, yeah, as I said at the end of the previous innings, just if you've been drawn, you know, just give us your thoughts on what you think about your team's chances, any particular players you're looking out for as this inning starts off with a wide. And also, of course, you can go on ECN.cricket or EuropeanCricket.com, check out the stats of your team, who their best players are. Maybe go back and look at some of their highlights, just to hype yourself about your chances. Oh, an immediate change of angle after the wide. Not a fan of this tactic, in all honesty. Oh, but it's a great Yorker. I mean, if he can keep nailing those, going round the wicket, then yeah, he might as well bowl around the wicket. But in general, I'm not a fan of going around the wicket this early in the innings. I think you're taking away some methods of dismissal, especially when you're defending a fairly low target. You want to bowl over the wicket, play attacking cricket, as this one's going to pop up in the air, and it's taken. It's a good catch. So it does seem like Rashid does quite well around the wicket. Of course, well, modern cricket has come with its innovations. And, well, right arm around the wicket to a right-hander seems to be one of them. Has a little bit of width on offer there. Just doesn't quite get a hold of it. He's trying to bash it towards mid-wicket. It's, I think Asian Latina and Royal Roma, I think in terms of their batting, are stylistically very similar. I think that's probably the wrong shot selection. You probably want to cut that or play that on the offside. And it's a duck. It's a Derek for Sukhbir Singh. And of course, Derek taking his little afternoon siesta. It is just about 3:15 here in Rome, so you can't fault him. He's woken up. There's Derek. Well, Derek's just waddled out in time to greet Sukhbir Singh. Obviously a rough way to end his ECS. You don't want to get out with a duck, but I think he's done quite well for his side. Been a very handy player in all the different facets of the game. And it's going to be Hashmi Dinsa up at number 3. Oh, that one is a very, very wide down the leg side. Not too many issues with that call. Yeah, it's actually wide both down the leg side and for height, so gets that all wrong. No, he gets a hold of this one. There's a chance for Gagandeep Singh, and he takes it very well. Very good there by Gagandeep Singh. He just hung back as far back as he could, waiting for the ball to come to him, and takes that catch. We had the perfect view of that in the commentary box. It was very cool as well, taking that catch. A couple of early wickets here for Asian Latina, and, well, you thought this chase would have favored them. It's a slightly below par score by Royal Roma, but Asian Latina off to a very rough start. They lose a couple of wickets early, so immediate pressure on the batting side. And, you know, they've been in 2 games so far this series. They've had 2 good first innings, in all honesty, but can they string this one together and get a strong second innings? Two for 2. And just nudged away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. And it's, well, Amandeep Singh, the captain's been at the non-strikers and watching a complete calamity. And joining me in the commentary box is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sunday. What a rough start for Asian Latina.
Yeah, 103 might stand up. You never know your luck. And you know, Asian Latina, I suppose they haven't had the chance to have Amandeep on strike now, who leads the side here. But, yeah, what an over by Rashid. Still 2 to come.
Oh, that's a very poor full toss. Rashid's only got a couple of balls wrong this over. That's one of them. It's easy pickings for Amandeep Singh. He's not going to get too many easier boundaries than that.
Yeah, beautiful looking shot. Just timed, wasn't it? So these two, big player. Just feel like one big partnership probably takes the game away from Royal Roma, but so far they've nipped 2 in the bud. Okay, so at the end of this over, we'll have a quick look at the golden ball counter. Then it's time for a big draw, because England 11, previous winners, they're next up in the sweep draw.
This one is played away towards third man for single, and the over comes to an end. Asian Latina 8 for 2, and it's now time to move on to, of course, talking about the golden ball. Just 328 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network, and now
could have it here.
Let's have a look at our sweep.
All right, okay, so Dave B, I know now he's going to get someone in the 2 weeks that he's going to be there, because he's coming actually. So I know that Dave B's number 3. It'd be funny if this is, but anyway, the next 2 numbers, they are England. Are ready? 29 and 8. 29 and 8. Okay, and we'll draw the rest of Group E and then Group F. So 29 and 8.
I just had a quick look at who number 8 is.
Go on.
He didn't want his number to get called, but I think he'll be pretty happy that he did end up with this team.
Helix is number 8, and number 29 is Michael Daub and Shauna Henry. Okay, so England 11, good chance. A lot of people tipping them for the whole thing. But anyway, thanks for getting involved. And I just love this, very ECN, how the communities come together. Started out as quite a small idea. Now we've got kind of over 100 people involved. They're going to take a special interest. Maybe they've got a second team. Maybe they're neutral. And this is kind of the first team they'll be going for. But it's just creating a bit more buzz and certainly a point of interest. So, yeah, what do we have? 29 and 8 getting England 11. So, sorry, Dave. I know you wanted England 11. Didn't happen for you. That's fate. All right, while we're here, we'll do, during this over, we'll do Cyprus, Switzerland, Romania, and Malta. So again, it's in order of how it's listed. There's Khalil. There's a hat-trick in series. Won't get a wicket here. So you ready? So the next 2 are going to be Cyprus. It's number 3. There you go, Dave. And 31. Oh, you were so close, weren't you? So, so that means, I suppose Dave, he's naturally going for England, but now he's got a second team. He's got Cyprus. So does Neville Russ. And 31 is John Tucker and Mark Hullett.
Well, we can root for the same team throughout the ECC, Dave.
He's going to have, you know, kind of like England shirt, Cyprus hat or something perhaps. And of course, Cyprus, team close to your heart, Nish.
Yeah.
This is up and over the top. That's going to be for Charanjit. I suppose he's kind of brought up his 50. He made 49 not out earlier. Turned out to be a losing cause. That's a nice little uppercut, up and over the top. I'm waiting for Dave's reaction in the chat. He was one spot away from getting 11, which was his dream. But now I suppose you've got 2 horses in the race in Group E, Dave.
I'm waiting for Helix's reaction as well. This one is just played away towards cover. Obviously, Helix was clearly one of the Netherlands 11, but I don't think he's going to be that disappointed with England.
Yeah, it'll be funny if it goes to a Netherlands-England final, which was a rematch of last year. Okay, next up, we've got Switzerland. By the way, Switzerland, not a bad team to get. They've been playing some really good cricket. As the rain has just started, we thought we might have dodged this, but hopefully it passes. It'll just give us more time for the draw, I guess.
Oh, this is very nicely stroked away. Good shot here by the skipper, Amandeep Singh. Of course, he was so disappointed after that loss in the semi-final when he put down a huge catch. And we had a perfect view of him at long on. You could just see his face. He looked absolutely devastated. He just turned red after dropping that catch. So he'll be keen to make amends in this innings.
It wasn't as easy as it looked either with the wind as it was. But yeah, here comes the rain. Hopefully it's not too heavy to force everyone off. We're not quite at a legal match yet. But that will be the end of the second over. The score is 19 for 2. And just a reminder that the ECCW is also going to take place, and it's going to be our last tournament of the year, 17th of December. It'll be 4 matches a day for 6 days, 5 nations involved in the first ever ECCW right here on the European Cricket Network. Now, Prabhathik Nalagoda, who essentially runs Roma CC, he's the women's coach of the Italian national team, who are now the owner of one pair of Mr. Maximo's orange shoes after I lost a bet with them. But they'll feature as one of the 5 teams. That should be a really wonderful celebration of cricket and the season that was 2023.
And if they win the series, I believe they've also been promised to pick one of your jackets.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me about that. I was trying to sweep that under the carpet. But Nish, you obviously pay attention. Probably good for a commentator. All right, so now this is Switzerland. Here's your numbers. Switzerland are 58 and 2. All right, so 58 is Navneet and Marianne. And 2, well, there you go. It's Kroom and Julian Dawson. And Kroom, of course, watching from England as well. So he's drawn a team in a group that are against his national country. But, again, win-win for you, Kroom. What do you think? And Julian also sharing number 2.
This one is played away towards mid-wicket. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of English fans rooting against England at this stage.
So I'm going to try and finish Romania and Malta, which finishes Group E during this over. Rain's just sprinkling at the moment. Hopefully it's just a passing minor shower. Good shot, straight to the fielder. Okay, Romania next. Ramesh Satheesan, the captain, is often in the chat. 7 and 44. So it's Wayne and Sujit Yadav, who are number 7. And then 44 is Phil G and Ederico from the Philippines. All right. And now that just leaves us with Malta. And the 2 numbers for Malta are 28 and 53. So Matt Aravides watching from Australia, and 53 is John Woodward. Woody will get Malta. At least he doesn't get something against Spain, which is where he lives.
It's a Yorker length delivery. Is just looking at that surname, Arivides, are you of Greek heritage by any chance, Matt? Are you a little bit disappointed you missed out on Greece or Cyprus?
True. Yeah, I suppose he probably would be going for Greece in Group A, and it gives him another team to go for. I kind of like this, but I also find it quite interesting that a lot of English people have been drawn against England in Group E.
Oh, it goes a little bit too short here, and he's going to be punished for that one, Rashid. Nicely played there by the captain, Amandeep. Goes all the way for 6 and into the little archaeological site in the parking lot. Yeah, that'll do. And yeah, last year that was a huge hole. Now it's a filled-up hole. Amandeep. He's a very likeable cricketer. I've got to say a big thank you to Asian Latina. They're very kind, and they presented me a little bit of a gift. A couple of bottles of genuine Italian wine, which I'll enjoy. A big thank you to all the Asian Latina guys. It's great to see them back in the European Cricket Series. Last ball of the 3rd. Oh, it's a good Yorker length delivery. I know it's a direct hit. Is there a chance here? I think he's just made it back on time there, Singh, but it's worth taking another look at. Yeah, it's close. And there's no bail, so literally as soon as the ball hits the stumps, it counts as the stumps going down. Let's have a look on the replay. I feel like he was in.
just in. And that's the way to run your bat in. End of the third over, end of the power play. 28 for 2. Pretty interesting game here. Okay. So now let me just see who still hasn't got a team. Now, Nico Fernando, who was number 1, he doesn't have one yet. Kitty Hundley doesn't have one yet. Kai Bay and Ken Weston, who are number 9, they don't have one yet. Tim Reedman doesn't have one yet. Jeff Maguire, N.I. Nick and Gyan Kirby don't have one yet. Simon, the medic from Germany, as well as Maya Golam Mustafa, Lily Panda, Liam Day in New Zealand don't. Sam Downs, Lisa Weston don't. Stephen Kelk and Shyam don't. And Sam Maxampato watching from Australia, as well as Martin Partridge. They don't have a team either. So we have 12 numbers left. We have 6 teams left. Group F will go pretty shortly. And we'll start with Scotland 11 as we see Rajvinder Singh, the skipper, coming on to bowl.
Whoever's left right now has got a great chance because pretty much all the teams left now are really, really strong. I mean, Group F has been dubbed the group of death. And of course, if your number isn't picked, then you're going to get the defending champs, the Netherlands 11. This one is struck very firmly towards cover for a single. So I think whoever has not had their numbers picked yet will be fairly pleased.
They'll be fairly satisfied, I think. And you're exactly right about that. Group F has some very good teams in it.
Yeah, this is nicely worked off the pad.
Should we get into it then? Should we do Scotland? Okay, we'll draw these out a little bit because after 5, I want to basically do the last 2, which will be, so the last 4 that are left, 2 will get Norway, and then 2 will be left for the Netherlands 11.
Yeah, and he's cleaned him up there. That's a good ball by Rajwinder Singh. A little bit of skipper v skipper action, and Royal Roma's captain comes out on top. As Amandeep Singh was looking quite good for Asian Latina in this innings. You'd have liked to see him just anchor this innings and guide his side through, just plays across the line. And the ball crashes into his leg stump. Another wicket falls. And a little bit of concern here for Asian Latina. Again, they don't have the same batting depth as Royal Roma, so losing all these wickets is a huge concern for them. That required still isn't enormously high, just 11.4 at the moment, so it's still within reach, but yeah, it's just a wicket save lot that's going to be a big concern.
Yeah, I think you're right. Hopefully we can get the bails on for the final. There is a bit of a weather warning until lunchtime tomorrow, so expecting a storm. Hopefully it comes overnight. This pitch will be well covered, the ground drains well, but you don't really need it coming within playing hours, do we? It's Rajvinder coming up with that wicket. One captain getting the other as Onkar Singh gets to go, and he's actually showing quite a lot of power. Zishan is watching from Malta. Well, he's asking about the numbers on Facebook, and it's to do with just allocating random teams to some ECN super fans and some chatters. Zishan, because you'll be playing for Malta. I've left you out of it. I did have some of the players. Harpal from Luxembourg as well. I did say, look, you guys are playing. Well, you guys concentrate on that. Concentrate on getting your team through. I thought I don't want them to pick another team in their group they're playing against. So this one slides through. Okay, next 2 numbers of Scotland. Ready, steady, let's go. 18, Tim Reedman gets Scotland. 21, N.I. Nick and Gyan Kirby get Scotland. This is hit to the leg side and should be handled. It is, so there we go. Scotland 11. Tim Reedman will be going for them.
But don't know if young Gyan has any Scottish heritage, so that might be quite interesting.
No, I don't know. And N.I. Nick, of course, now, quite funny, he's in Northern Ireland, but he's going to go for Scotland. So nearby, but not quite. The Ireland 11 for you, N.I. Nick. As we have a look, and for some reason, the worm seems to have just packed it in. Maybe some dust got in the supercomputer there, but not giving us a lot. All right, so 4 overs down, and it's going to be Islam Ul-Haq to bowl over number 5. Yeah, so Germany's next. I mean, Germany have been in good form as well. Quite exciting, this. A bit of organisation required, but still. And of course, we just had Malta come up, didn't we? And Matt Naravidi's got Malta. And who else got Malta? Find on my sheet. John Woodward. Oh, nice shot. Uppercut from Onkar. Intelligent cricketer. And this is a really good shot. Had to kind of ride the bounce. He almost has 2 feet off the ground when he hits this.
Yeah, very, very nicely played by Onkar Singh. Of course, going to need to step up big with the bat here. His highest score of this series did come against Royal Roma when he made a 31. Outside of that, though, it's not really been in the runs a lot for his team. Just a 92 runs so far this series.
All right, I'm doing it. Germany, ready? By the way, Maya from Germany still in the mix. Simon from Germany still in the mix. They're 24 and 25. Okay, and we go 25. So Maya's drawn Germany, along with Gula Mustafa, who's sharing number 25 with her. Well, how about that, Maya? Well, how about that as well? Although found the fielder, and Mohammed Mohsen takes the catch. So Onkar just tries to flat bat this down the ground. Islam with the breakthrough. Mohsen's just a little bit of an underrated cricketer, I think. He normally does what's asked of him. And that time he's in the way and takes the catch fairly effortlessly. It's 35 for 4.
Yeah, you got to say to Onkar Singh, it's obviously the last time we'll see him over our fortnight in Italy, and it's been very impressive to watch this young man, the way he has grown, provided us a lot of entertainment, particularly with his leg spin bowling. Couldn't quite do it with the bat over there, but he's had a good campaign, and hope to see him a lot more in future ECSs.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, if this is 24, that'll be hilarious, because Maya's German, she got Germany. And here's the second number for Germany, 5. It's Kitty Hundley going for Germany. So a couple of the ladies in the chat being given Germany. And so Tripp got Denmark and Kitty got Germany. Of course, they're married, watching from the USA. All right, Islam to bowl to Salim.
A really good ball there by Islam Al Haq. He just gets the ball to dart back into the right-hander a fair bit.
All right, we're doing Portugal now. Conrad Greenshields, I don't think he'll be playing. I think he's got a bit of an injury. But they'll have a good side, I'm sure. And the Portugal numbers are the next two. It's going to be 26 and 27. All right.
Oh, big heave over here by Salim.
So do you want to know who that's two New Zealanders that were next to each other. Lily Panda and Liam Day, both getting Portugal. All right, now while I'm here, I'm going to do Luxembourg. 30 and 60. All right, that's Luxembourg. Sam Downs, Lisa Weston, as well as Sam Max and Paddo, watching from Australia, and Martin Partridge. All right, so you know what this means. And by the way, Norway not a bad team to get, but the next two will get Norway, and the remaining two will get the Netherlands 11. We've got Nico Fernando still in there. We've got Kai Bay and Ken Weston, who are number 9, still in there. We've got Simon the Medic still in there, 24. We've got Stephen Kelk and Shyam Shamsuddin at 32. So you ready? Here we go. The first Norway team is, can you see that? There we go. First Norway team is 1. So Nico Fernando and last one? 9. All right, well, that's not 9. Turn it upside down because that's a 6. And it's up. And by the way, by 6, I mean out, because this holds up in the breeze and Islam Al Haq guards the boundary. And so Chanjit's going to have to go. Thought he had enough on that, Nish, but obviously not. Asian Latina loses another wicket, 35 for 5.
Yeah, initially looked like he was going to go the distance, and that's a really well taken catch by Islam Al Haq. He just leaps off the ground and takes a really good one, but you've not heard your name. You know what that means.
Yeah, I'm just going to confirm. 24 and 32, so the system works. And you know what that means? Simon the Medic, he gets Netherlands 11. And you know what that also means? It means Stephen Kelk in the Netherlands draws the Netherlands. So yeah, a couple of times people have drawn their home team, but I suppose that's randomness. Sometimes it'll work up, sometimes it won't. But we have completed the draw, so I'm going to put that. I'll give that to Crewman. He can actually also put it on my social media, obviously. But yeah, thanks everyone for getting involved. It's been a lot of fun, and it's another layer of interest to the ECC.
Now this one is knocked away towards a long off, and again, if you got a team that you don't know as much about, it's a good chance to just learn about cricket in a different country in Europe.
Yeah, definitely. Nico Fernando getting Norway, who, by the way, are a pretty good cricket team.
Yeah, this one is, it goes straight to the fielder at long off. That was a tough catch from Mohammed Mohsen. You still expect him to take it. They're coming back for the second run, and they'll just about make it back on time. Huge responsibility here for Salim and Mungat. You feel if there's any partnership left that can try to salvage a result for Asian Latina, it's going to be this one, although that required is almost just starting to get to 15.
5 wickets don't help. You're going to keep swinging though, why not? This will just curve, this curves back actually past the fielder. I don't know what's more impressive, the fact that we organised that, but the fact that we did it within essentially 10 over period in a match from the 5 over mark to the 5 over mark in the bronze final. But I'm so happy that we've got that organised now.
Yeah, this is a lowish full toss, and oh, that is not the best effort by Islam ul Haq. We just saw him take a terrific catch out on the boundary, and then this is a very casual bit of fielding. Well, he's just wrong-footed himself.
Yeah, and sometimes it'll spin one way and then the other on the second bounce, and so yeah, get a bit of an idea of it here. But well struck. But, yeah, I mean, 103 might hold up here. Royal Roma, you finished in the top 2 every time. We've been here to the Roma Cricket Ground, although this time they won't finish in the top 2. Looking like they might finish top 3 as we get to the end of the 6th over. It's 43 for 5.
43 for 5 going along at just about 7 and over, which won't be enough for them at this stage. They need to just start getting those 15, 20 run overs from here. Asian Latina, we just take a look at that scorecard again. Other than the skipper, no real scores of note. Also, full credit to Royal Roma. They've been very tight with their bowling, keeping extras to a minimum. Struggled a lot with extras this morning against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. But they've come out here. They're bowling and fielding a lot better, although they have made a couple of errors.
I'm getting lots of messages as well coming through. People just talking about their picks, and I'm just really happy to see everyone getting so excited about it.
This is going to go away for a run towards mid-wicket. Yeah, it's just a...
So what's coming up, of course. We're pretty excited. It's all going to get going on Monday as the Euros of Cricket get underway. Group A, Day 1. Spain versus France. Cracking game to start. Also got the Isle of Man, Czechia and Greece in that group. Join us. Slightly later start time, 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. Euros of Cricket starts Monday.
This is a good length delivery. Isle of Man versus Greece under the lights to end the day. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Isle of Man, their first ever 10 over internationals. Not too many teams haven't played any. Isle of Man's one that sticks out. Jersey and Guernsey likewise. Serbia, I think, as well. Should be a wonderful viewing experience as well, as Islam loses this one down the leg side.
Tim Reedman saying that he was hoping to get England, but he gets Scotland instead. Well, you've got your northern neighbours, and well, it's not often you see an England fan cheering for Scotland in an international tournament.
Can I ask a question? You know, make peace with it now, but who hates who they got? Anyone? This is going to be hit down to deep third for a single.
I love the little bit of trolling we do on ECN. I mean, how many people would draw an Englishman to support Scotland in the European Championship?
You might hate it because you don't like that team, or you might just hate it because they're against a team you like.
And he just pitches this on a hard length, Islam, and the game's just really slipping away from Asian Latina now. They're going out without a whimper at the moment. It's rather underwhelming, especially because we know the firepower and explosiveness this Asian Latina side has. You thought maybe we would see that in this bronze final, but yeah, they just haven't recovered from that loss in the semi-final against Roma CC. Again, poor shot selection there by Salim, trying to swing out of his shoes, nowhere near the ball. Julian Dawson comparing our draw to the Eurovision. Now this is the opposite of the Eurovision. We don't let you vote for the team you like. As this one is struck behind square leg for a 4. Nicely played there by Salim. Just got a bit too straight, Islam ul Haq, and he gets punished for that one.
Yeah, so I guess we're all gearing up then for the finals, not too far away. And we're going to see Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who are going to take on Roma CC. That is this game right now. So I'm not sure if we've got the lineups yet, but yeah. It's going to be Roma Bangla Morning Sun versus Roma CC. The final is coming in 35 minutes. We wouldn't have the lineups too far away, so keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, Kai Bei saying he was just one call away from the Netherlands. Well, You know, Norway a pretty good side, you know, from what we've seen. They could be a team that could, if they get out of that group of death, then really anything is possible for them from there. And this will just slip past the fielder at third man. And Dave asking if someone can bring him a Cyprus hat for Cardamom. I mean, you know, you could.
Anyone's watching from Cyprus? Maybe Mohammed could bring another one.
And this one is struck away, and it's going to go underneath the fielder. Yeah, just a lapse of concentration there by Kamaljit Singh. Not watching the ball closely enough. It's very firmly struck by Salim, in fairness, as we now get a chance to look at the fantasy dashboard for this final. Of course, this is the moment we've been waiting for, the big final of this ECS in Italy. The undefeated Roma Cricket Club will take on Roma Bangla Morning Sun, playing in their first ever ECS final. Of course, the big story will be Sharif Rehan. Can he guide Roma Bangla Morning Sun to an unlikely final win? That's going to be a lot of fun. Really looking forward to that.
Huge game. Absolutely huge. Don't get much bigger. So looking forward to that. And it's not too far away. Like I said, 35 minutes away.
And that one just going down the leg side. Maybe Salim could have just stepped towards the inside, taken a couple of steps towards the off stump and just let that go down for a wide. But yeah, now it's a minor miracle needed here for Asian Latina. Couple of sixes or a couple of boundaries at least needed at the end of the over to keep them alive. And he just inside edges it onto his own pads. Salim. Yeah, Tim pointing out that you really never know, I mean, who could win this whole thing. So even if you're disappointed with your team right now, they might be the ones that go all the way. Again,
true.
Especially with this format, you know, a couple days for the group stages, one finals day. I think it just makes upsets all the more likely.
Well, you know how Gyan got Scotland 11 as we get to the end of the 8th over the score, 56 for 5. Dane actually messaged me and he said, there is actually some family heritage there from the McGregor clan on the mother's side. So there you go, a little bit of a connection. That's what I love about randomness. It doesn't have any emotions. It's just completely, it's completely arbitrary. And I'm just really excited to see who ends up scooping the pool in the ECC sweep, just for fun. Like I said, when it gets closer to the time, maybe in Championship Week, we'll see who's left and see what we can organise. But yeah, as far as getting a Cyprus hat, well, if you're coming to the ground, Dave, you might be able to chat to some of the Cyprus team yourself, because they'll be there during Group E. As Khalil is hoping to shut the gate here, Asian Latina, needing 48 off the last 2.
And again, it's a little bit wide. Could have really just, if he just looks to cut that one, it's probably going to go away for a boundary because there's no protection on that part of the field. I think Salim's missed out on a few boundaries just through his shot selection. Again, he's batting on just 13, 15 deliveries.
Khalil got a whippy action, doesn't he?
And played away. Is this going to go for 4? It certainly will. And they're going to need a boundary pretty much every ball from here, Asian Latina. So certainly the right mindset there. Yeah, a few more needed now.
As Corey would say, probably more likely that the world will stop spinning and start spinning the other way. But it's still been a good effort from Asian Latina to reach the top 4. Remember the start they had, and they were right in that semi-final as well. Really pushed Roma CC.
And this one, does it just touch the red line along the way? Not according to the umpire.
This is one that I feel might have just touched the line. But I suppose, look, you know what it is? Actually, it's pretty good umpiring. You know what? He had a toe outside off stump by about a stump, so even though it grabs a bit of the line, I think probably a good decision from Ian Ramage. Very experienced umpire. Next one will be 4. And Salim will just carve it away. Consolation runs coming in the night for Asian Latina.
40 needed of 8 now, so a 6 of pretty much every ball for Asian Latina to even have a chance. But yeah, just to keep the reaction coming in on the chat. Tell us how you feel about your team.
Dave, I suppose a bit unlucky not to get England, but also lucky you get a team that you'll be able to see close up, Dave.
And this one's going to be another dot ball. So we're just starting to reach the stage now where it's pretty much reaching the point of impossibility for Asian Latina to take this.
I think Julian, he'll be there for the last 2 weeks as well. Am I right there, Julian? So you'll get to see Switzerland against England as well. Switzerland is your pick. Good swing. It's no contact from Salim as he'll remain on 21. And over to go on this one. It's going to be 64 for 5 as we head into the last.
So 6 legal deliveries should do the trick here for Royal Roma. As of course we take a look at the bowling figures. Noman Khalil, as of course just bowled the previous over. 0 for 19 were his figures. The pick of the bowlers, of course, Rajwinder Singh bowled terrifically well. The captain picking up 2 wickets, going at an economy rate of 5.5. So maybe we'll just see a new bowler bowl this over. Doesn't look like that's the case. I think they're just going to keep it simple. Go in Mohsin. And he just needs to bowl 6 legal deliveries. And Royal Roma will pick up 3rd place. Again, they'll be bitterly disappointed they didn't make it to a final. They would have wanted to face Roma CC again just to get revenge for what happened last year.
Yeah, that's true. So Mohsin to Salim. He's hungry for more. And he gets tied up here. And oh, he almost gets bowled. That's actually really good reactions. Like, it doesn't matter that much at the moment. But if this ball rolls onto stumps, even a little bit, even if it's not enough to knock the bails off, then, if there were bails, then it's going to be bowled. But good reactions. So let me just talk you through. Colin and Mandrake, they've drawn Austria. And Austria here tomorrow, right? And then, let me just see who's drawn Finland. As this is hit. And almost bounces off the field. I'll just walk a single. So Aftab and Little M have Finland, and so does James Stewart. And of course, Finland will be here on the weekend. But then Group A, you've got Spain. So Jeff Maguire, JJ Nowdy, and Ian Lockwood and Danny Hudacek. They've all got Spain, Group A. And so they won't have to wait too long. Isle of Man was Twilight, Vinay Bangalore, and Elsboy. And then you've got France, which is Rob Lowry, Sukesh, and Fred Norris. Then you've got Czechia, which is Andrew Thompson, Amy, and Kenroy. As this is lifted up, and Salim will try and finish in style. That's a nice little pickup shot. Maximo! 6 runs as we approach the last ball of the bronze final. And just finally, Greece, also featuring in Monday's action. Jules Udebridge, as well as Ufus, Xander, and Mubrak, all with Greece. So, yeah, follow along. Last ball, Nish.
And Salim plays this one away quite nicely. He's going to get a 4 to end the innings. He will. So Salim ends with a nice little personal milestone of getting to a 30-plus score. As Royal Roma take this one very comfortably. Asian Latina will end up in 4th place. Just as they were in the group stages. Again, they'll be quite disappointed that they just haven't been able to put together a strong second innings in either of their matches today. Royal Roma, well, they desperately wanted to make the finals and face Roma CC for the 3rd successive ECS Rome final, but in the end they'll have to settle for 3rd place, and you have to say it's a well-deserved and pretty decent side, but it just didn't quite have enough to actually go to the main dance against Roma CC.
And that's the way the cricket crumbles, I guess, as we now count down to the final, which starts in about 25 minutes. And you saw the news from the toss that Rome Bangla Morning Sun, they have won the toss. They've sent in Roma CC. I think Roma CC would have liked to chase. They won't get the chance to do that. So that is what's coming up as we roll into the highlights of this one. 103 didn't look like a lot on paper, but it's good enough. And once again, congratulations to Royal Roma. Ultimately win the bronze medal here in this European Cricket Series.
And we take a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, he started off on the front foot, Royal Roma, picking up a couple of wickets in the first over. Asian Latina were 8 for 2 right from the outset. Sukhbir Singh and Hashma Dinsa would both depart for ducks right at the start. We saw some nice hitting by the skipper, Amandeep Singh, until he was clean bowled by Rajwinder Singh. He made 20 of 12. Onkar Singh would be caught out at long off. Good catch there by Mohammad Mohsin. And there was this really good catch taken by Usman Ul-Haq at the end of Charanjit Singh. We'd see Khan Salim at the end hit some nice looking strokes. He was aided a couple of times by misfields. But by that stage, the result of this game was pretty much settled. He'd end up undefeated on 32 of 24 as we once again look at the fantasy dashboard for our final that is coming up. It's going to be an absolutely huge game. Roma Bangla Morning Sun in their first ever final. 2 star players for them, Sharif Rehan, Anik Ahmed. You know, they're going to go some way in determining how far this team goes. And Charles Fernando, Dinidu Maragi at the other end for Roma CC. Quality players on both sides, and it should be a high quality, intense, nerve-wracking final as we of course take a look at the scorecard. Once again, only 2 players managed to make it to double digits. Asian Latina will be very disappointed they made just 77 runs, knowing the kind of power hitting ability they have. And of course, as we mentioned, Constantine top scorer with 32 of 24 with a little late milestone for him. We take a look at the bowling figures. A fantastic all-round bowling performance here by Royal Roma. I think all the bowlers will be fairly pleased with themselves. The captain, Rajwinder Singh, is the pick of the bowlers with 2 for 11, then also gave up just 3 runs of extras. That is mightily impressive. And in the end, the match summary for the bronze final is that Royal Roma will end up in 3rd place by defeating Asian Latina by 26 runs. Join us again in a few moments as we will have a huge final for ECS Italy. We'll be back in just about 25 minutes.
8 teams started this journey, but only the top 2 remain now. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, what a tournament for them. They've smashed records in this tournament. They can be a bit hot and cold though. They make their first final this afternoon. Roma CC, the defending champions, the champions of Italy last year. They went to the big dance in Spain, but now they're here to defend their title. Get ready, match 60 on the way. This is the European Cricket Series Italy-Rome final, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. It is time for the big one. It is match 60, the final here in Rome. And what a Roma derby we have to finish things off. We have Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They finished in 3rd position. They got here after taking care of business in the first game of the day against Royal Roma. We've got Roma CC, the defending champions and Super Series reigning champions of Italy. Their opponents should be a big one. They're playing for this wonderful trophy thanks to our partners at Local Lifestyle. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. It's a big one. Ian Ramage at the other end with the 2 captains.
Roma Bangla, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Okay, Roma CC, you're the away team, you will call. There you go.
Tail is called.
Tails has been called. It's come down heads, so you've won the toss.
Will be ball first.
Okay, so toss has been won by Roma Bangla and they will bowl first.
So it is Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They win the toss and they elect to bowl. Now, I do think that part of that is they have chased pretty well in this series, so they're doing, I suppose, what they're most comfortable doing. Remember, they set a record chase of 175 earlier in this series. And it also means that Roma CC don't get to chase, which I suppose they like to do in the big games. So Roma CC, though, they will be batting first. Dinadu Maragi is super important, I think. Wadua Walagi is a bit of a wild card, isn't he, with the bat and the ball. You've got Charles Fernando, who's been making a mountain of runs in there. Just a really long order for Roma Bangla Morning Sun to encounter. But Roma Bangla, they've been interesting. They have kind of been a bit off with the ball sometimes in the series, but they certainly got it together in the first semi-final. Let's see if they can deliver against the hosts in this one. And like I said, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, it's their first ever ECS final. Roma CC, though, they were finalists in 21 and 22 and the Super Series in 22 as well, and now here as well. So it's kind of their 5th ECN final, if you include the final in the ECL of their group earlier this year. And look, they're a very proud club. I just think it's going to be a great game. Can't wait to see who walks away with this. And of course, after this game, we'll have a little bit of a break overnight, but back with 2 days of internationals right here from Rome as well in the morning. Nishay Butt, it's been a great journey. It's been great to share it with you. Let's get ready for match number 60, the final. And it's Roma Bangla Morning Sun winning the toss, sending in Roma CC. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Well, talk about getting hyped for a final. That was a brilliant intro, and we're ready. We're excited. It's Roma Bangla Morning Sun and Roma Cricket Club battling it out for a chance to be Rome European Cricket Series champions. As we'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard, of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun 10-5 against Roma Cricket Club. We're looking to make history by going undefeated this entire series. Of course, the key players are Sharif Rehan and Anik Ahmed for RBMS, and for Roma, it's Dinadu Maragi and Charles Fernando. I think whoever plays best versus those two duo are going to go on to win it all. We then take a look at the bat versus ball wall, and of course, Roma Cricket Club fancied as 7-run favorites. And of course, look at the amount of runs these two sides are averaging so far. I think we're in for a high-scoring, thrilling, tight finish. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Then we take a look at the win predictor. Of course, Roma CC, rightfully so, fancied as favorites heading into this game. They are 68% favorites according to the win predictor. But don't count out this RMBS side. They are so good. And they, of course, started off this morning with a terrific performance, absolutely easily handling Royal Roma. And they were electric in the field. They were great with the ball in hand. And you just wonder whether they've saved their best day for the most important day of this series. Of course, they're playing in their first ever final. But they're going to enjoy it. They're going to play freely. They're going to look to attack with a lot of positivity. And of course, Roma CC, we've seen them pull off big chases in pressure situations throughout the past couple of years. And now that it's the other way around, they get to bat first, post a big total, and try to put some pressure on this RBMS side, who of course, they don't mind chasing themselves, do they? They were involved in the greatest chase ever in ECS cricket earlier this series, and they pulled off a remarkable chase against Royal Roma, chasing down 175. So Roma CC won't rest easy until they have a really, really formidable target on the board. It just looks set up to be an absolute classic, doesn't it? Everything about it. We're in the Eternal City, a city steeped in history, and I think we're going to witness some European cricketing history over these next 90 minutes. The umpires for this big final are umpire Nirmal, who is currently behind the stumps, and umpire Suleiman Saeed out at square leg. The third umpire is umpire Hassan, and of course you had a chance to see our match referee Ian Ramage in the toss video. Everyone is ready, the players are ready, the umpires are ready. And here we go, first ball of the final. This one is just straying down the leg side. It's not a great ball to start off, but luckily for him, Marage, the dangerous Marage, doesn't get enough bat on it. Doesn't get any bat on it, in all honesty. It's going to be leg buys and a single. Just gets away with one there, Anik Ahmed, who has been among the top 10 wicket takers in this series. The captains led his side exceptionally well, played terrifically in the semi-final. And we're just looking for the big players, the captains, to step up and have a big performance during the final. Fielder out at third man, and then a fielder a deep backward square leg. Those are the two fielders outside the circle for this power play. And Wodewolage blocks out the first one again. You know, Roma CC have quite a few batting options, so they've been keen to maybe just play around a little bit with their opening partnership. But certainly for finals day, it looks like they've settled with Wodewolage and Marage. This one is played wonderfully. It just goes over the fielder, and it's gone for a boundary. There was a half a chance for Shoaib Chowdhury. Maybe if there was a taller fielder there, it could even have been a catching opportunity. Wodewolage, though, doesn't just live to fight another day, also gets a boundary. But yeah, it's been a good series for him so far, averaging 30, a strike rate of 200. That's why he's earned the promotion up the order. This one is very, very wide by Anik Ahmed. I think he knows he just went a touch too straight in the previous ball, so tries to correct his length and ends up overcompensating. Yeah, this is what it's all about for these teams. You know, you've had a grueling couple of weeks, and it now comes down to just 60 balls per inning to decide who's going to be the champion, as this one is absolutely battered away by Wodewolage. It goes a bit too short there, Ahmed, and allows Wodewolage to get underneath it, and he just clubs that away. Huge six. And instant pressure now on Anik. Yeah, just calls him, never mind, never mind. 2 more balls to come. I think this is just going to be one of those games where you're going to see a lot of acceleration from both sides, and then it's going to be out who can pick up wickets in opportune moments. As once again, Wodewolage goes for that ram shot behind the wicketkeeper, tries to scoop it up, but it fails to come off this time. Last time he was almost perfect with it. Hit a gorgeous shot against Asian Latina. Looks to come down the wicket, and he plays that well. This is going to take a good fielding effort, and the fielder is equal to the task. Just the 1 run But we'll take another look at that. Just check his back foot to see if this was legal or not. Is he touching the rope? Ooh, well, it's hard to tell. Let's keep going forward. Yeah, he may have. He just may have. Let's just see. I think this is the crucial angle. Back. Ooh, can we really tell from here? It's hard to tell. It's inconclusive. And I think maybe, I mean, I just see a bit of a gap between the rope and his foot. Again, each to their own. I'm sure everyone's going to have a different view of that. Of course, 3 days to go until the Euros of cricket. It's the European Cricket Championship. 31 nations will battle it out for a right to be European champions. And of course, a lot of our viewers have a lot at stake as well. We spent the bronze final doing our sweep. Many of ECN's faithful got a team allotted to them. And of course, we just like to hear what you think about your team. Some reaction has come in. Hope more reaction pours in throughout this final. Are you happy with the team you got? You know, there's a few people who are like, well, I was just one number away from getting a team I really wanted. But hey, that's just the beauty of randomness, you know. Some people will be happy, some won't, as it takes one bounce and goes over the rope for 4. Diridu Marage gets off the mark. Doesn't quite go in the direction he intended. Marage, though, he's been very, very good throughout this series. Performed exceptionally well with both bat and ball. Star performer for this Roma CC side. And of course, he'll be taking part in the ECIs for the Italian national cricket team too, as this takes an inside edge. It's going to be quite a chase for the fielder. He'll get to the ball, and it's just the 1 run. Yeah, Bilal Hussein, he's very successful bowling for RBMS throughout this series. He was very good in the semi-final this morning as well. Bowled superbly. Oh, it's a great ball. Was there an edge there? There might have been. I think there was just a little click, and the keeper's reaction will indicate that. Again, he shouldn't be kicking the ball away that way. And oh, there might have been an edge. I think he was gone if the keeper takes the catch, and keeper thinks so too. He knows that. He knows there was an edge. But yeah, kicking the ball after that, well, that's not the right reaction. You don't want to see that kind of frustration. You know, they could easily have run a run there sneakily. Roma CC as another inside edge. And this will bring Roma a couple of runs. And again, it's important that RBMS don't get too frustrated after that drop catch. Obviously, the danger man, Wadu Walage, you'll be very annoyed that you've given him another life. But you got to keep your heads up. You got to keep creating chances. And well, it's another slice of luck here for Roma Cricket Club. Just getting a little bit lucky to start off this innings. And again, it's just he's trying to whack that over mid-wicket, and it ends up taking a huge edge and flying over the boundary at 3rd man. There we go. Let's see. It's going to go around the wicket now. Change of angle for Hossein. And this is a good length, really good length, which is why Wadu Walage has missed that one. Dot ball to end the over. But going along at a good rate here, Roma CC. As we, of course, take a look at today's schedule. We've had a couple of semifinals so far today. You know the result of those. It was the 2 winners of the semifinals that we're watching right now. And then Royal Roma took the bronze final fairly comfortably against Asian Latina. And of course, it's a chance to welcome Mr. Maximo Vinisandu into the commentary box for this huge, epic final.
Yeah, it's a big one, isn't it? Don't get too much bigger. Rome Bangla Morning Sun, first final they've ever made on ECN. They've been near enough before, but Roma CC, they've won 2 ECS finals, not only the Rome Series last year, but also the Super Series also were finalists back in 2021.
Oh, this one just strikes the pad going down the leg side.
It's good to see the wind's died down a little bit now, Nish, so the bail's back on, and there just could be a little bit of unpredictable weather around over the next 24 hours. Hopefully, if there's any rain, it falls outside play hours. Walagi super lucky. I think he's dropped behind. And Naeem not in the side for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They've got Bomic back there, who's normally a pretty good keeper. It's just been a little bit out of touch, I think, this series. As Salim gets driven down the ground, and that will beat the infield. It'll run away for 4. So, I mean, that one, I don't think he quite gets it, but this guy is so strong. You can see that, muscles it down the ground for 4.
Oh, he's going to feel every run that comes up. Wadualage's bat here, Chunder Bomic. That's 8 runs he's made since he was dropped. And I'm sure Bomic is keeping count of that. He just needs to put that aside, though. And it continues with the good keeping. I think square leg's been brought back into the ring. They sent someone out to long on. Oh, just hits the pad, a pitching outside leg, obviously. And it's going to be leg buys in 4.
It's a big swing, isn't it? But you're exactly right about that. Nish saw it perfectly. It was down leg, pitched outside leg, the leg stump. But yeah, it cost them 4 runs because it does go to the fence.
Yeah, they just need to keep their cool here at Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They've had a rough start to this final. And a lot of things just not going their way. Obviously, catches put down. Quite a few edges have flown Roma CC's way as well. They need to just hang in there, stay mentally strong. And again, you know, a final is not just a test of your cricketing ability. Of course, if you've reached a final, you're probably pretty good at the game as it is. It's more about mental strength and fortitude. And we're going to have to see if RBMS have the nerve.
Yeah, it's a flying start, isn't it, from Roma CC. Bangla searching for this early breakthrough. Wadualagi, 30, plus a kicked 4. He almost nicks this. Well, he's given him. Wow, I got to say that I played a little glance sideways and maybe gets a bit of help, but I don't know if the other umpire's in a position to really make this call. I mean, it's close to the edge. Maybe the umpire was sure and he just wanted confirmation. But Wadualagi is going to have to go. Again, the umpires, to give them credit, they're a lot closer to the action than we are. But it just seemed like even the fielders weren't completely convinced. The umpire was, though, and that's what matters. And the score now, 38 for 1. I mean, looks there like there's a big gap between bat and ball, but that's front on, and yeah, it's hard. There could have been a little noise. It's not something really the video can be conclusive about, but you've got to just have the instinct there. Wadualagi, a little bit unlucky to be given out caught behind.
Yeah, tough break there for Roma Cricket Club, but again, it's what RBMS needed. Not much has gone their way early in this innings. Wadualagi making 16 runs after being dropped by the keeper. Chunder Bomic will feel great that he was the one who got to take that catch. Long on, and a very fine deep third man out for the danger man, Fernando.
Out. Now really, it seemed like an eternity, but Charles is going to go first ball, and if there's no bat in this is an easy decision for the umpire. Hits him dead in front. Roma CC lose 2 in 2. And just like that, Salim's on a hat-trick. It's 38 for 2.
We've seen 3 hat-tricks so far this series. Are we going to see one in the final? You can just see it straightens ever so slightly. And that's what means it's a plum for Fernando. Fernando has been incredible throughout this series. He's been making runs for fun, averaging well over 50. But here he's going to get a golden derrick in the most important game of the series. That's just how cricket is sometimes.
We've seen some very good players getting ducks on finals day as well. Luckenwell collecting a pair here on Friday finals day. And, oh, well, their first one, still trying to come to terms with that one, I think. Not the only one, but the second one, there was no doubt at all. We've had 3 hat-tricks to this point in Rome. Khalil, the last man to perform the feat. Could Salim do it here? What a game-changing over this is. And it's going to be Prithuvi Samarage who's coming out left-hander to face the hat-trick ball and the last ball of the power play.
Again, we were just saying this game was maybe slipping away from RBMS after that start. And now this has swung the momentum back in their favor. Third man brought back into the ring.
Hat-trick ball. Oh, pretty good hat-trick ball as well. Almost causes a run out. As Rome Bangla, they needed something, they get something. What an over from Salim. Goes back-to-back boundaries, but then comes back with back-to-back wickets. And that takes us to the end of 3. The score is 38 for 2.
And that's what we were talking about, you know, the mental fortitude when you're playing in a final. You know, he doesn't drop his head after getting struck for a couple of boundaries, stays in there and bowls 3 excellent deliveries to round out the over.
Morange, though, he's still there. He's only faced 4 balls so far. And let's see if they can double down and turn that into something more. Rome Bangla, really, their bowling had a bit of the pin the tail on the donkey kind of feel earlier in this tournament, but they've kind of clicked at the right time, haven't they? And this final takes the twist. I feel like there's a few more before we'll be done and handing over the trophy. Here's Bilal in the 4th, and this is up in the air. Well, deep third's coming around, and he'll drop the catch. Well, that was an opportunity. If ever I saw one, they've had a couple that have gone their way. This is Hero, who's normally a good fielder. Made good ground to get there, but just dropped it at the critical moment.
We saw Hira take a great catch running backwards 3 days ago, but he puts down a fairly simple one in the final again. That's the 2nd catch they've dropped already this inning, so they're creating chances of plenty. RBMS just need to start taking a few more of these.
Yeah. Morange dropped on 5. Samarage out there, stylish left-hander. And gets a wide down the leg side. Well, he must have hit the pad here. It doesn't get the wide call. So again, umpires are not close to the action than we are. I mean, Sully's an experienced umpire. Yeah, it has hit the pad. It's good umpiring. Just flicks the trousers. No real protest from the batter. So just a couple of things running away from Roma CC. Oh, and this one cuts him in half. So the last couple of minutes have been all Roma Bangla Morning Sun, I suppose with the exception of that drop catch.
Very, very good comeback by Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Samarage played quite well in the semi-final. Played some beautiful shots over the offside. Gorgeous looking left-hander. And Samarage, it's come down to these two again. They've had some good partnerships together throughout this series.
Samarage at least able to get some bat on this. And that'll just be a single. So, yeah, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, we were calling them the chaseologists, weren't we, earlier in the tournament, because they chased down some pretty decent scores, including a record 175 earlier in the tournament. But the question is, can they do it under pressure against a very good Roma CC bowling lineup in this final? And how many will they be chasing? Morange just taps this over the head of the deep point. Well, what a shot that is. Maximo! And when you're trying to get the momentum back in a big match, helps have a player like this. This is just like a little love tap, but he times it so well. It's all the way over the fence.
Great counter punch here by Morange. His side were just under a little bit of pressure these last 8 or 9 deliveries, and he just punches RBMS back.
Loses run there, Bilal, but Bilal's had some really good moments, and credit to Roma Bangla. It's weird, they've rarely got their batting and their bowling clicking at the same time. If they can do it on finals day, it's hard to see any team that can stop them. Last ball of the 4th. Pretty well bowled, pitches up, gets the ball back. End of 4 overs, it's 46 for 2.
So this game is just nicely hanging in the balance. That great spell Ibrar Salim has just pulled his team back. Bilal Hussain, well, a good over here as well. Just 8 runs off it. Could and should probably have had a wicket. It's going to be, it looks like Salim might just come back for a second over immediately.
I think you would. I mean, why wouldn't you? He's hot as you like. He's gone wicket, dot, finishes over. I think you get him out there while he's full of confidence. And the thing is now he's got a bit more protection as well, because he bowled the 3rd over, which was the last power play over. Only 2 outfielders allowed there. Now there's 5 allowed. Samarage, though, he's very, very skillful, but his timing's eluded him more often than he's had it, I think, in this tournament. Let's see if he can find a gear in the final. Salim 2 for 8 off his first over. Comes back to bowl out, and he's going to get whacked away for 4. It was too short. Didn't get it right to Prithuvi, who makes him pay 4 runs.
Gets it all wrong there, wrong line, wrong length. And a player of his quality is always going to smash those away. And Salim just needs to continue bowling the way he was at the end of his previous over. Get it up there, aim it at the stumps.
And gets it wrong again this time. It's penalised with a wide.
You can see the projected score at the moment, 116. You'd expect, though, Roma CC, if they've still got wickets in the bank, they'll accelerate quite a bit in the last 3 or 4 overs.
50's up for Roma CC as well. Oh, that's a loose shot from Prithuvi. Doesn't quite get behind the line of this. He's trying to hit his way out of trouble. Can't really blame him for that. But yeah, this one bounces pretty much straight over middle stump. I'm trying to work out what the kind of par total is for Roma Bangla to chase. Given the fact it's against Roma CC, maybe it's like 110, 115. As this is hooked up and out of the ground. Maximo! Samaraga, mixture of timing and using the pace of Salim. This one went a long way off the stick.
Very nicely hit. Beautifully controlled shot as well. Gets underneath it beautifully and manages to elevate the ball over fine leg. And now this partnership, a nice little counter-attack by them these last couple of overs. They've just put the pressure back on Bangla Morning Sun since RCC lost those couple of wickets in quick succession.
Nice looking shot, slightly inside out this time, although it'll only get him a single. Anik Ahmed, didn't he play well this morning? And now I like this running. They were basically took it on a bit like a quick single on the overthrow though, saying, well, if the ball's going to miss the stumps, it's going to be a pretty difficult pick up and throw for the backup fielder. So Anik tries to keep the batter honest. In the end, the fielders are kept honest. I think he would have been in here. Yeah, he was in, and then Samaragi very quick say, you know what, let's take it on. They do get another run.
The bowler should be doing a bit better there, in all honesty.
Oh, it doesn't quite get this. Should be gone. Raihan doesn't drop too many. Doesn't drop this one. An unlucky 13 for Samaragi as Salim breaks through with a 3rd wicket in the final. Roma CC hit another speed hump at 59 for 3.
Raihan, not a fan of stretching, but he has no problem taking catches, just stays on the spot, allows the ball to come to him, and takes it very comfortably. Again, he was looking to play that inside-out cover drive. He loves to, but he can only wake it up and present a simple catch to Raihan. The formidable batsman takes an all-important catch here. And again, this is what we were talking about, it's that that RCC are going to hit boundaries, just that can you keep getting wickets at regular intervals. And so far, thanks to Salim, RBMS are hanging in this game, and it's finally poised.
Yeah, I suppose, Sharif, not a huge fan of a warm-up, but some people are born warm. And Sharif might be one of those, just had to skate back a little bit, tracked it back, and Samaraga, again, his timing escapes him at the critical moment. He goes for 13 with the ball to go on the 5th, and Salim searching for a 4th. If we get 2 and 2 here, he'll be super impressed because it's Krishan Kalagamage. Very, very talented middle order bat to come out. And, he's still got over half the innings to work with. Last ball of the 5th. Last ball for Salim.
Great ball by Salim. Terrific delivery, aimed at the stumps.
And that'll take us to the end of the over. And the score is 59 for 3. Once again, I want to welcome you into the commentary cube. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Nishay Bhatt. And I just want to say, put it here, buddy. You've done a great job. I know it's our first time working together in week 2. Hopefully you've enjoyed the experience. And of course, we're always excited to have a European Cricket Series final. I know it's not your first, but it is your first outside Cyprus, right?
No, absolutely. It's been a great pleasure working alongside you. I've really enjoyed this past week. The cricket's also been terrific, so it's certainly been a memorable experience.
Yeah, and so we're making memories all the time. Also, of course, in the bronze final, we did the full draw for our ECC sweep, which is an idea we had probably about this time last night. And so many people getting involved. I think over 100 people involved now, some of our most loyal viewers and people that take a big interest in ECN. So a bit of fun there as well. And of course, the ECC starts on Monday. I've posted the final draw to my Facebook. Mr. Maximo. Anyway, this is a beautiful shot from Moraga to start the new over as he eases it away over the offside. Maximo. And here it's kind of luck of the draw, I guess, but Moraga's only faced 7 balls in the first half of this innings. That's a warning shot that he's still there and he's hungry for more runs.
As long as Moraga is there, RCC still have a chance to post something really, really strong on the board. So again, aggression is going to be the only option for RBMS, especially when you're going up against one of the deepest batting lineups in Italy.
Full, slightly slow ball, I think, that time. Most rolled his fingers on it. Anik may have given away another overthrow here. This time they decide against it. It's, yeah, it's not a bad first half at all for Roma CC, despite a couple of troubles, you might call it, but 59 off the first half, probably par for the course, maybe a handful under in the final with the 2 top teams in the tournament going head to head. Sometimes get high scoring finals, sometimes low scoring finals. I just think Rome finals days are always highly unpredictable. Moson's an important player as well. He'll give you an honest 2 overs with the ball and he's likely to bat 3 for Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
This is going to be a very important matchup. As you said, Mosin against Moraga. Both of them quite important all-rounders for their side.
Oh, nicks a full toss into the turf, and Moraga, he'd like that one back, I think. Well, he's got too many options. I think he was trying to work out where to hit it. Forgot to play down the right line.
He's taking about a wicket in innings so far, Mosin, in this series. Had a pretty, very healthy strike rate as well, getting a wicket every 9 balls.
It's not the quickest, but yeah, he generally puts the ball where he wants it, Ahmed Mohsin. Now this might be an exception as it's short, wide, there's no protection out there. Flies away and goes all the way. Says Carreras. Maximo, 6 more to Moraga.
Just slashes at this one. It's a bit too wide. He gets underneath that one very well there, Moraga. Again, it's a safe shot with no fielder out there. He just can't afford to bowl that wide with the sort of field setting he has. He needs to bowl a stump-to-stump line. So getting that one badly wrong, Mosin. Went for quite a few runs earlier today as well. I don't think he bowled particularly well.
Well, he gets a bit more of this, and it's still on the way up as it passes the rope. Maximo! Moraga mode activated as he makes the most of the 6, gets the strike and does something with it. It's 79 for 3 after 6.
Motors on to 30 plus here, Moraga. This one is over pitched by Mosin, and it gets the treatment right in the slot.
It's the kind of length that, you know, certainly at the ECC we'll probably see disappear for 6 more often than not. And the batters with good techniques, driving, keeping their shape, lifting it up and over. Fernando went for a golden here, but Moraga and Wadawilagi, the 2 openers passing 30. Wadawilagi still a bit of conjecture about his dismissal, but the umpire made up his mind, and I suppose it doesn't hurt him too much if their other batters can get the job done. Kalagamage, though, he's a stylish stroke maker. He's only faced 2 balls so far. Faces Buyan, and he bangs him down the ground. He goes Buyan as Kalu gets his first Maximo to start the 7th over.
Oh, great hit here by Kalu. Again, it's over pitch. You just can't bowl at that length. And Kalagamage, who's been battering it at a strike rate of 202 throughout this series, shows some of his power there as well. Again, he comes lower down the order, yet he's still managed to score 164 runs in his appearances so far this series.
Now just flat bats this and puts it a long way deep, doesn't he? Back-to-back Maximals for Kalagamage. Roma CC, you might get 3 of them, but you better catch them all like Pokemon, otherwise they're going to put on a big score in a big game.
Oh, alarm bells ringing right now for RBMS. No, somebody other than Salim needs to come up with a wicket over here. Maybe even the captain needs to consider just inserting himself back into the lineup again. He has been amongst the top 10 wicket takers this series. I know he had an expensive first over, but he does have a history of taking quite a few wickets.
I think it's time to bring him back. Kalu gets full toss, he tests out the fielder. Has to deal with a slightly awkward bounce out there. That's Mansour Mujamal, who comes in, I think for the first time in this series, in this final. James Stewart saying, Nish, it's been a great pleasure to listen to you. Let's hope it's not too long until we have you back in the cube. A job well done. Yeah, well said, James, and I agree 100%. Buyan comes in, he gets hit hard, and once again, that is going to clear the field up. Maximo Maragate to 37. But yeah, James, I think echoes the sentiments. A lot of our viewers have really enjoyed having you back in the cube.
Oh, it's been an absolute pleasure. Of course, a big thank you to the European Cricket Network for giving me this opportunity. And thank you to the fans as well, for, especially during the solo days, for being there alongside me and helping me get through the days. It was great conversing with you all. And we really have the absolute best community in the world here on the European Cricket Network. Has this one a bit too much width over there. It's slashed away for 4 by Maragate. And keep in mind, he was dropped when he was on 5. And that's going to come back to hurt.
I think it is, especially when a guy's made so many runs in the series. Maragate, I'm excited to see him in a blue shirt this weekend for Italy, and of course in Group C of the ECC, start of week 2. He's warming up now. He's faced 7 in the last 2 overs. He only faced 7 in the first 5, and now he's going to put another one out of the park. Maximo Buyan on the verge of going supersonic, as that one goes for 29 runs. The 100 comes up during the over as well. 108 for 3 after 7.
This could be a very exciting chase in the second innings, because as we know, RBMS are just about capable of chasing anything. And Roma CC look like they're going to give them a pretty formidable total. Of course, we'll take a look at some of tomorrow's fixtures, as it'll be the start of the ECI with Italy, Finland, and Austria involved. The very first match will be Italy against Finland, so it'll be good to see a side we haven't seen for a long while in the European Cricket Network, Finland, and then Austria, of course, making a short trip down south to Italy. So lots of great matches on offer over there.
It's a great opportunity, I think, for Finland in particular, who haven't played a lot. I think it might actually be their first 10-over international that they play, and it's going to be a great experience for them. Of course, they've been drawn in the same group as Austria as well. So join us same time. There's 5 matches tomorrow. There's 4 on Sunday, as that European Cricket International takes place over this weekend in Rome. 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe. It's 12:45 in India. Okay, so they're going to turn to Monser Mojamel in over 8. Come in for the final. Let's see what he can do. Oh, almost gets wicket first ball, but it's going to be the 50 partnership. Not really a controlled stroke by Kalagamage, but effective nonetheless, as he French cuts this one for 4.
When it rains, it pours. Inside edge here. They just need a little bit of good fortune, RBMS, but they can't seem to find any at the moment. It just seems like luck's favoring Roma CC as well. Everything going their way right now.
It seems that way. Much amount. Still, wasn't a bad ball first up. This one is a fraction short, lifted up and out of here. Maximal, so 4 and 6 to pick up sixes. Roma CC pick up the pace.
Look at this pose. Just have a look at how beautiful a pose that is when he hits the 6. You know, that could be a logo on a t-shirt. It was so gorgeous.
Yeah, you're right about that. It wasn't even that short. That's the scary thing. Kalagamage 24 off 7. Now drives this pretty hard, picks out the fielder because they go straight away. They'll get through for the run. And Kalagamage, he is lightning behind the stumps. In fact, he's going to take on a 2 and force a fumble from Salim. So, yeah, pressure in many ways being heaped on at the moment by the home side.
At this stage, really, Roma Bangla Morning Sun have to at least try to keep Roma CC under 160 or something. That's about the only realistic goal for them from here. Again, just put in a good 15 balls, taking 1 ball at a time.
Well, 59 off 5. Then the 6 went for 20, and then 29 in the 7th. And now this is going to go all the way back to the line, and it's 6 more. Says Mas Maximo. Once again, the pull is on and executed perfectly. Stole the strike back and then grabs, smash and grab stuff. 6 runs more.
And this is just the incredible thing about this Roma CC side. Kalagamage probably hasn't had enough batting opportunities throughout this series, but he steps up in the biggest game of all.
Bit of ball that time from Mojamel. Oh, he gets pinged with a wide, got to say it. My instinct was it was probably all right. Oh, yeah. Harsh one. But when things are rolling against you, they're rolling against you. I've got to say the umpires, they've been excellent on wides throughout this tournament. But, that one went against the bowler. Now full toss, drilled. Another magical over. Mojamel, well, the writing was on the wall when the little inside edge went for 4 first ball, and this innings is now out of control.
Low full toss, and again, those are never easy to play. Kalogamage, such brilliant technique, so finely balanced. He plays the right shot to that, gets it straight down the ground.
I think they missed a trick not bringing Anik back sooner here. Cat's out of the bag. There's another shot. This time I don't think it'll go all the way, not quite the timing. First one in a while. It hasn't been out of the screws. So miss hits first and last ball, but in between, bit of carnage. 8 overs down, the score 134 for 3, and another magical over, 26 coming off that one. So now, since the halfway point, we've had overs, I should say, of 20, 29 and 26. So what a start to the second half of this innings.
Incredible start, and of course, the reward for Anik Ahmed, who's going to bowl the penultimate over, is that he gets to face a red-hot Christian Kalogamage. Again, these 12 balls are going to be very important. They just need to find a way to somehow keep this below 165 again.
Yeah,
the
fact you're even saying that, you know, if that's your goal now, it's a sign that things have gone very, very wrong.
They did manage to chase 175 against Royal Roma, so...
Here's Anik coming back. He almost gets to wicket first up with the fumble of the keeper. They take it on, and Maragi will get home. So, yeah, they did chase 175, that is true. But they, to be fair, and they did bat well, but there was a lot of help there in the form of extras as well. I just don't see Roma CC giving you that many. And Roma CC, in one of the games yesterday, Roma CC didn't even concede a single extra. It was a clean innings, which you don't see very often in the European Cricket Series. Andy in the chat saying how quickly things change. It's 10 over cricket at its best, yeah, no doubt. Because they seem to be in control, didn't they? 46 for 2 after 4 overs. Restricting the team pretty well back then, but that's ancient history now. Now a little whip away, and it beats the fielder as well. So Roma CC motoring towards something very, very big. Yeah, if you want to talk, first 4 overs went for 46. The next 4 overs went for 88. If that doesn't tell the story, nothing does.
This is quite a hammering. And again, you could maybe look back at certain decisions as well. Was it right to bowl Mojamel, who's barely bowled throughout this series, and he went for 26 runs?
Hasn't played since last year. And this is going to come out of the ground as well. So that one's going to knock into the cars. Oh, yeah, that's actually pretty close to a no ball as well. And yeah, it's been seen. So things going from bad to worse. Anik just gets a bit too wide, touches the line. And 7 up with a free hit to come. I'm sure the umpire will say to Anik, listen, it's for the sideline. You're going to have to bring your foot back in a little bit. So things have gone right off the rails now for Rome Bangla.
I'm a little bit surprised that Saiful Hira hasn't bowled at any point in this final again. We saw him with his ambidextrous bowling a couple of days ago. He would have been very handy.
Free hit, cracked 4 as the 150 comes up for Roma CC. There's still an over and a half remaining. It's been carnage from over 5 onwards. And Roma Bangla, despite their early enthusiasm and a couple of early victories, things have gone right to mud for them here in the final. They're going to have to break a record, I think, the way things are going, if they're going to do this. 91 the partnership in only 23 balls. It's roughly 400 strike rate as this is lifted up, and it's going to be 6 more. Maximo! As Dinadu, by the way, somewhere in here, he's reached his 50, and he's going to keep on keeping on. And he reaches 67 now. Good call by the umpire on the field as well, just clearing the rope.
Yeah, you can see it lands a couple of inches in front of the boundary rope. And Maragi, probably the quietest 350 strike rate half century you're ever going to see, as that's another wide again. Ahmed just feeling the pressure. That's a wide Maragi has earned through just battering the bowler.
It's a pretty tough one, but Anik doesn't do himself any favours by running straight in front of the umpire. The umpire might have had some doubt, but he says, look, if you're going to run in front of me, I'm going to give the wide. I want to say a big thank you to Tim Reedman, very generous. He's donated £5, and he's also donated a membership in the chat. Oh, there goes the ball, there goes the bat, and even though he drops the bat, he still gets the boundary. That brings up the 100 partnership, and I think that says it all, as Kalu literally watches on as Miragi throws the bat at the ball and gets 4 more runs.
He doesn't even need a firm grip on his bat to hit a boundary. I think that just shows you how good a player Mirage is. As, of course, they bring up the 100 partnership.
What a partnership, though. What a partnership. You've got to think that when he came in, they're at a bit of a crossroads. Kalakamaga's played his role, and now he's going to watch Dinadu whip another one off his hip, and that's another 6, end of the over. As, well, Anik, he has a bit of a shocker. That no ball creates an extra ball in the over. He's going to end up going into the naughty 40s. 47 his figures at the end of 9 overs. The score is 167 for 3. Well, we know that they set a record earlier in the tournament, chasing 175 for victory against Royal Roma. Like I said, they had some help. And you just can't see a team like Roma CC giving them a look in. But as we know, Nish, ECN is very unpredictable. There's a list of some of the highest chasers on the network.
Certainly is, and of course, Italy always just delivers on finals day, and we could be in for a classic final again. I've been saying this since I got here, that I just feel like we're set up to have our first ever Golden Ball final, and this long wait is going to be worth it. I think a high chasing game, which comes down to a Golden Ball, is just what we're going to deserve for waiting 320 odd games for a Golden Ball.
This will be all time if we get a Golden Ball here. We did once have a 167 Golden Ball in Cyprus, and right now that's the score, as Chowdhury is the man they turn to. I suppose maybe there has been a bit of a sameness to the attack. Mentioned they didn't use Hira, which I suppose is questionable, but take nothing away from the batting performance from the hosts. And now it's going to be plundered down the ground. Kalu, well, maybe he wants the 50 as well. Maximo, as Krishan moves to 45.
Too short, too wide, and this is a tennis forehand that's just battered down the ground for 6.
167 becomes 173. Well, this one, to be honest, I think it might have just grabbed a bit of the line, but probably a square up for a couple of others. He does move, actually, just before the ball. In fact, I think it's in anyway. Good call by Suleiman Saeed. Could the 180 be on the cards? Huge score in the final. As this is lifted up and over as well, or is it? Wow, he's done very well there, Raihan. I actually think he's made the stop. Thought it was over him for all money, but Raihan had other ideas. Raihan is going to have to chase most of these. Oh, I think he might have. It's going to be 6. Oh, it's a good effort from Raihan, but I think that shows he's still in contact with the ball as he steps, and that really sums it up. Even the good effort there from Sharif can't prevent the Maximo. And that'll actually bring up the 50 for Kalugamagay as the 1 becomes a 6. Roma CC now up to 179. We're talking 180s chase here.
I think the bad omen is that he's changed his cap. He's wearing a different one.
Well, now another full toss. This time it will be out. Anik has room to spare. But you can see from that direction that they've just struggled in the last few overs. Reaction from Anik said it all, but what a good innings that is. Kalu does get his 50 in the end. Finishes with a cameo of 51 off 17, so strike at 300. He was a massive part of this innings, turning around the score now 179 for 4.
That partnership making 120 runs with just 31 deliveries. It's pretty much been a knockout punch to RBMS, and 1 ball to go, and we're going to see
it's Rahat, I think, coming out. And he'll try and lift them up into the 180s. Any score will do that. Didn't do Moraga, though. Looks like he'll finish on walking stick, 77 off just 21 balls. But we only faced 7 in the first half. And now he is going to watch as Rahat brings up the 180. So it's quite amazing. Dinadu only faces 21 balls in the innings. Imagine if he'd faced, half. He was on target for 100 and maybe a big 100. But
Yeah, Marnus called it. He said 65 off the 14 balls that Marage faces in the second half of that innings. And that's quite incredible striking. It's kind of like 4.5 a ball. And Roma CC, for all intents and purposes, they've batted Rome Bangla out of this game. Having said that, should be interesting to see how the Banglers go about it. They might as well swing the bat. And they've got some players capable at scoring that kind of a rate. But can they do it under pressure? It's Waduwalagi. I mean, we go back to the highlights and you see there was a time when you felt that Rome Bangla were ahead in this innings.
Yes, Ibrahim Salim managed to get 2 wickets and 2 balls, and he really just swung the momentum back in favor of RBMS. Once we got that 3rd wicket partnership, really things started to go away. That was a well-taken catch by Sharif Rehan. It would be the end of Prithvi Samarage, but then Kalugamage, Waduwalage were absolutely superb. Of course, Waduwalage, the opener, made 30 of 21, but Marage and Kalugamage, I should say, were incredible, making 120 of 31 deliveries. You take a look at some of these strokes. That one, perfect pose, just beautiful, clean hitting.
How about that one? He throws the bat literally at the ball. The thing is, Roma CC, they've been put under pressure many, many times, and they know their game plan. Marage, that only happened once, but yeah, we'll show it a few times because it's so unusual. That Kalugamage ended up bringing up his 50 off a ball that was caught, but Raihan just stepped over the line. In the end, he would go with the ball remaining, but Roma CC, they've really done the damage here. 180 off the 10 overs, and several good contributors. Marage with 77, but yeah, he didn't have a lot of strike, but I suppose he had players around him that were doing the job. Waduwalagi with 30 before he was the judge caught behind. Fernando goes for a duck, but if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. Give other players a chance to perform, and that's exactly what they did. Samaragi with 13, and then Kalugamage, he was involved in the key partnership with Maragi, which saw them get moving through the middle of the innings. 7 Maximos in his 50. Some pretty ugly figures there. 3 for 21 though, Salim. I think he fought really, really hard, and he certainly put his team in the frame, but apart from that, Chowdhury with a wicket in the last, but the horse was bolted by then. And plenty of very expensive figures in there as well. A quick turnaround here. Quick break, and 181 will be the target. Rome Bangla will have to beat their own record if they're to steal the trophy here at the Roma Cricket Ground. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Butt. We'll see you after this with the second half of the final in this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello and welcome back to the final here in Rome. Great to get you back with us. And wow, what a start we have here in this final. The chase is 181 for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They'll have to break their own record. 6%, well, 6% is better than nothing. I suppose the fact they have a chance at all is to do with the fact that they have done something similar. They've got some very good players in their lineup. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECS. Nishay Butt with me. And, well, Nish, it's quite the mountain to climb, but one step at a time. 18 and over. They already start past the point of no return. And the other thing we know, Roma CC, they are fired up. They want to defend their trophy. And their opening bowlers are going to be bringing some heat in the power play.
Absolutely, and you know, Rehan usually takes a bit of time settling into his innings. That's not going to be the case here. He's going to have to start going from the get-go. We've seen them chase down 175. They've got to go 5 runs better. I think one maybe sort of a note of hope would be that they chased down 175 with about 7 balls to spare, if I recall correctly. So, you know, 180 on their day with a lot of help from Roma CC might be on the cards, but they can get anywhere near this target. We're going to be in for a thrilling final. And it's Ahmed, Rehan. You'd expect that this partnership would need to be at least 50 to 75. Let's get them off to a good start, have a big power play. Go at about 18 to 20 and over to start off. Immediately put the pressure on Roma CC. If there is one note of optimism for RBMS, it's that of Fernando. You know, he is prone to going for a few runs on the odd occasion. Again, his bowling style, he likes to bang it in short. You can always have some top edges flying away for 6. If you can connect on a few, you know they're going to stay hit. So just need to look for some positives here, RBMS. And hey, big total on the board. They can just play freely, look to hit big shots. And this one is just played away behind point. It's going to be a single for Rehan. He's immediately off the mark.
I suppose the thing is, when you're chasing 180, you can't be blocking too many, can you? They've got to take the game on. There's nothing to play for, like run rate or anything like that. It's just going to have to be swinging from the bootlaces, I think.
Anik Ahmed again. Great opening partnership. Both of these two are among the top run getters of this series. And he goes, it might have gone a bit too short there for that. And let's just take a look at this. That's quite a bit wide. Very, very wide delivery, and that's where the window of opportunity opens up for RBMS. Got to attack Fernando. He probably bowls a bit too short sometimes. He gets a bit carried away with the short ball. He's so good at it. Again, they just have to hope that fortune favors them as well. And it's gonna take an edge. Is it gonna fly over the boundary rope? It will. And again, that's just what can happen when you play Fernando. He bowls with a lot of pace, so you know your edges are gonna fly. 6 here, early maximum.
Yeah, and so, yeah, you never know if you don't try. So these are the kind of shots you might as well take on. Probably need a bit of luck to go your way, more than a bit of luck. But that's the idea. Just trying to use the pace against Fernando.
Oh, it's a dot ball again. It's just in and around the off stump. He's fishing a little bit, Ahmed. You can't really afford to play those kind of strokes. You've got to play decisive shots. I think just poking your bat out, poking and prodding, there's no time or room for that right now.
And Charles likes to breathe fire, doesn't he? Continuing around the wicket, he likes to bowl that way. Might be out though. It kind of takes that OEW away, something you mentioned earlier, Nish.
I think he's just got away with one there. This is probably straying down the leg side. And I think he should be clipping that one away, Anik Ahmed. Again, when you're in a chase of this magnitude, even anything that isn't a perfect delivery has to disappear. A bit too much width on offer there, and Rehan will just carve it away behind point. Just uses the pace of the bowler, and he strikes it away for a 4. 13 off this over so far. Again, one more big hit here, and they'll be going along at the rate they need. Oh, that is a very good ball by Fernando. It's a nice length, and he has to block this one out, Rehan. He knows he can't do that too many more times throughout this innings. 13 off the first over as we, well, it's been 329 matches since a golden ball, and the 330th match sounds like a wonderful time to break it. Again, I've been saying for much of this series that the best things come when you wait for them. And have we waited all this time to get a golden ball on a match where both sides score 180 runs in the final? That would be an absolute classic, and it would make this long wait well worth it. Struck away towards mid-off. He's going to take a shot at the stumps here, Fernando. Good backing up though. Quick single.
Yeah, it's sort of power play you need here. Kind of 50s, you'd imagine. I mean, the dramatic thing about that first innings is actually Roma Bangla seemed to be, if not on top, at least going kind of pound for pound with Roma CC in the first 4 overs. But yeah, since then, it all went downhill.
Oh, this one's popped up in the air. What sort of a shot was that? And this is going to be an easy catch. Rehan with some really poor shot selection. What was he thinking over there? And the biggest match of the series, when they needed a mammoth performance from Rehan, he's played a shot that he's instantly going to regret. He's trying to turn it around the leg side. Not the right shot selection. You've seen him play some good-looking shots behind point. And he pops up an easy catch. A disappointing way for a terrific campaign for Rehan to end. He will end up as the top run getter this ECS regardless. But a huge early wicket for RCC.
He's a cutter as well, isn't he, Rehan? And that was probably there to play, but yeah, you must have a lot of things going through your head when you've got this situation. He's thinking, okay, I'm going to look for this. If I nick it, maybe it'll fly over the keeper for 6. But he is the first wicket to fall. It's 14 for 1.
Shoal Chowdhury, of course, he was one of the key heroes during that remarkable chase RBMS pulled off. Made a terrific quick fire 71. I need a similar performance from him here. And this is a wide by Kalugamage.
Yeah, Sully. He's an umpire that's very, very experienced at ECN, but I've got to say that Nirmal and really all the umpires we've seen have done a wonderful job during this series. Tim Reedman in the chat also donating £5. Very nice of you to do that, Tim. As this ball flies past Chowdhury's outside edge. Kalugamage, he's been a real revelation. He started the series bowling spin, and he's got back to pace, which he bowled a couple of years ago. He's got some genuine pace about him. Just asking him about his availability, he said, look, it's been a big season. I've just elected to take a bit of time off from cricket, so that's why he wasn't available for ECC selection. But the way he's bowling, there's an injury or something like that. I'd certainly be on the phone to him trying to change his mind. I suppose it gives someone else an opportunity. And actually, I wouldn't say it's exactly like for like, but his Roma CC teammate, Dinadu Maragi, makes an appearance for Italy in the first time in quite a while. And yeah, Krishan, just such a talented player. Chowdhury, though, he's going to have a go here. Let's see if he can get off the mark at the third attempt. Oh, this is nicked, and he might have got a bit of his shoulder on the way through, but it's going to go through the fence, and it's going to be 4 runs.
Was also rather close to a back foot no ball.
Yeah, it really was. But here's the thing, you can actually see, this is a good angle, that he doesn't actually touch the line. You see, that one looks like it might, but if you go to the reverse angle here, you can see he almost does, but I think his heel's in the air. It's a tough one for the umpire to call.
This one is just played behind the square leg, and again, he's just pushing it a bit there. Kalugamage going bowling very, very wide of the crease. But it's a good start here for Roma CC. Again, RBMS digging themselves in a bit of a hole early, as we, of course, see the big action coming up this Monday in the ECC, the Euros of Cricket. Of course, the biggest festival in European cricket. It starts off with some stellar matches. The opening game, Spain versus France. That is going to be such a mouth-watering clash. Isle of Man against Czechia follows that up. Then we've got Greece against Spain, a big Mediterranean rivalry. Czechia then take on France, and then under the lights, Isle of Man against Greece. That is going to be a lot of fun. So again, a mouth-watering first day, a lot of great fixtures. And it's going to be a real privilege to watch them all. A little bit of a later start. Starts at 11:30 Central European time.
Yeah, slightly later. So slightly different time zone, but essentially 11 hours from start to finish there. So hopefully you can catch some of the day, and you can always catch up on the highlights and player of match videos as well, even all the live action if you want to watch back.
This one coming back quite a bit as Apuhami coming in to bowl this third over. He bowled a superb first over in the power play against Asian Latina as well. Had a slightly expensive second over. Otherwise, he's very good in the power play. Just bowls top of the off stump. Very simple bowler. He's got some good pace and bounce as well. And a great little stat here by Harness Loose Bus Change. Rayhan ends the tournament just 13 runs and 6 runs behind Priyan Pushparajan and Vidor Yadav. As this one is just wide, as the highest run scorers in an ECS tournament this year. Yeah, good pickup over there. I think yeah, all 3 of them had stellar ECS tournaments. This power play, the RBMS just haven't been able to capitalize on it. Not only did they lose their most important player, again, they're going at under 10 and over. They need to pick things up. Need to try to have a magical third over here. And it's going to be very hard when Apuhami's bowling that way. Just aims for a leg stump Yorker, and it very innocuously went away for a 4. It wasn't cut off by the fielder. And it goes to the boundaries. Very well played there by Anik Ahmed. You'd have to say that's good placement.
Yeah, that's a good shot. And he's had a good series, hasn't he, Anik Ahmed? He's a guy we didn't actually see playing fiddly at the ECC last year. Just reminding us of how good a player he is.
inside edge, and it's going to go away for a four, so they're going to need a lot of luck, RBMS, and they get some of it there. Apuhami, this isn't a bad ball by him at all. It's a pretty decent delivery. There's just not much you can do about that. He's actually bowled a couple of very good deliveries, and he's been hit for four for both of them. Doesn't seem too distraught, though. He's still got very strong body language, and again, he knows he's got plenty of runs to play with here. Oh, great ball. Great ball. You could just hear the as he just hits into the pitch that little bit harder. You could just see it take off the surface, and had some good carry through to the keeper.
Yeah, Puhami, it's been a good series for his development as well. I mean, he hasn't always got it right, but you can see the building blocks are there to be quite a dangerous bowler. Swings it around. That's hit pretty well. And is it going to go all the way? Maybe, maybe not. Oh, that would have been such a good catch to Kalagamage. The way things are going for him in this game, that might have stuck. He gave himself a chance, just couldn't quite hold on.
Yeah, they're going to need some help from RCC in the field. That was never going to be an easy catch. But again, RBMS dropped a number of catches in that first innings. Of course, the most costly of them being when they dropped Marage on just 5. So they're going to need a lot of help to get to this target of 181 as well. Hoping for some generosity from RCC, who have been very miserly throughout this series. Another great ball here by Apuhami, just top bowling by him. Great line and length throughout that over. They've been on the money here, RCC. No complacency after posting that incredible target.
Into the over, 29 for 1. And yeah, well, have a look at that second half. And they scored 121 in the second half. You might go, okay, is that a record? Now, get a load of this. 136 is the record by Badalona Shaheen when they put up 229. But you saw from the start, Bangla were in the contest, but now I think it's all academic that the trophy is going to stay at Roma CC.
Kalugamage coming back to bowl a second over. Good move here. Have him bowling early. Just keep this pressure on RBMS. Just put them in a position where that required is way too high right from the outset. Going for the kill here. That's another good ball. He's just trying to make some room here, Ahmed, but his shot selection wasn't at all right. I think he should have been looking to play it on the offside again. You can just see on the shot rehearsal, he senses that. Getting beaten for pace here as well a lot. Bangla Morning Sun, they've got a very quick attack, RCC.
Let's get leg side here, Nick. And yeah, it's going to be a tough run home. But yeah, still probably start turning our attention now to the internationals, not only the ECC, but of course the ECI tomorrow. Austria and Finland, not too far away. Yeah, that's gone. Wheeler is miles behind the wickets there. We had plenty of time to look at it. Anik's going to nick off for 17. It's 29 for 2.
Yeah, you could just hear that sound as it went past the bat. Well taken catch, and RCC, they've just come out and snuffed out this RBMS chase really, really quickly. Very professional performance by them so far, and doesn't look like lightning's going to strike twice for Bangla Morning Sun early. It's well, the sun's setting rather fast. Play a little cheesy pun.
Well, most of them will get another opportunity to show us what he can do with the bat. Now it is kind of, I suppose, playing for personal pride. And Rome Bangla can be very proud of how they've gone in this tournament to beat out 6 other teams, to make their first ever ECS final. Okay, hasn't gone the way they wanted, but they played some very good cricket along the way. I suppose, in the end, this result reflects the consistency of Roma CC and the depth in their squad. They're going to do this by quite a big margin.
Oh, another one that's gone up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity? Oh, he's taken it. What a terrific catch. That is absolutely outstanding. Sujith Rulegode, the skipper, taking a brilliant catch, running backwards, diving and grabbing it, and he's going to get his entire team converging around him.
Well, there's a couple of things to this. He's already quite far back, but I mean, I don't know many 48-year-olds around the world that are taking a catch like that. And he pretty much goes all the way back to the rope, so unfortunately for Mosen, he's going to have to go for a golden duck, and Galagamage gets the wicket, but what a catch that is from Sujith Rulegode.
And the bowler now on a hat trick. Well, are we going to get a final hat trick? Of course, we had a bowler on a hat trick in the first innings as well, when Ibrar Salim got a couple of wickets in the third over. As we once again just take a look at the hat tricks we've had this year. Rome's been pretty generous to us when it comes to hat tricks. We've had 3 so far this series. Are we going to get a 4th in the final?
That was such a good catch to watch as well. Not often you see the keeper having issues with the boundary line. 48 years of age. Brilliant running catch. And well, Kalu, he's done it all, hasn't he? Can he get an ECN hat trick? And jammed out. It'll just be a run as Rajib is left with that situation, which he negotiates. Just a single. Three wickets for Kalu. Can he get a 4th? Well, this is going to fly. Again, it's just a habit with his pace bowling. I think he just has to watch he doesn't jump too wide. This is another one that's pretty close. Maybe the heels raised, so he's all right, but yeah, probably no need to get that close to the line. I think that's what Suleiman Saeed is saying as well. In the end, it's a wide, I think, for height, but Kalu gets one more chance in the 4th. And, well, he almost gets it. Samuakun, who, by the way, has the broken wrist that he's decided not to treat until the end of this tournament. So it shows you how much it means to him. He'll pick up a gold medal for his involvement with this champion team. 4 overs down now. It's 32 for 3.
And what does it say when a side has batted just 4 overs and the required already requires them to strike a boundary on every single ball? A real testament to how well Roma CC have played the first 14 overs of this final. Just take a look at that graph right now. It's certainly going in the wrong direction, and at this rate, that worm will probably be approaching the Earth's core. And they're just going to continue with Apuhami here. I really like this tactic by RCC. They want to snuff any RBMS hope out early. They're bowling their best bowlers out. Ooh, this one is close, and it's going to be given. And Apuhami, well-deserved for him. He bowled really well in that first over. Was actually quite unlucky to give up 10 runs.
Poor Chowdhury, he's worn this. Looked out to me, to be honest. It's only the height, I think, which is a potential issue with Chowdhury. Might need to be stretched off here. And yeah, we'll probably check it out in the replay thanks to Spring Productions. But it did nip back, didn't it? So he gets a long way in front of the stumps. For me, it's out. It's just climbed over the pad, though. Maybe we'll be able to see from side on if there's any chance it's going to climb over. But I mean, Chowdhury's not the tallest guy either. He's going to be assisted off the field. He's done some good things in the series though. Very versatile cricketer, can bat, can bowl, can even wicket keep if necessary. But here in the final, he's going to have to go for 5. LBW 2-3 to Apuhami. The score's 32 for 4.
Unfortunately, not able to produce the heroics in this chase. Shoel Chowdhury, and now, well, entire top 4 has been sent back for Bangla Morning Sun. That's all their best batsmen, so yeah, you just feel like the next 5.5 overs are pretty much going to be RCC's victory party. They can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the remainder of this innings and reflect on what a wonderful series it's been for them.
Apuhami enjoying himself out there. Gets driven this time. And 2 feet used in the fielding from Dindaru Maragi, but that's fine. Just a single. What an exciting series, though. We haven't had our golden ball, though. Perhaps the weekend will bring it. Maybe we are going to head into into the ECC with the golden ball count 300 plus, spiralling towards 400. Well, French got this, and now if they go to the bowler, well, this is actually potentially going to be 4 overthrows. It won't be. I think it'll just be 1 run. Put this on your wagon wheel. I think Fielder probably had time to throw it to somebody closer, like anybody closer. In the end, he goes for glory, given the game situation. Charles saying, hey, anyone? Like someone in basketball that has someone wide open but tries to shoot from half court anyway. But that's just going to be a single in the end. Maybe someone must have got a touch on that, I think, that was trying to back it up, and that's why it didn't go for 4. Oh, Rilla, he'll only get a finger on this. It's going to be 5 wide. So Apayami, yes, we've seen the best and the worst of him, really, even in this over. It's just the occasional one gets away from him. That's something he's going to have to try and work on if he's going to become a next level bowler.
You can see he's just aiming for that leg stump Yorker. It's something he loves bowling, but he misses it by quite a bit. And that's why you get the 4 wides. But yeah, Fernando, I mean, basketball analogy is absolutely perfect for him. I think he looks like someone who could succeed at basketball. Very tall, very athletic. And he's got a great vertical jump as well. This one's an inside edge. And onto the pads. Good spell so far by Apahami. I've been very impressed with him throughout this series. He's got a beautiful technique, nice run up. Yeah, this one is smashed away straight to a fielder, and another wicket falls here. Salim, who bowled well in the first innings, was on a hat trick, picked up 3 wickets. Unfortunately, can't quite replicate that performance with the bat. He departs for just 1 run. We'll just take another look at that. Yeah, it's a cross-batted stroke, and again, this is a good focus on that catch. He's just watching it closely. And half the Roma Bangla Morning Sun team has been sent back to the dugout, and the bare minimum, they'll just want to avoid the humiliation of getting bowled down in the final. That'd be pretty embarrassing, but it could be a good chance just to reflect on the campaigns that both these sides have had. You know, Roma CC, the defending champs. We'll just take a look at this. They're looking set to go back-to-back. That one's going to just trickle away for a 4. It's going to be like by, so it's not going to be credited to the batsman. But you have to say, right after becoming defending champs, I mean, they were 3rd, went through a gauntlet of knockout matches to win it last year. As of course, we take a look at the squads for this year's ECI. Of course, there's some familiar names there in the Italian team, some names you've got a chance to watch over these last couple of weeks. Of course, Finland and Austria, they're going to be very excited to come over here. I'm sure they've been watching a lot of this cricket very intently, just trying to make some notes on several players. Yeah, for sure. You know, I'm super excited for that series over the weekend. Bit of a preview of Group C and Group D. Teams will see, in fact, all of those teams will play in week 2. Italy in Group C and Finland and Austria in Group D of the ECC. So what a perfect time for them to have it out. I've got a question for you, Nish. I'm going to throw it open to the chat as well. Who's your MVP for this tournament? I know you caught most of week 1, bits and pieces. And of course, you joined us on Sunday for the first time in the box. But who sticks out for you? And I'll put that to the group as well. I would need to think about that, but it would definitely the first 2 names that come to my mind are Fernando and Marage, just because they've contributed with both the bat and the ball. I mean, Rehan, obviously the top run getter by a fair bit, but you often like to have your MVP from the winning team as well. However, Rehan doesn't have the same contribution with the ball, so I think someone like Marage and Fernando, who's just been so good all round, I think they're some of the first names you think of. Could be a late bolt of MVP as Denim Senavaratne comes on. 10 wickets in the series, and he gets a little edge here. It's probably going to run away. Lucky he's so slow it won't actually go for 4, or will it? Not quite, as Rahat pulls it back with the foot. I'll throw Anik Ahmed in the mix as well. Seeing we've got Roma Bangla Morning Sun on the field here. I think he's been excellent with the bat and with the ball. I think there's no problem there. And then you've got kind of
Guggendeep Singh and Lakanwal, who obviously they impressed a lot in the early stages of the tournament. I suppose the fact that they couldn't quite make it happen in the latter stage of the tournament probably puts them out of the running. Remember Akasain had a very good tournament for the Gladiators. You throw him in there as well in the mix. Onkar Singh, to be honest, had a very, very good tournament for Asian Latina as well. And he was certainly a rising star for them. But yeah, I mean, it could be any of those names, could be another. Let us know what you think. Denim gets whacked, I should say. And well, this would have been out of a hit. And you can't afford to take it easy at any time. Rajim almost loses his wicket there.
So I think Marage, though, playing well in the final as well. I think any performance late in the tournament, particularly in the knockout stage, just counts double. I think for me, though, I think between him and Fernando, probably a favorite. I'm probably talking myself into giving Marage my MVP, as this one is just a little bit down the leg side. It's going to be played away behind square leg.
Well, you certainly couldn't begrudge either of those two. And sometimes performances in the final, when there's a few players that are in the mix, they kind of act as a bit of a tiebreaker as well. And certainly didn't let us down. Didn't have too much of the strike, and that's what made his innings of 77 all the more remarkable. Sujith waits for the foot to be raised, never comes. Denham, he'd never even bowled an Eastern cricket before, but I really enjoyed watching him. And look, a lot of these guys, we know them personally. They're really passionate cricketers. They've got cricketers of all levels, I think, that we've seen in this tournament as well, from some players that have very limited hard ball experience to those that have played first-class cricket. This is hit straight. Just the single, though. But I think the main thing is everyone's enjoyed the experience, and that's what it's all about. It's been a very successful return. Our fourth series here at the Roma Cricket Ground. And Roma CC, the second consecutive year, they're going to walk away with the trophy. 48 for 5, Rome Bangla after 6.
Not a scorecard RBMS are going to want to look at. Only one total in the double digits, and that was the captain, Anik Ahmed, who, of course, we just mentioned as a potential MVP candidate. Just a great bowler and a great batsman. I mean, to be in the top 10 list for both run getters and wicket takers is very impressive, and Anik Ahmed is there. And even though it seems like RBMS are going to come up short, I think he can be mildly pleased with his side, making it to their first ever final. They've improved a lot as a team, and it's a huge milestone for them. So this one's going to be slapped away for a 6. It's just the second maximo of this innings. Bowler went a bit too short over there, Wadawalagi, and he got punished.
Yeah, and so it looks like Wadawalagi's gone for the leg spinner there. An unorthodox delivery. That doesn't get it quite right. 50's up for RBMS, and now it goes back to the orthodox, and Sujith whips off the bails and the stumps. No, I think he's safely home. Hey, don't forget as well that this is their 16th win of the series, so they've had a perfect series, and it also means Roma CC have tied for second in all-time streaks now, because Catalunya Tigers won 19 in a row in the ECS. I think Prague CC are on an active streak of 19 still going in Czechia, and only Albi Zalmi 20 in a row, which came to an end on finals day in Stockholm earlier this year. They're in the crosshairs of Roma CC, although we'll have to wait, I think, till 2024 until we see them again in ECS cricket. But what a performance. Now this will get knocked over as Wadawalagi hits the target, and the score is 54 for 6.
Yeah, at this stage, Roma Bangla Morning Sun just need to avoid getting bowled out. That would be quite embarrassing in the final. Inside edge over there for Ahmed. You can't begrudge him the big shot, and decided to go for it. Of course, his partner at the non-strikers and Hira was a little bit surprised he didn't bowl whatsoever in the first innings. Again, he was just a little bit different as well than a lot of the bowlers who did bowl. I know he's an ambidextrous bowler as well, so just changing it up by bringing someone like him in could have halted RCC's momentum at one point. Yeah, it's going to be Bilal Hussain, who's the new batsman.
Yeah, so I suppose Roma Bangla Morning Sun kind of dined out in the semi-final, but yeah, really just blown away in a cyclone in the second half of that first innings in this game. Wadawalagi, that's a good one. He's such a talented cricketer, Wadawalagi. I know we've only really seen him for a couple of days. He spent the summer playing in England. And, we did see him also performing pretty well in the ECL. But he can bowl over the wrist, he can bowl finger spin. Obviously, he's a very talented batter as well. It's just such a weird arm action, though. It's going to work away for 4, but I mean, he's almost bordering on it not being an overarm delivery. It's the hand has to be above. The hand's got to be above the elbow. So look at this. It's only just. See? So that, look at that when he lets go of the ball. It's only just overarm, but it is overarm. Now he grunts, which means it's slower. Yeah, it's interesting. It's something that he's worked into his game as well. I often think those round arms, they do create an angle, but also they don't bounce as much. So I think as a batter, I'd be saying, yeah, serve those up to me all day. But it's almost like you never know quite what to expect. And that's part of the charm of that delivery as well. You see it creeping into the international game as well. Right now, the score after 7 is 59 for 6 coming up tomorrow. We talked about it already, but Italy have a big day. And I suppose one thing is home teams with the 4 matches in the one day, often they struggle a bit for fatigue on day one. But you've got to realise there's only 3 or 4 guys from this series that are playing in that because most of their squad comes from the north. So I think there's a few people that are raring to get going in the Azzurri shirt. Finland and Austria make up that tri-series starting tomorrow. Same time, 5 matches on the way as Denham gets a second over. And this is going to go through everyone. In fact, bounces over middle stump.
Don't know how he hasn't managed to get a wicket over there. That just looked destined to me to be a classic Seneviratne clean bowled. We saw him get a 4 for just pitching the ball up at the stumps. And he got 3 clean bowls and 1 LBW, so it just seemed like that was going to be the case over there as well. But somehow it managed to bounce over the stumps.
Driven down the ground. It'll top it off, I think, for Roma CC if Denham can get another wicket in the series. He's, I'm going to say joke bowler. He's a part-timer, casual bowler. He's had some opportunities, had some success in this series. Also, you rarely see him batting in the top 6, although he is a good striker, has an ECN 50 to his name. But he may get one here as Samarakun will take the catch and Denham does it again. And here is going to go for 2. So there's the sugar on the icing on the cherry on the cake for Roma CC as Denham gets the wicket. It's 80. It's at 60, I should say, for 7.
Yeah, this one is just struck straight to the fielder at long on. And Seneviratne using a fielder for once to get a wicket. Normally he doesn't need anyone. He just clean bowls the opposition up. And of course, there's a celebration. You can tell they really appreciate that. Very popular figure in the team and around the ground.
Yeah, you could see Denham smile from the moon then as he picked up what I think is his 11th wicket in the series. What a performance.
I was a little bit surprised, in all honesty, that he didn't bowl in the semi-final when they were just being taken to the cleaners by Asian Latina in the second half of the innings.
Oh, here we go. He's on a hat-trick now as Bullian's going to go for a golden. And we saw him have a hat-trick opportunity earlier in the series. Well, there's wicket number 12. It's a dozen. I think they're starting to chant MVP in the Roma CC dugout as Denham makes it 2 in 2.
Well, this is why I was saying he should bowl in the semi-final. He keeps things simple, doesn't bowl with too much pace, so he doesn't give you anything to really hit. And every ball is aimed at the stumps, and this time it just clatters onto the off stump. So it's a very simple bowling, but very disciplined bowling. And he often also just brings it back a little bit into the right-hander. So a Seneviratne hat-trick to round out the series. Of course, a golden Derek comes out for a waddle. Would just be the perfect wrap-up to this ECS.
I mean, you talked about some of the people shortlisted. You mentioned Charles Fernando, Maragi, Anik Ahmed, Sharif Raihan. We even mentioned Mimrat Hussain. We mentioned a few other players as well. But you might as well just give Denham the trophy gift wrapped if he can come up with hat-trick number 36 of the season. No pressure on Denham here. He's got a hat-trick in the final. That's something he can tell his grandchildren about if he can do it. And he's bowling at Mujamel. He's facing his first ball of the series. Hat-trick ball. Oh, come on, umpire. Even though that was mostly bat. But still a pretty good hat-trick ball nonetheless.
Again, it's just what Sennabaratne does. He just pitches it in the right areas. I'm not even sure there was any pad there, but he can appeal for whatever he likes. We don't have any problem with that.
Yeah, so Sennabaratne 2 for 6. Padding the stats nicely. Denham often drives us around here. He's got the leg, gully and everything. I don't think I'd be standing there. Anyway, here's the last ball of the 8th. Oh, I think he's nicked that as well. Otherwise, it's pretty adjacent. Maybe just sneaking down. But Majamal survives the Denham Thunderbolts. And that's the end of the over. The score is 60 for 8. 2 overs to go here in the final.
That one, if there was no bat there, it was rather close. Well, yeah, obviously no real comparison between these two sides. I mean, the gap between them looking a bit like a river delta at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, that one was interesting. It might have even been going over. We saw some balls narrowly missing the bails, and we know there's a lot of bounce in this pitch. That's going to be interesting to see Italy, Austria, and Denmark. Austria, they got some real quick bowlers. So do, not Denmark, pardon me, Finland. So watch out for some of their paces, and I think they'll really enjoy these conditions. It's just the bounciest pitch in Europe, I think. All right, 2 to go. All happens in the 9th, and Karupu, it's his turn. Lucky number 49. Over number 9. And this is high, and it should be out. Samarakun is going to have to do it himself. No, but Samaragi says, I'll have it. And he grabs it. So Karupu with the wicket, and now RBMS down to their final batter with a score 60 for 9. Immediate success for Shamira Karupu.
This performance just reflects how good RCC have been as a side. I think this is just a perfect painting of everything this team personifies. They bat superbly in the first innings. When they come out in the second innings, they're absolutely ruthless with the ball. They're quick bowlers, set it up perfectly. Then in the middle overs, they're slow over bowlers. Just help their side clean up the lower order. It's been a great fielding display as well. And they're going to be deserved champions. Chunder Bhowmik, the wicketkeeper, coming in at number 11. I think he's just going to want to avoid his side getting bowled out. That would be a real black mark in their book.
Maybe, or maybe just wants to start celebrating the silver. There's 2 ways to look at it. Still 11 balls on paper left in this innings, but 1 ball could end all now. Roma CC, every ball could be that winning moment now. And Bhowmik says, no, I'm going to try and take the sting out of the moment, and just blocks the first one.
I'd love to just see 10 balls blocked out until the end.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you want to be a bit petty now, you've played your last shot if you're Roma Bangla Morning Sun here. This ball worked away, but they won't get a run here. So yeah, if you can't have your moment, putting a dampener on the other team's moment is often the next best thing. But I mean, what a performance this is. They're going to win by 100 plus in the final, which is quite incredible. And you would never have thought in the first innings that could be possible. Bhowmik now looks like he's batting out for a draw in the last session of a test match. But Roma CC, they were 46 for 2 after 4 overs. Karupu, well, it's going to be a good test of his bowling ability to get through the barn door of the number 11, Chandra. He's just going the old one-handed turnaround shots at the moment. Fielded one-handedly by Akash. Wonder who gets the last over here. Who's your most unlikely bowler? Probably Samarakun, who's got a broken wrist. But, failing that, it could be anybody. Well, there we go. Well, I think Chandra might be bothered actually by a hand. That's why he's only using the left hand at the moment. So that's the end of the 9th over, and there's 1 over or less left in this tournament. It's 60 for 9.
Well, let's see if Mojamal just approaches the final over in similar fashion again. Just play everything one-handed that over. Maybe just has an issue with his right wrist. Of course, the trophy ceremony will be coming up right after this, where Roma CC will be crowned champions of ECS Italy, alongside the fact that we'll give out the MVP trophy, the silver medal, and the bronze medal. So a chance to celebrate this wonderful fortnight we've had in Rome.
Yeah, it has been a great time, hasn't it? And so we go to the last. I want to say a big thank you to everyone. Okay, it's the end of a series. There's not really too much time before we start again, of course, with the ECIs. And what is Samarakun that gets the ball. And you can see his left wrist there. It's taped up. He's actually got some bone floating around in there. He was pretty much told to go straight to hospital. He said, look, I will. He's got to finish the series first. And he's tough as old boots. Thashara. Oh, this takes off. Well, hello. Well, maybe Kalu's got a bit of competition as this one really reared up on Mujamel.
Well, maybe a little bit of late tournament scouting going on here for RCC. Maybe they've uncovered another gem.
They won't get a run here, so one of the slower finishes to a final we've ever seen, but you got to give credit to Roma CC where it's due. Now, with 19 consecutive wins, as Mujamel plays inside this one. And, you know, they're a team that they've got high standards, and they've certainly met them in this 2 weeks. As Mujamel goes 7 balls in a row. These two between them have played 2 maidens. Samarakun, though, will get to deliver the last ball after 60 matches in this series. This will do it. And that's it. Roma CC make it 19 in a row, one behind the all-time ECS winning streak record. They make it their 3rd consecutive ECS title as well, doing a number on Roma Bangla Morning Sun in the final. I want to say congratulations to all of them involved in their club. I know that Prabhath and Lorena, they'll be thrilled with that result. Sajith Rilagadagi there, captained and kept for the side in this tournament, led very, very well. They're a team of stars, but also they're an all-star team, aren't they? And they take a lot of pride in their performance. They end up winning the final by 120 runs, Roma CC, setting the standard here in the nation's capital.
Great performance by this, one of the finest championship teams you will ever see. They were ruthless, they were critical, incredible in every facet of the game. Batting, bowling, fielding, just A-star in every single one of those categories. As of course, we take a look at tomorrow's fixture list. We've got a great slate of games tomorrow. Of course, open up with a doubleheader for the Italian national team. They'll be playing both of the tourists, Finland and Austria. Great chance to get a look at some of those teams. Of course, Finland and Austria will be in the same group during the ECC, so it's a chance for them to just feel each other out.
That's going to be brilliant. And 5 matches tomorrow, 4 on Sunday. I know I'll be here at least for the first part of that series, Nish. I know you're going to take over, and I'll be keeping a keen eye on it. Got to say, the teams, there's a lot of mutual respect between these players as well. They've played each other quite often. They both, I won't say share the ground, but, you know, the Roma Bangla side played a lot of cricket here at the Roma Cricket Ground, so they're well known. And they'll be disappointed with how they went, but yeah, I've got to say, you know, they deserved their spot in the top 2 teams. As we go back, and 181, there's always going to take some chasing. And they certainly had the right approach early, but I suppose they lost some of those key players. Not just that, but the fact that they weren't able to kind of get that magical over away early just meant it was all academic as Roma CC steamrolled the second half of this innings.
RCC were just incredible in those first few overs as we see this brilliant catch by Rilagadage, and that would be an LBW. Not only did they field exceptionally, they were on the money with their bowling perfect lines and lengths, and the scoreboard pressure just seemed to be playing all sorts of tricks in RBMS's mind. Their shot selection wasn't always the best, and they would just keep plugging away throughout the innings. That was a great moment as Senavaratne would pick up the first of back-to-back wickets he would get. This was one where he cleaned up the batsman. That would be the end of Bhuyan, who'd be on a hat-trick, bowled a pretty good hat-trick ball. And this is another one there that was popped up in the air, very well taken by Prithuvi Samarage. Mojama and Pomik would then kind of play spoiler in the last couple of overs, blocking out 10 straight deliveries. As the Roma CC are deserved champions, they take this one. And hey, stick around with us. We got the trophy ceremony coming up very soon.
Yeah. MVP, give us your thoughts in the chat. I mean, we mentioned a few names. You might be able to come up with another name as well. If you are leaving us, then hopefully we can catch you tomorrow for the internationals. And of course, we're not too far away from the ECC as well. So chasing 181 for victory. They end up with 60, and there was always a chance of that happening, wasn't there, with such a big chase. And so it was only really at the end they really put away the shots as Machamal and Bomik combined for 13 balls without any runs. But look, Roma CC, They won the critical stage of the game when it was kind of in the balance. They took it, they ran forward with it under pressure. That's what good teams do. Galagamaga, he was a revelation with the pace bowling, wasn't he, in this series? 3 for 9 for him, 2 for Apahami, who shows a lot of promise with the ball. Senvaratne as well with 2 wickets as he made it a dozen. And, well, really, it was an entertaining series. Maybe not the close final that we might have hoped for, but still, certainly a lot of memories taken away from this series in Rome. So I'm just going to say one more time, Nish, I know we're going to leave soon and I'll have to get over for the trophy ceremony. I want to say great job. I really enjoyed your commentary. I suppose I was always wondering, okay, he knows Cyprus pretty well. How's he going to go outside Cyprus? You've done a great job in Romania so far in the Continental Cup, and you've done a great job here covering this second week. So hopefully we get to see some more of you soon. So stay tuned for more of this guy. And, well, in the end, it was a big margin of victory, but you can't deny it. Roma CC, they were the team here in Rome.
Oh, absolutely. Roma CC were the team here in Rome, but I've been really lucky this year getting to work alongside both you and Rico in the European Cricket Series. It's just been a fantastic learning experience for me. And of course, I'm only a shadow of the commentator some of you all are.
Well, I think that commentary is one of those things. Everyone's got their own style. I love the fact you're finding your own style, and I really like your analysis of the game. So, I know you've got a couple of engineering degrees, which may send you another direction, but I'm always happy to have you here on the European Cricket Network when we do need someone in the box, and you've done a fantastic job. So just quickly, I'm going to have to go because the trophy ceremony is coming up, but as a final reminder, if you haven't already liked this video on YouTube, subscribe on YouTube, tell your family, tell your friends. We had a lot of fun with the sweep today as well, don't forget. We had, I think, almost around 100 people involved now, of course, just for fun, like I was saying before. I think it's added a bit more engagement and interest to the ECC, and I know people are connecting all around the world as part of the ECN community. You can go to our website, check out some of the squads and the fixtures for the ECC, and then finally our social media at European Cricket. And if you do want to check out the sweep, you can find it on my Facebook as well, and my social media at Mr. Maximo. All right, high five, because we're done, but we're not going to break for too long, because tomorrow we do have the international starting the same time, 5 matches on Saturday, 4 matches on Sunday. We're going to have to get ready now to hand over the silverware, and on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. If you are leaving us, we'll see you tomorrow, but for now, here's some of the best bits of finals day here in this ECS Italy Rome.
Hello everybody, wherever you're watching from around the world. I'm Mr. Maximo and welcome to the trophy ceremony of the European Cricket Series Italy here in Rome. It's great to have your company once again, and what a 2 weeks of cricket we've had. It's been awesome to see the local teams here from this area over a 2 week period, all the twists and turns, an 8-team series, 8 teams started the journey, 4 teams made it to finals day. Ultimately, we saw Roma CC and Roma Bangla Morning Sun making the final. And ultimately, of course, we saw how that went with the hosts defending their title. But just before we get going, I want to say a big thank you on behalf of the European Cricket Network to all of our wonderful partners and sponsors. We couldn't do it without you. So to Grizzly Bear Sports, who provide a lot of the cricket balls, and a lot of them a bit banged up after you guys were finished them as well. We saw some really big sixes here in Rome. And I want to say thank you to Grizzly for their support, as well as HCL Software. Of course, we couldn't do this without support of Fancode in India and Dream 11, and to Local Lifestyle as well, who will provide these wonderful trophies and medals. They're very unique mementos of the European Cricket Network events, and we hope that you treasure them for a long time. Also want to say a big thank you to Bizaway, who get us around Europe with the operation getting bigger and bigger. That's no easy task, but they do a wonderful job in just providing that logistical support for us to keep us going. And as you've probably realised from last year, it's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. We've gone from 4 games a day to 5 games a day in the European Cricket Series. We've gone from 6 days a week to 7 days a week. And just looking at the schedule, I think the next week, cricket without cricket on ECN is never. So look, I'm really looking forward to hopefully seeing you guys again in 2024. And of course, some of you I'll be seeing at the Euros of Cricket, which start next week. And of course, some of you might even be playing tomorrow in the Italian national team. So a lot's been going on, and we invite you to become and remain part of our community. And we are building a community here, not just in Rome, not just in Italy, but across Europe and the world. So we certainly thank you very much. Give yourselves a big round of applause. I'm really, really thankful for your contribution to the European Cricket Network. I want to say a big thank you to the Roma Cricket Club, in particular to Prabhath and Lorena, but then also to Leslie, who's a workhorse. He's hiding somewhere right now. I think I know where he is. But to everyone around the ground for organising our lunches, our transport and all these things, even some of the transport of the players I know you're responsible for. You really made us feel welcome. I'm really excited to see this cricket ground develop, and I'm excited seeing the plans of what you're planning next. So I want to say congratulations on a wonderful effort hosting, to the Roma Cricket Club and to all the helpers that made the 2 weeks so special. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Grazie. Also, I've got to mention a group of people which I think did an outstanding job, and it's one area I think is probably the most improved on the European Cricket Network, and that is the officials. So to Ian and to all the umpires here, I know that there's also 1 or 2 that can't join us today. I've got to congratulate you on a wonderful series. And a lot of the time you weren't noticed, which in my view says that you're doing a lot right. And I think that when the going went tough today, I couldn't really fault you at all. I think the way you use the technology, obviously it's very fast paced. I want to say congratulations. We want to develop local umpires as well, because we want the domestic cricket, when we're not here, to have the officiating done well and to a good standard, to match the standard of the cricket. So I want to say a big thank you to all the officials and to Ian for your work in making this series such a success. Well done. Finally, I just want to mention the Blue Crew, to Marzi, who did such a great job organising the crew. I know they're long days here. Obviously, we really enjoy being involved in cricket, but it's a big commitment, the early mornings, and you guys know probably from playing 2 or 3 matches in a day that it takes a lot out of you, especially in the heat. But to consistently knock out 5 matches, I think you can be very, very proud of yourself. To Corey, who was my commentating partner in week 1, he's preparing for the ECC right now as a Spanish coach. But I've got to say, big well done to Nish as well, who's come in week 2 and done such a great job. Congratulations, Nish. Really love watching you come along in the commentary box, and look forward to hearing more of you. Finally, before we go into the presentation proper, I want to say there's a group of people, they are magicians what they do, and that is Spring Productions, who do our TV work and our TV production. Now these guys, they are working, they're here as early as anyone, they're leaving, they're the last to leave most of the time, and they have really taken the European Cricket Series to the next level. And I think those of you that did play back in 2020, the Wild West, you know, we were finding our way, but the product they're able to put out there now, taking what you do on the field, really putting it into a product which is consumed in over 150 countries. You've got viewers all around the world following the cricket, enjoying the cricket. But I think, obviously, with decision making and replays and all these things, just those extra little touches, Spring Productions, well done. Big thank you to everyone who's here. And of course, we've got Elsa in the box, and we've had Andrus as well. And, you know, these guys, they've just taken it to the next level. Okay, well now we've got that out of the way, why don't we get into the presentation before the thunderstorm hits. We're going to start, of course, with third place. I should also mention Asian Latina, who fought back from six consecutive losses to make the top four. Unfortunately, they couldn't get a win on finals day. Royal Roma, and they were also disappointed, I think, to lose their semi-final. That's the way it goes. Sometimes Royal Roma have been the team that sneaks up, like in 2021. I remember when you guys didn't beat any of the top three, but then won the whole trophy. Today, it just wasn't your day, but I'm really excited to see Gaggandeep, for example, in the ECIs and the ECC. Congratulations on making this squad. I'd like to invite their captain to come up, Royal Roma, to Rajvinder, if you'd like to come up and collect the bronze medals. The third place goes to Royal Roma. Thank you very much, and we'll see you again very, very soon. Also liking the kit, but maybe should have gone the pink one today. You never know. Anyway, let's get on to the runners-up now. And this is a team that they certainly made an impression. We know they've got some very good players. I still remember the first match I ever commentated in Italy. It was a big 100 from Sharif Raihan from Roma Bangla Morning Sun. That was way back in 2021, but I'm so happy to see you guys. Sometimes it feels like you've got about 100 players on the bench, and I love your enthusiasm. It's great to see the youngsters down here. You're obviously a very tight-knit community. You have a family club kind of a feel. So I know I've been talking to a lot of people around, especially a lot of people here with Bangladeshi background. They've been following your progress. A lot of people, including quite a few at our hotel, we're following you on today. I want to say congratulations making your first final. I know the final didn't go the way you wanted, but I love your enthusiasm. I love watching several other players in their development as well. I know Anik and Sharif and Mohsin get a lot of the attention in the top three. I love the keeping of Naeem, for example, during the tournament, and Chandra picking up the gloves today. But I want like Bilal as well, for example. Too many to mention, but I want to say to you guys, stay together. You know, you've made it the next level. Maybe next time it'll be your year, but keep enjoying cricket. That's the main thing. I'd like to invite Anik Ahmed to come up and collect the silver medal. Second place goes to Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Well done, Anik. Pretty heavy, be careful. Okay, so now we're going to get into the first place, and before we get to this, I've just got a couple of other things. Number one is I'm so happy to see so many of the Italian women's team here. I want to congratulate you on your season as well, making it to the next round of the World Cup qualifiers. Obviously, we met properly, probably for the first time a couple of years ago, but as a national team in Gibraltar earlier in the year. I'm so glad you finally got my shoes. And of course, one of the big announcements during this 2 weeks was that we'll have the first ever Euros of Cricket for women, the ECCW, 5 nations competing in that first ever event in December. So let's give the girls a big round of applause. Best of luck in your preparations. I'm sure you'll do Team Italia proud. Got to get my shoes back. Anyway, let's get on to the MVP. And this is never easy, especially with so many quality players on show. And, you know, quite a few entered the conversation. Obviously, Charles Fernando had a very, very good series for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. There were lots in the conversation, like Anik Ahmed, like Sharif Raihan. We know that Gaggandeep and Kwani Lakumal with centuries in there. We had hat-tricks taken as well. Mubarak Hussain from Gladiators, I think, had a very good series as well. A lot of players coming through. But in the end, we looked at a player we thought probably had the biggest impact on a lot of results. And he was great with the bat. He was a game winner, also very useful with the ball. And it's great to see him back in an Italian shirt tomorrow. Congratulations. The MVP of this series from Roma CC is Dinadu Marage. Congratulations, Dinadu. Don't celebrate too hard tonight, Dinadu. I've got my eyes on you. You've got the job to do tomorrow as well. So why don't we get now to the presentation of the trophy and the winners' medals. Now, this is a club, they came from the clouds last year to not only win the Rome Series, but to be the All-Italy 10-over champions, to represent Italy in the Champions League of Cricket, the ECL, earlier this year. And it was really only one innings that really stopped you going further. I know that you guys will be hungry to make it back there again. I love that this time you were very much on the radar, but you are not only a team of champions, but I think you're a champion team. And as you know, in team sports, that is the element. So keep enjoying each other's company. Keep enjoying your cricket. I wish you all the best for the rest of the season, and hopefully we meet again soon. With a perfect record, in fact, equaling second place on the all-time ECS streak with 19 consecutive wins now. Next year, perhaps you can go past the record of 20, but you'll have to wait. But right now, you don't have to wait. I want to congratulate you. One by one, you can come up and collect your medals from Lorena, who will be doing the presentation. Please welcome the winners of this European Cricket Series, Roma Cricket Club. So guys, once you've collected your medals, maybe you can just gather at the front here and we'll get ready for the major presentation, which is still to come. Roma CC 19 consecutive ECS wins now, and they continue their unblemished record in the last 2 years of consecutive finals won on their home ground. That's 8-0 in sudden death matches now over the last couple of years. All right, why don't we get you guys in here now? Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Kellen Pereira here from the Federazione Cricket Italia. And also, of course, we've got a couple of other representatives here. Guys, come in, get nice and tight, because we want to get you all in the shot here. And I'd like to invite Kellen now to hand over the trophy, the winners of this European Cricket Series in Italy, Rome 2023. Sajith Rilagadagi can receive the trophy here as we crown the champions of this ECS. It's Roma Cricket Club. Why don't you go back, and as a team you can raise the trophy. Let's hear it one more time for the champions of this European Cricket Series, Roma Cricket Club, as they hoist it into the air. Congratulations. Well, one series finishes, but another not too far away. Internationals over the weekend. Don't forget, we also have the Euros of cricket starting on Monday morning. 109 matches, 31 nations, the biggest we've ever seen on ECN or anywhere else in the world for that matter. So I'll be back tomorrow for those ECIs. But for now, from everyone here at the European Cricket Series and the European Cricket Network, I hope you have a happy and a safe evening. I'll see you tomorrow for more action right here on ECN. The Internationals on the way. Hasta mañana.